It's good morning, Borodana, to our two match umpires, Graham Lloyd and Sue Redford.
Good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for, unfortunately, the final day's county cricket in 2023. But it could well be an interesting final day's cricket between Glamorgan and Derbyshire, with the visitors starting at 68 without loss in their second innings, leading by some 217 runs. An interesting day set up via some rather farcical cricket last night in the near dark, with Glamorgan providing some bowling of rather dubious quality to allow Derbyshire to progress.
Well, the good thing, morning Nick, is that we can see the ball today.
Which will make a change.
Because for the last hour yesterday, not a clue. Not a clue where the ball was most of the time, which is, some people will say, not entirely unusual for me, but this was actually physically being able to see the ball.
Yes,
which is a prerequisite, I always think, of an entertainment.
It is absolutely glorious this morning. The sun is out, a little bit of a light cloud around. Message on the video boards thanking for their services the departing coach Matthew Maynard, departing club captain David Lloyd, long-serving all-rounder Andrew Salter, and Callum Taylor as well, leaving the staff.
I didn't realise Lloyd was leaving.
Wonder where he could be going.
No idea. Oh, Edward's chirping at the back already.
So, from your brief chat with Lewis Duploy, do you think that he will be minded to declare somewhere around the lunch interval?
I don't know the precise time, and I know around the lunch interval isn't massively precise. I think he will be minded to declare, yes. He said all the right things about winning the game, and even if they don't win the game, having tried to win the game, that would be good enough for him. So that is something. He was, and the rest of his team were entirely shocked when Glamorgan got to 301 for 5 and then declared. So there had been no discussion.
Umpire Redfern has disappeared towards the ground staff building.
That's not good, is it?
And she's in consultation with one of said ground staff away to our right, just the side of the main grandstand. So we won't be starting for a few seconds yet. Umpire Lloyd is wandering towards the pavilion and on his radio for a moment. So something's wrong. Anyone got a ball? Anyone got the match ball?
Surely they haven't forgotten where the match ball is. Dear, well, they probably left it out there last night because they couldn't find it, and now it's been rolled into the middle of the pitch and the match has been abandoned.
They're a set of bales light at the moment, by the look of it.
Oh, yes, no, that's exactly what they're indicating next door. The universal sign for bales there. I don't know. Magnificent. Yes, they have no bales. Oh, yes, said they. Looking.
Anyone got any bales? Umpire Redfern is
just looking down the back of the couch,
trotting onto the field.
I've got one. How's that? That's one.
Anyone got any old ones? Don't worry about the colour. They don't have to be bright green, honest.
They could use a set that you use in beach cricket where they both are attached to each other. You could use some light blue ones from the quick cricket or something like that.
A member of the ground staff is running on enthusiastically. Is he bearing anything?
I think he's got them in his pocket. I hope he has. Yes, he's got them in his left hand. Look, there we go. Got them in his left hand. And Lewis Reese has seen the funny side of it.
Well, that's an end of season feeling, if ever there was one. Who's got the bales?
I thought you had them.
No, you've got them. Didn't you stick them in your pocket? You were at that end? No.
But the umpires used to put them in their pockets, didn't they?
You'd think it would be logical. They're not a large item.
Anyway.
And finally, we get underway.
10:32 start this morning. A traditional 10:32 start. Excellent. That's very good.
And thankfully, it won't be Eddie Byron bowling.
What do you say, thankfully? I don't think they would have been better in the bowling or batting against Eddie Byram in the daylight would have been quite good. Middle of the night, not so much. And it's James Harris from the River Taffet. Straight away, Lewis Reese is defending it out into the offside and suggesting that there might have been a single there to Harry Kane, but they quickly decided against it. And we are underway on the final day. The over rate is +6. So they're not in any trouble as far as deduction of points are concerned. I think they do well to get rid of 0.6 by the time Derbyshire declare. 217 the lead at the moment. As Harris is in and Reese plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Went for quite an expansive looking shot, not much foot movement, and a sort of typical first over shot really before he's got himself going again. He needs to get a further 71. No, he needs to get to 71, I believe, to get to 1,000 first class runs found in the championship indeed. For the first time, Lewis Reese has already got more runs than he's got in a championship season. As Harris bowls to it, and he pushes it out into the offside again. There's no run. If he gets to 50, well, all sorts of things happen, and I'm going to.
They will be unfurled by Mr. Fletcher.
Well, after they've been unfurled by Mr. Griffin. Well, I know the initial fact, but it's some of the names that David Griffin was trotting out this morning. It was terrifying.
August company, a star-studded lineup over the decades.
I'll say. As Harris is in and bowls to Reese, who pushes this one out into the offside again. There's a little bit of, shall we take a run here? I'm entirely sure that would have been a sensible idea.
Reese run out 33.
Yes.
Tantalisingly short of all the records that
we've been looking up. Well, I haven't been looking them at all. Andy Gorvin was on that very swiftly indeed. Yes, and it would have almost certainly resulted in a run out. Just the one slip and a sort of ring field, apart from two men out on the leg side boundary at backward square leg and at long leg, as this next one is turned into the leg side. And there is no run.
You would have thought that Derbyshire would probably add somewhere in the region of 120 runs this morning. Leeds somewhere around 340. If 30 overs are bowled, 340 off 66 overs might be the sort of equation.
Seems fair, doesn't it?
That would give both sides a chance of winning.
And my only fear is on a pitch that has seen 13 wickets fall, are we going to see 10 in 2 sessions as Reese dabs this down into the offside again, and Harry Kane is very keen to help him get his first run of the morning, but they decide against it, and James Harris has bowled a maiden over. First up today, he's now bowled. I mean, he's only bowled one over. That was his first of the innings. Who knew?
Yes, well, Van der Hoogten and McIlroy were quickly given the hook last night after just 8 overs of the innings, because the umpires told Glamorgan that they had to bowl spin, and Kieran Carlson bowled his spin, and Eddie Byram bowled
something at the other end.
Something, largely lollipops. He seemed to be enjoying the process anyway.
Well, they were, but they were difficult to see lollipops. I think that was the advantage.
Threw them up into the trees, and
where's that gone?
Got above the sight screen.
It wasn't easy.
Van der Hoogten then will bowl from the Cathedral Road end. He did open the bowling, and he bowled 4 overs for just 4 runs. He's bowling to Harry Kane on 28 not out, and Van der Hoogten's first delivery is blocked by Kane. And there's no run.
Because the alternative for Glamorgan is that they bowl Derbyshire out this morning, and then we'll not have too many to chase.
Seems somewhat unlikely.
That's almost as unlikely as Derbyshire picking up 10 wickets on a pitch where only 13 have fallen in 3 days. I know we've lost a fair chunk of the match to the weather, but all the imponderables.
As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's well, an attempted forcing shot by Kane, but it wasn't timed at all. In terms of placings in the table, well, Sussex, who are level with Glamorgan on points but ahead on wins, they look like adding another win. and probable 19 points against Gloucestershire. So Glamorgan actually would not be able to overtake them if they went, because 19 points is the maximum that Glamorgan can get, as that's down leg side, and Chris Cook can't take it, and it's gone away for a couple of byes, the first runs of the morning. 70 without loss. So Glamorgan are unlikely to overtake Sussex, because Sussex have Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble, needing a further 396 with only 5 wickets remaining at Hove. Glamorgan may overtake Leicestershire if they won, as Leicestershire face a battle to avoid defeat at Durham. Van der Hoogten bowls, slashed through the offside for 4, first runs of the bat of the day, as came through the bat at it and punched it through the covers for 4. 74 for naught.
Nice shot. I mean, it was there to be hit, but my word, he hit it hard. Harry Kane moves into the 30s. Europe go 3-0 up. Blimey. In the Ryder Cup, being played in Rome, they've won the first 3 foursomes.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Kane plays on the leg side, a scurrying stop by Douthwaite at mid-wicket. Lovely weather in the Rome area by the look of it. Yes,
and in the fourth one, they're 2 up with 3 to play. So that's McIlroy and Fleetwood, the 4th pairing. The dream pairing, as far as certainly British golf is concerned.
Here's Van der Hoogten on his way in the morning sunshine, bowling to Kane, who pushes into the offside for a single. 75 without loss. The lead 224. As Van der Hoogten scrapes away rather crossly at his footmarks. A couple of misdirected deliveries in that over.
I'm sure you'll join in my congratulations to England, who've joined Wales in the quarterfinals of the Rugby Union World Cup as well, after their non-playing last night because Japan beat Samoa. I
watched that game. Entertaining stuff.
I can imagine. Yeah, I was otherwise engaged sadly last night, but busy.
So it looks like Japan against Argentina will now decide second place in that group. And I look forward to watching them in the quarterfinals.
I can imagine. What a fight. It's the dream final. Here is Harris. In and bowls to Kane, who just defends, goes back first and then pushes forward, pushes it out to the offside.
So unless Wales muck things up horribly against Georgia, and they only need 2 match points to win the group, then Wales will play the winners of Japan-Argentina, and England probably Fiji, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
It might be testing from an English point of view.
They lost to them in the warm-ups, I know. 75 without loss as Harris bowls to Kane, and that one is, well, how on earth did the ball get there? I was looking down at third man and it dribbled past the off stump. Kind of missed it by much, and they scampered through for a single.
It was probably about 6th stump.
Was it? Yes, it looked too far away, but it couldn't have been too far away.
So it dribbled back, and that was a very daring quick single call by Lewis Reese.
He's keen to get these runs that he requires. 33 overnight, still on 33. Harry Kane's moved ahead of him now on 34. That's 76 without loss to lead, 225. And Harris is in and bowls to Reese, who guides that down to, well, he was looking to guide it down to third man. He guided it to backward point, where it's fielded by Eddie Byram, who's fielding there now. He was quite often yesterday on the boundary.
Yes, he's usually sweeping.
No longer. They do have a sweeper on the offside. That's Zainul Hassan away to our left in front of the pavilion. And those 2 players at backward square leg and long leg, as Reese has gone aerially out towards mid-wicket, and that's gone for 4. A fairly dismissive shot really from Lewis Reese, who moves on to 37 now. Derbyshire up to 80.
Yeah, somewhat weary trudge from Harris already, having seen that one launched away over mid-wicket.
I can't imagine that Sam Connors and Zach Chappell were particularly pleased to see that either. Still, well, there's unlikely to be more pace in the pitch on day 4 than there was on day 1, but that looked fairly effortless from Lewis Reese. These two have put on a few century stands this season against Glamorgan.
Wouldn't they just?
As Harris is it on, Reese is dancing down the track to him now, and he's driven him wide of is that Billy Root at mid-on, and it's gone all the way down to long on for 4 more. Good use of the feet against the paceman, which you don't often hear.
No.
84 without loss.
Indeed.
It was almost like a check drive, wasn't it? It didn't go in the air.
Two very nicely timed shots from Lewis Reese as he approaches the half-century and the panoply of records that will accompany it should he get there.
Well, David Griffin's out taking photographs at the moment. I know he has the ability to tweet from his phone. I just hope he does, because otherwise I might be guessing at some of the names. Reese waits. Just the one slip. And Harris bowls, and he drives this out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. That's Ul Hassan. Takes a single. And it's the last ball of the over. He moves to 42. Kane has 34. Derbyshire 85 without loss, leading by 234.
In Division 1, of course, Middlesex have to improve on Kent's result. Lancashire look like avoiding defeat against Kent. They're 131 for no wicket in their second innings, still 36 runs in arrears. But Middlesex would still have to win to avoid relegation, and they are 32 for naught against Notts, clearly looking to get on with it, but they only lead by 14 runs, so Middlesex will have to try a risky declaration, you would have thought, in an effort to stay in the first division. And champions Surrey may celebrate the title by losing. They're 120 for 7, needing a further 65 runs to beat Hampshire at Southampton.
What a nipper.
With Sudarsan on 33, joined by Jamie Overton, who can bat, so they're still in with a shout. Van der Hoogten round the wicket to Reese, who gets, I think, a little run down towards the keeper, who half blocks it, and they've gone through for a single. Tried to run it down. Chris Cook managed to parry it, and Reese moves to 43. Adventurous stuff. Maybe Derbyshire have it in mind a declaration before luncheon.
Little midday declaration. How exciting.
Possible.
Everything's possible.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Kane tries to smack it through the offside, but finds Gorvin at cover, and there's no run.
It would be ideal if Reese could get to 50 before the 11 o'clock news, of course.
Yes, we'd better have you on commentary when.
Well,
this,
I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of something to say.
Of events happens. Range of records.
Speculating on what may or may not happen. I could actually give them some firm news.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, Kane drives through the offside. He's beaten backward point. It's running down to the boundary. Ul Hassan on the charge round cover, but can't get there. And Kane joins in the fun. He moves to 38. Derbyshire to 90 for no wickets, so they've added 22 in about 14 minutes this morning.
I think the word for that would be swashbuckling. There was a real flourish, wasn't there, at the end of the shot? It's a nice shot.
Yes, I must get the word swashbuckling in the BBC match report. Sadly, you don't get
with a little asterisk next to it. And a footnote.
TM Dave Fletcher. That's chopped down by Kane into the gully area. It's no run this time. 90 for naught. The lead is 2-3-9. maybe 350 would be the target that Duploy is aiming to set. Could well get there before lunch and allow his bowlers a little dart before and after the interval.
Well, that's the other imponderable, isn't it? How many overs they'll have in order to try to get 10 wickets.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and a slog from Kane carts the ball out towards square leg for a single.
You might have to put the word slog in for that one, I think.
That looked a little bit village from Harry Kane there, didn't it?
Yes, he's playing a shot a ball, Harry Kane, which is laudable.
Reese on 43. Has played a couple of aggressive shots to get himself underway today. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Reese, who runs that one down to third man. Just opening the face, run the single quickly, turn. The return is on its way. But it's the end of the over, and Reese has retained the strike. He's on 44 not out, Derbyshire 92 for naught, leading by 241.
No bad thing. Reese getting as much strike as he can in the early stages today.
For BBC editorial purposes.
Indeed. Which is somebody put on social media yesterday is all I'm interested in. Which is, well, it was a rant from somebody on one of the forums that was pointed out to me. I take absolutely no notice of that kind of nonsense. Born out of jealousy. Here's Harris around the wicket to Reese, who pushes this back just past Harris's left hand and up to mid-on.
Well, we're keen on bringing you as wide a range of the cricketing experience as we can, from records to passing pigeons.
Indeed. And everything in between, and something sometimes beyond.
Hard stats to whimsical colour.
Speaking of which, the predominant colour here, up above, is blue.
Shock.
And Harris comes around the wicket and bowls to Reese, who gets a short one and pulls it around the corner. It hits the floor quite quickly as it goes out to Van der Hoogten at long leg, and they get through for another single. He moves on to 45, 93 without loss.
Well, it's a pleasant change from the last couple of seasons. Last season, Glamorgan completely failed to bowl Sussex out for a second time. They were on top, but Sussex made 500 odd on the final day, and the season before that was the Surrey making 700 for not many at the Oval.
Can't always be exciting, Nick. Harris bowls and Kane gets a little bit tied up by that one, trying to force it into the leg side. It dribbles out into the off, and it's fielded by Byram. No slip now.
The 2019 season, Glamorgan were away at Durham on the final day of the season, and the rain the previous day had been so heavy that they called off the game at about 9:20 on the final morning, and I just about managed to get the post-season interviews in the car park as people boarded the bus.
In comes Harris again. Oh, Kane has gone aerial out into the offside. He's only going to get a single for it as McIlroy does the fielding on the cover boundary. Down on one knee, forcing it into the offside. Picks up another single. Well, Derbyshire's last game last season was against Leicestershire at the county ground in Derby. Unsurprisingly finished their draw. I think they got to the end of day 4 though, by the look of it. As Harris is in again and bowls to Reese, who just taps it into the onside. And there's no run.
Neil G says, I could feel your team's pain commentating on the last hour. Hope Derby make a game of it. 320 and 55 overs. It's going to be more runs and more overs than that, I suspect. Would be a contest great for Matthew Maynard's last game. Edward Cooper says, no doubt next year fixtures will be scheduled into October, given that it's sunny today.
Yeah, well, might as well. Harris in, bowls to Reese, who takes on the short ball and pulls it around the corner out to just slightly backward square leg and picks up another single to move to 46, 95 without loss. And he pinches the strike. So Derbyshire's lead is 244. Sorry, Nick.
Nick Fayers on Twitter saying, hoping it will be a good day and not a boring draw. Surrey have lost another one. Overton has got himself horribly stumped. So Surrey 125, 126 for 8, needing further 59 to win. With just 2 wickets left now. I'm not quite sure what Overton was doing there. Van der Hoogten to Reese, who defends. Would you like to take this over, Dave, or at least the deliveries that Mr. Reese faces?
More than happy to. More than happy to. Shoulder the majority of the work. Not a problem.
You have fascinating facts at your fingertips.
Well, yeah, some.
Or facts at your fingertips.
Yes. Yes.
The listener can decide whether or not they're fascinating.
Better get my phone ready. Yeah, Lewis Reese, 4 away from another half century. He has certainly been batting well in the latter part of this championship season. He defends the next ball from Van der Hoogten straight back to the bowler. On this occasion there is no run. .95 without loss, a lead of 244. And they've got on with it this morning as Van der Hoogten bowls to Reese, and he's carted that out to backward square leg, and that is his half century. It perhaps was not the kind of shot that you would expect to reach a half century. He danced down the track towards Tim Van der Hoogten. It was his 5th 4, 71 balls. 5 fours and 1 6, and here we go. He becomes the first Derbyshire player to score or have 7 scores of 50 or more in successive first-class innings. It's the second time in his career that he's done it. He did it with Lancashire before joining Derbyshire as Van der Hoogten bowls, and now he's lifted this one out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 4 6. There is the arms raised by Sue Redfern, and in a flash Reese has moved on to 56, and Derbyshire's 100 is up, 105 without loss. They have a lead of 254. Reese joins an illustrious band of players who have scored 7 successive 50-plus scores in first-class cricket in a row, and I'm hoping that this tweet from David Griffin might include the other players. It doesn't. I was listening this morning, Griff, believe me, as Van der Hoogten is in, and Reese, always beaten by a slower delivery, dribbles along the floor to the wicketkeeper, excuse me, Chris Cook. I did hear the names C.B. Fry, Wally Hammond and Don Bradman, and at that point I'm thinking, well, this is absolutely ridiculous. To have done it twice, remarkable. I will get the full list for you as soon as David Griffin tweets it. I'm sure he will.
A star-studded list, then, and illustrious company for the left-hander from Llanelli, more or less.
Here comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Reese again. A little step down the track, and then just clips it into the leg side where Gorvin will field at mid-wicket. Reese moves to 57, 106 without loss. Yes.
It included 5 fours,
yeah,
1 6.
I thought so. So there we go. And his
7th in a row.
Successive.
Don Bradman, eat your heart out. Lewis Reese is alongside you.
I've just got to try to remember in the first match on April the 4th if he gets another one.
Yes.
I'm sure Griff will have a list of records that can be broken at the start of next season. Excellent news for Lewis Reese, though, and good news for the game, because they really are moving things on. The lead up to 255 now At the start of the day, it was 217.
So that's a Thursday, you reckon, the season will start?
Yes.
Which probably means there's another bunch of Thursday to Sunday fixtures to start next season.
I believe so.
Harris bowls and a swing by Reese, and it's through the keeper. Won't know the fixtures for a couple of months, I wouldn't have thought. Usually end of November. So in comes Harris, right arm round, bowls to Reese, who drives nicely up towards mid-off, and there is a comfortable single. Edward Bevan is swinging the lad this afternoon, so we're going to over-bowl him this morning to make up for it. And see how many overs he can get through before he goes off with a shoulder injury, which is disturbing him this week. As Harris is in to bowl to Kane, who pulls and will be caught. It's a no ball. He was caught at long leg. It doesn't count.
Yes, good morning, Nick. Lovely morning, as usual. Last day of the season's always glorious. Rest of the summer, partly rubbish this year, weather-wise.
Yes, the middle was pretty horrible, wasn't it? Oh. So, Dowthwaite taking the catch in vain at long leg.
Wonderful news.
Oh, hang on.
From the golf.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry,
I
Nick.
apologise. I thought he'd taken the catch. It went for 6. I apologise. As Harris bowls, Kane tries to hook again, and again it's called a no ball. So,
We'll have a look at this, perhaps.
it looked very much as though Dowthwaite had claimed it, and to apologise, round the corner slightly from me. Dowthwaite left somewhat baffled by it.
Over his head.
4 given in the end. Good job, it's the end of the season. 115 for naught. Came on 44 according to the board. Make that 45 as that's played away through the offside for a single. Well, no ball was signalled, and I thought Dowthwaite had caught it.
I thought he'd caught it low down,
posture, but he didn't have the ball in his hand.
And what I was going to tell you is remarkable golf out in Rome, because the first morning the Ryder Cup, believe it or not, England are Europe rather, are 4 up.
Oh, is the last one finished as well, the foursomes?
Yeah, McIlroy and Fleetwood have just won their game.
All right. 116 for naught here. 265 is the lead. Harris into Reese, who swings it away on the leg side. The ball bounces down to Van der Hoogten at fine leg, and they will go through for a single. So James Harris is being taken on here. His bowling is being assaulted.
Yes,
Not helped by bowling no balls.
Yeah, it's been a few hours Rome in front of America. Good morning, America. I'm delighted to tell you that you've been routed, but there's a long way to go until Sunday night.
So came on strike on 45 and hit on the pad as Harris fires a Yorker length delivery in at leg stump. So long over from James Harris with 2 no balls. 0 for 24. His first over was a maiden, so his 3 since then have been expensive. Maybe McIlroy will be called in to try and calm things down. He's on the point boundary at the moment. That's again up in the block hole, clipped away nicely on the leg side by Kane. It's fielded at mid-wicket by Zainul Hassan. They go through for a single. 118 for naught. Kane retains the strike. He's on 46. The lead is 267. And the way these two are playing, Edward, do you think they've got a 12 o'clock declaration in mind to have a little bowl before lunch?
Well, they look at the score and they look at the overs, because they'll also think to themselves, hang on, we're going to give Glamorgan an inordinate amount of overs, but on this pitch, the slow pitch, you need overs. And if Derbyshire are to win the game, I think their best bet will be to employ the spinners, where we saw Thompson pick 3 wickets up yesterday, and he really got some turn. Whether this will turn, we'll have to wait and see. As Van der Gooten starts another, that's hit high in the air up towards Cow Corner, and it is running away for 4. Right across the line of that.
Kane's half century then, coming with that 4, and that's his 7th boundary, and I believe 95 balls.
280,
271.
271, yes, I was looking at the wrong line.
Top right, just below the time.
Yes, should know it, having seen it for the last couple of years. Van der Gooten from this end, no slips, fielded out on the boundary, and bowls. That's played into the covers. There's no run this time.
Yes, this is not necessarily the time when bowlers will be queuing up to bowl.
No, especially with Glamorgan's attack.
But
with respect,
I suspect McIlroy probably needs to come on fairly soon, given that he's generally the most economical of the Glamorgan seam bowlers.
Yes, I would have thought so. But it's Van der Gooten to Kane, and he moves to make room. Goes outside the off stump. This is agricultural, certainly. But purpose here, they want to get us a run as quickly as possible and try and get a win, which will be the first win this season. They haven't been so lucky at home. Stretch back 4 years.
Yes, Glamorgan so far 1 win, 1 defeat, both against Worcestershire.
Sun comes out, glorious day here, as this time he comes down the pitch. That's good, well run away for 4. It's going up to extra cover boundary. No, it stopped. Perhaps the dew might have stopped that.
Little chip onto the green, since you're talking golf, that one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Plugged a bit.
Little 9-iron, as you'd expect in this autumnal weather. Plenty of dew. Yes, terrific start for the golfers. So it could be a good day there. Could be a good day here. Good day's cricket, that is. As Nick mentioned, I've been given leave to leave about 2:30 this afternoon. As Van der Gooten bowls and is hit out into the covers, is no run. I mean, this, I don't know. It's been diagnosed as a spasm or a pinched nerve. It's been giving me agony. The only time the good lady could have me in there, the chiropractor this week, was today in the afternoon. So I'm grateful for that.
You'll have to cut down your net bowling.
Yes.
Get one of those flingers.
The dog throwers.
The dog throwers, yeah.
Van der Gooten bowls to Kane, and Kane drives up to mid-off, and they will go through for a single, and that is the end of the over. So the position here is that Derbyshire have galloped along this morning. They're 125 without loss, and I said overall lead of 274, and there are a minimum. We say minimum, Nick, of 88 overs, because if you get the 2 spinners, and we saw yesterday, Thompson and especially Wagstaff, he get through an over in a minute and a half, you could well be talking in the 90s.
Are you still bowling in the nets, or if your grandchildren...
it's the end of the season now, I'm taking a rest.
They still need your services, do they?
Oh, very much so. But it's the left arm that is giving me all this trouble. The bowling arm is all right.
As Harris starts a new over, and Kane flashes it away towards the point boundary, but it's picked up by McIlroy, and it's just a single, 126 for naught. lead 275. What's the run up to these days? About 2 paces?
No, a bit more than that. But it's the throwing that gets me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll go and stop for a couple of months.
Well, I hope you're recovered sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
As Harris bowls, driven into the offside, not timed by Reese, who needs, now having moved on to 60, a further 11 runs to reach his 1,000 for the season. 127 for North Derby, lead by 276.
I think the public should know about this. Is there a message which perhaps David Griffin can get to Andrew Hignell? Because it's a worthy achievement.
Well, I'm sure those Derbyshire fans in the know,
yes, I would have thought
pick it up. Harris bowls short, and well, he tried to pull it round, came, and the ball ended up just dribbling back towards Chris Cook, who's got a big grin on his face as he fields it. I thought for a moment it was going to go right up in the air.
We looked in the air, the batsman looked in the air, Chris Cook looked in the air, and it was trickling towards his feet.
That was, as video viewers, that's bounced over the stumps. Nice work of slow-mo, boys. That is nearly played on then. Harry came to James Harris. Next delivery is short and pulled around and trickling down to Douthwaite at fine leg for a single. Kane moves on to 55, 128 for noughts, 277 is the lead. All this really is a prelude for a run chase of some sort this afternoon. Could be a fairly lengthy one at this rate, because the declaration may come around midday.
Yeah.
As Harris charges in again, bowls to Reese. Good ball up in the block hole as he gave him the charge, just played gently on the offside for a single. 129 for nought. Crowd slightly up on yesterday, but still pretty modest. At least they've got the weather for it. If anyone's listening in the Cardiff area and wants to get a final blast of cricket this afternoon, we may well get an interesting chase with both sides pressing for victory. Harris into bowl, carted into the leg side by Kane, and they'll come back for 2 runs as the throw comes into Harris. He takes the bails off, but any inquiry to umpire Lloyd is only a token one. He takes his cap from Mr. Lloyd, and 131 for no wicket at the end of the over. The Derbyshire lead is 280.
At least we've got, excuse me, proper bowling. Back to those days, and I remember it in 3-day matches so well when the captains would agree and they'd toss up some runs. 2 matches came to mind when Matthew Maynard got 100 at Swansea, and just plonking it over into the St Helens Road. And then when we can have some spin here, it could be Kieran Carlson, the bowler, who is by now a recognised bowler. And then again at Old Trafford, where Steve O'Shaughnessy, who is now a first-class umpire, has been for some years, got the fastest 100, because there was one occasion where we were commentating from long on that Viv Richards was playing in that game, chased the ball and 3 yards out, kicked it over the boundary, upon which I vacated the commentary box and went out for a walk. Couldn't take much more of it. And but the good news for Glamorgan is that they won the game.
Yeah, these things have happened, but I'm sure Kieran Carlson will be bowling in earnest to try to get wickets to add to his 12 for the season in first-class cricket.
And I think Thompson will be watching this from the dressing room quite seriously, because he'll see if Carlson can get a bit of turn, and he'll fancy his chances, especially if you're going after the bowling. You tend to get a few mistakes.
Carlson in then to bowl to Lewis Reese. and he plays it on the leg side for a single. As talking about spin bowling, I asked Colin Ingram why he wasn't bowling at the moment. He said he tried a bit of a warm-up a few weeks ago at Worcester and found it gave him quite a lot of neck pain, so he's not able to bowl these days.
Hasn't bowled this season, has he? Carlson now to bowl to Kane, and he comes over the wicket, and the reverse sweep comes out, and he's out. He has been bowled leg stump, and his merry little innings finishes, bowled by Carlson, and for 57, 132 for 1.
A big grin on Kieran Carlson's face as he picks up a wicket with his second delivery of the spell. It wasn't necessarily a very pretty way to get it. Came looking to go into the reverse straight away and simply missed a ball that hit his off stump, which had been turned into his leg stump. So a mere 132 is the stand. So given that they put on 165 and 360 in the championship match at Derby, their efforts this time of 80 and 132 have been pale by comparison.
Yeah. Do you know, last night it came to me, I was driving back down the motorway, they'd started so slowly, 8 overs, 13 runs, and I saw Lewis Reese having a chat, and I think I mentioned it on air. I said, Reese and as Brooke Guest comes in, we're having a chat, and immediately afterwards, and Fletch might be interested in this, he went on the offensive, as if Cook must have said, look, there's something on here, and off he went. He just started from nothing, didn't he?
Yeah, well, there was a message from the dressing room at one point.
Get on with it.
Get on with it after. You just thought, though, that message would have been transmitted to the players, albeit scoring was maybe quite difficult in dark
and you don't want to get out to Eddie Byram, do you?
But Kane didn't look as though he was enjoying slogging there. He played some rather rustic shots.
Proper player he is.
Yes.
Brooke Guest then to receive his first ball from Carlson, who is over the wicket and bowls to him. He's immediately on the offensive, drives purposefully down to long on, and he is off the mark. Brooke Guest, who made 96 in that first innings. So he's in good nick, so is Lewis Reese.
Champions Surrey beaten by Hampshire by 52 runs.
I don't suppose they care.
Bit of an anticlimactic way to...
As did Essex. They were bowled out in 28 overs.
Second place Essex got hammered as well.
Carlson round the wicket, bowls, and Reese pushes it away, which is a change. In as much as everybody's been having a crack at every ball up till now.
Yeah, Middlesex having to go for it to try and engineer a chance against Notts.
I think they might be down.
Effectively 55 for 2.
Carlson bowls, Guest waits and then pushes it into the covers, and there's no run.
Kent's game looks to be heading for a draw. Lancashire 10 runs behind, but with all their wickets left. So a draw could well be enough to save Kent.
Carlson over the wicket, and this time Guest tries to sweep, misses the ball, drops in front of him. That's the end of the over. Wicket for Carlson. So he has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 17, 134 for 1. But Lewis Reese is still there. He is 63 not out. It hasn't given a semblance of a chance.
And indeed approaching his 1,000 runs, 8 runs away now. First time that he would have achieved that, and rarely can a player who reaches 1,000 runs have scored so many of them against one county. 131 and 201, so that's 332 in the...
Has he had, last Fletcher, has he had any sort of recognition, a tour or anything like that? Yeah, nothing at all, which surprises me because he's such a well-organised player. consistent, but the second division, as they say, which is the biggest load of rubbish I've ever heard. Harris is to continue, Nick.
And Reese plays it into the leg side, runs the first one hard. They hesitate, then they come back for a second. McIlroy's throw comes in. Chris Cook doesn't take it in case it was going to hit the stumps directly, but Reese was safely back for 2 more. It's around 65 not out. So more than half his 1,000 have come against Glamorgan.
That's a good line.
That's one for Mr. Griffin, to the statistician for Derby, to investigate. Has anyone ever scored 1,000 runs with half of them coming against one side? Short ball, pulled around by Reese, down towards fine leg. Single taken.
Talking about Surrey, Nick, is on social media this morning. Very good piece in the Cricketer magazine from Alex Stewart, who's having a pop with the ECB. Yes. And also the ICC of, yet again, the schedule, which has been more or less not leaked, it's coming out all the time for next season. County matches again, and why did Ireland have to play at the important part of this season?
As Harris bowls and Guest drives back to the bowler, no run.
You may remember that, who was it? There was Jamie Smith.
Players being taken out of the county circuit
at a very, Surrey were more or less going to win, but very important time. And there's this England-Ireland match, which I don't think a huge amount of people are interested in, except the players themselves. And they don't think about these things, do they?
Well, it all comes down to the money, and the money's in the international game, and with the television contracts for the international game. Harris in to bowl. Guest drives through the offsides, and McIlroy didn't pick that one up at all. Neither did I.
Neither did I.
Matthew Maynard jogs off to field it somewhere in the deep beyond cover.
And he also had a go at the schedule for the next season. Well, season after season. I heard Dave said that it started at April the 3rd next year.
4th, I believe.
Well, there'll be practice matches before that. The universities will be playing somebody. And
similar to this season. That was beginning of April.
Oh.
Harris is in to bowl. Short, pulled away by Guest. Well stopped on the boundary by Ul Hassan, just the single taken.
No, he went one way, then turned the other, so I don't know.
It's strange, isn't it, that even in bright conditions this morning, players are having trouble. Too bright, says
well, it's a low sun, you see, in October.
Yeah. Players are having difficulty picking up the ball. 142 for one. Guest is 6. Reese on strike on 66, needing 5 more to reach his 1,000. And gets
one of them.
At least one there as he nurdles it down towards fine leg. McIlroy comes in quickly, just the single this time. So end of the Harris over. Reese will retain the strike on 67 not out. 1 boundary short of 1,000 runs for the season.
Absolutely, and for the last time, possibly, unless it's done this afternoon, the think tank of Glamorgan, namely David Harrison, the departing coach, Matthew Maynard.
Is that David Lloyd with them?
It looks like his little walk. 2 of those will be departing, as David Lloyd has a word with one of the players on the mid-wicket boundary. It's David Douthwaite, Dan Douthwaite. A sad moment, I think, in all seriousness, for the county. As Carlson is round the wicket to the left-handed Reese, who plays it conscious of his 1,000, must be now. He's not going to take any risks. And he gets a single. 144 for 1. Really, it's the lead we are looking at, which is 293. And we haven't been playing an hour yet. It's 10 minutes short of the hour, 50 minutes. Kieran Carlson over the wicket to Brooke Guest, and he clips it away to short mid-wicket, no run. back in those days when they used to feed them and they get them too quickly, then they block the last 6 overs because that wasn't the agreement. I wonder what's going to happen here is Carlson bowls a vicious reverse sweep, I guess, which he misses.
Trying to plaster it somewhere towards the pavilion.
A short boundary. Kieran Carlson bowling his off breaks, comes in, bowls to guess. Down the pitch he comes, gets inside the ball and whips it away to mid-wicket. And they take that single. .68, 3 away. Here's Carlson, bowls to Reese. Reese goes back, guides it into the offside for his single. Yes, he obviously knows that he's within sight.
Good effort by the 33-year-old with 11th year in the county game.
Carlson, the right-handed guest, who makes room and smacks that away and is caught.
At third man.
Yeah, straight into his hands. I was following the ball or trying to. So Carlson picks up a second wicket. Guest goes for 7 and it's 146 for 2. Did you follow that?
Yeah, it's just lobbed off the top edge to Billy Root, who took it waist height. Very comfortable catch. And Carlson picks up another one.
The score basically is irrelevant. It's just the lead we look at, I think. The lead, which is now 295.
Edward Cooper on Twitter says, thanks to you and your colleagues, us two, and our colleagues, reporting on the toils of Glamorgan in 2023. A mediocre season in the County Championship, plenty of good individual performances, but one win at this point tells the story, hopefully an improvement in 2024.
As we say, for the 4th successive year or whatever.
Well, last season was a decent effort, wasn't it? 6 wins and 3 defeats. This season, with less penetrative bowling on the whole, it's been 1 win, 1 defeat. Might have beens with 1 wicket left against both Yorkshire and Sussex, but that's they've done well to get that close on a couple of occasions, but again, the
bowling
shortage of penetration in the bowling attack. Here comes Jamie McIlroy on the attack for the first time today. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9 last night. 146 for 2. 295 is the lead. And Lewis Reese on strike on 69 not out. 2 short of his 1,000 for the season for the Derbyshire all-rounder. And plenty of room to take singles most of the way around the field as McIlroy bowls to Reese, who clips that one off his legs down towards square leg. Harris is quickly in though, and he'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Yes, and if he does, I'm sure he will get his 1,000. He will hear a static little row and clapping from the dressing room. Glamorgan supporters will be wondering what on earth's going on, but the Derbyshire supporters will stand up and applaud.
Yeah, they are all out on the Derbyshire balcony, waiting.
And I'm sure that they know in the scorer's box, the scorer would know for Derbyshire. Certainly worthy of mention. He's got 2 milestones done.
Here's a single forward deploy on the leg side. They may come back for a second. No, good work from Harris, charging in off the boundary and keeping them down to a single, so that gets Lewis Reese back onto strike. The lead is 297. Derbyshire are 148 for 2, and Lewis Reese has more than half those runs against Glamorgan. Here's McIlroy then to Reese on 70 not out, and he steps back and cuts and will take a single down to third man to reach his 1,000 for the season. The applause in the distance from the dressing room for Derbyshire, and well played to Lewis Reese, who reaches the 1,000-run landmark for the first time, with more than half those runs having come in his 4 innings against Glamorgan.
Yeah, very well played to Lewis Reese, and he certainly looks a very good player. Remember him, of course, with Lancashire, and he's doing the same now for Derbyshire.
McIlroy ball, short ball, pulled around, and a bottom edge goes for 4 down to fine leg. McIlroy somewhat unfortunate there. Deathwaite was too wide on the field to cut it off.
Lewis Deploy, his last innings for Derbyshire. He's off to Middlesex, unless he returns, of course, in the future. But he's a good servant, a very good player.
So 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment. Duploy gets his first boundary. He's up to 5. The lead is past 300. McIlroy is in, and Duploy flicks it away on the leg side for a single. He's on 6-1-5-4 for 2.
Six men on the boundary.
Yeah, you would have thought
more.
that
7.
another 20-30 minutes of this may well get the lead up to 350.
Yeah.
And I suspect that will give both sides the chance to win. McIlroy balls. Reese plays it away firmly up towards long on. Just the single taken as Ingram comes in.
And I would say if it's 350, well,
Derbyshire marginal favourites.
I think a bit more than marginal. 5 and over on this pitch.
Well, quite demanding.
You can't go in and play like this from the start, otherwise you're going to lose wickets. Nick and I were chatting before we started and saying, well, there might be a change in the batting order if you have to go at 4.5 and over. Possibly Carlson to open and keep Zainul Hassan back to block it out if Glamorgan do lose quick wickets. Ingram at 3, Billy Root then, the attacking players Chris Cook. And then we'll see how that goes. Carlson round the wicket, and this is played out into the covers. There is no run. Reese now was moved on to 72 and deploys on 6.
Remarkable. Carlson's in his 10th over, 2 for 20, given the damage elsewhere.
Here he is again, bowls. This is swept out towards mid-wicket, and he will get 4 runs backward of square.
It was strange last night, wasn't it? While they were hitting Eddie Byram's occasional spin rounds,
Very occasional.
they weren't really having a go at Carlson. So credit to him. His bowling has improved. His average still hasn't great, but he's bowling in some rather unpromising situations in the championship.
You know,
and they need a frontline spinner effectively, don't they? Still.
a seamer. Next ball is pushed out into the offside. There's no run. Obviously, Deploy will wait until and if he gets his 100. He's not going to pull in before then. Reese has moved on rapidly this morning to 76, and this time he goes back. Very short ball is just pushed away up to long off.
That's kept a bit low, isn't it?
Yeah. Carlson just waits as Deploy gets ready. He's not out 6, 1 boundary for him. As he comes round the wicket, bowls, cut away on the offside, just backward of square, and they'll go through for a single. .161 for 2, and the lead 310. Carlson bowls. Only beats him outside the off stump. That turned. And for once, Reese misses the ball. So that's the end of another over. So 81 overs, or was that 80? Well, remaining.
82.
Two for the takeoff.
Knock off 2 for the
80.
changeover.
And if they go off now, it would be 4 and over.
Yeah, it's going to be 5, you would have thought.
Yeah, which I think is too much in this pitch, and we might well see a draw. To go at 5 and over
would be quite demanding, but I think Glamorgan will have some sort of go at it for the top half of the order.
In fairness to Derbyshire, they'll say, well, you put us in, and we'll take it from there. Here is McIlroy, Nick.
As that's turned around out towards mid-wicket by Reese, takes the single. And Derbyshire move on to 162 for 2. Deploy on 8 not out, his last game for Derbyshire. And Reese hammering one back to McIlroy.
Beautiful day, and
so
a lot of people on the far side. Well, not a lot of people, but more than we've seen the first 3 days. The hot side.
Stats a go-go for Lewis Reese. 7 half-centuries or more for the second time in his career. And the 1,000-run mark as well. Can he add another century? As he hoiks that one into the leg side, and will get 6 runs over deep mid-wicket. Thought he was in trouble for a moment there, but it just about cleared the fielder.
What a good shot that was. My word.
Reese moves on to 83.
He really leant in. He went down the pitch, and okay, he cleared, but it's the longest boundary. It's not on the short side. It does strike the ball cleanly.
168 for 2. McIlroy bowls to Reese. He'll get more runs. Another single anyway out towards mid-wicket. 169 for 2. Reese moves on to 84. 318 the lead. I still think we're heading for a declaration somewhere around midday.
Yes, you may be right there, Nick.
350-ish in maybe just
That's a lot of runs.
75 overs possibly. That's turned away on the leg side for a single by Deploy. 170 for 2.
As I said, Derbyshire, well, you put us in on the first morning, and to which Glamorgan replied, well, we then declared 150 behind, 149 behind.
McIlroy bowls to Reese, who plays that one away towards mid-wicket again. Gorvin in action once more from the boundary.
I go back to my old argument. How many sides in the country, if you had all the time to study, will chase more than 330, 340 to win? You rarely, very rarely see it.
320 is the lead at the moment. 171 for 2. Strange things happen at the end of the season.
We had a marvellous game last year up at Derby where Billy Godalming declared stiffish. I think that was about 4.5, and Glamorgan got within about 14 runs. A terrific chase, excellent cricket all round, and the declaration was spot on because I think they'd lost 7 or 8 wickets. As Carlson starts another over, and then it's driven by Reese for a single as he moves on to 86.
Yeah, it was Glamorgan were about 20 short with 2 wickets left, weren't they?
Yeah.
Had to block up the last couple of overs because I think someone was injured possibly and not able to swing the bat.
Deploy pushes it out for a single. I remember Sam North East was going well. He was caught right on the edge of the boundary down by the pavilion in Derby. And when he went, it stuttered a bit, but they nearly got back into it. And it really was a cracking game of cricket.
Maybe we'll see a repeat of that drama here today.
This one is again played away. The way they're playing this over makes you think perhaps they're thinking, well, we're going to be quick here. We're going to give Glamorgan a lot of overs.
Well, Carlson's bowling reasonably tidily, isn't he? So they're not taking liberties.
Here he is again in bowls. This is nudged away. Cook has to do with the fielding, as there's nobody anywhere near around the bat. 3-2-3 the lead now. Carlson bowls to deploy, and he plays it away. Runs coming, singles in this over. Of which that is the final. Is it the final ball? No, I think there's one left. Yes, there is. Carlson with the last ball. Bowls, and this is clipped away for the 6th single of the over. That is the end of it. 176 for 2. The lead is 3-2-5.
A little bit of shuffling round then, and Dave Fletcher will come in, and Edward Bevan will take up the microphone here. So Derbyshire losing a couple of wickets this morning, both to Kieran Carlson. Harry Kane was bowled trying to reverse sweep for 57. Brooke Guest was caught at short third man by Billy Root for 7. Dave Fletcher and Edward Bevan to continue commentary.
I'm only here for the declaration. Whenever that might be, 3-2-5 the lead, 80 overs to go.
It's 4 and over.
McIlroy bowls to Lewis Reese, who clips this one nicely into the leg side, and they're not going to come back for a second. There might be a run out here. No, the throw wasn't quite good enough to trouble Lewis deploy, who was setting off for a second, which wasn't on. Reese moves on to 89. Well, I think we can safely say they won't declare before Lewis Reese gets to a century.
Well, I just mentioned that because it's
that
another
will be
landmark.
his 4th of the season against Glamorgan.
Any others?
No. He only, yes, I think he's got one other. I'll have to double check actually. Now you mention it. No others. He's got 3 centuries so far this season. As McIlroy bowls to Deploy, who just leans into the ball, clips it up into the leg side. The guy going to come back for the second this time, and Reese will get back to the non-striker's end comfortably enough, and Deploy will move on to 13. Derbyshire 179 for 2. They have out in the middle Derbyshire's 2 best batsmen on stats and everything else this season. Reese with his 1,000 runs, and of course Lewis Deploy with over 1,200 runs in the championship this season. 2nd division runs, which he'll be scoring again next year with Middlesex, as McIlroy bowls, and he clips that one into the leg side. I think there will only be one this time. There will. Deploy moves on to 14, and Derbyshire's lead is up to 329 at 180 for 2.
I was just mentioning to Nick, Dave, that I said often in the season, how often do you see anybody who's set over 320, 330 win a game?
Well, not often.
Very, very rarely. So I think
not often.
marginally, we reckon Derbyshire would be marginally favourites here. Perhaps more.
Strikes him on the pad, I think, shy at the stumps as well from Byram. In fact, it came off bat. So he does pick up another single, moves to 90, 181 for 2. Yeah, no, it doesn't happen. Leicestershire are the only side this season who've looked like doing that, and they chased down 399 or whatever it was at Yorkshire, and then almost got 499 against Sussex at Hove, where the home side did everything they could to try to stop them. Eventually did. Some legal, some not so legal, as that one has gone. Where's it gone? It's gone over the. It's gone leading edge over the head of James McIlroy, and up to mid-on by Lewis Deploy. He's picked up another single. He's moved on to 15, 182 for 2. Well, the skipper's out in the middle, so he's the decision maker.
I suspect the decision maker might be sitting on the balcony, though.
No, I don't think
counties
so.
now.
I don't think so.
No, Mr. Arthur.
They'll have had a discussion, but it's all down to Lewis. 182 for 2, and this one is flicked into the leg side by Lewis Reese. They've run one, not going to come back for a second, and Reese moves to 91 and pinches the strike. 183 for 2 at the end of that McIlroy over. 7 overs for 35 he's bowled.
This could be a day more than 350, because obviously he's been letting get the 9 runs, so that'll take it to 341. Possibly come in then. once Reese gets his 100? What do you think?
I've given up second-guessing Derbyshire, Ed, because yesterday I told you there will be no discussion, and there was no discussion. I'd say it's more down to the number of overs, really, isn't it? And there are plenty left at 79. They'll lose
Give
2.
themselves plenty of time.
I think they might. They might pull out at 12.
Yeah, which would be out of Glamorgan.
Or 10 past 12. Give themselves 10 minutes. 3 overs before lunch, and then have a real pop. Carlson begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Lewis Reese. So there's a slight misfield there, but they don't run on it.
Better not get you going 2 overs in the trot, and there's me going at 2:30. You'll be after me.
Don't worry about that. You do. You pull your weight, Edward. It's been noted.
184 for 2.
It's not much weight, but you pull it.
No, exactly.
You're a fairly slight
same
figure.
weight for all my life.
Remarkable. This one is clipped into the leg side by Lears Deploy. They've run 1.
It's called good living.
Yeah, absolutely. No, look after yourself. I might start doing it soon.
Well,
I don't know if it's too late.
not at away matches, perhaps. Then follow you up.
It's tricky. It is tricky.
Well, you can't sit in a hotel from 7 o'clock until midnight and rubbish on television.
Yeah, absolutely.
Completely mad.
Yeah, I would. Carlson bowls. There's a full toss. It's turned round the corner by Reese. He's absolutely missed out on that one, as he plays it straight to the man at short fine leg and admonishes himself as a result. He's on 92. 185.
I'm just a little disappointed these milestones haven't been mentioned over the tannoy.
I think there's probably only David Griffin and now me who he told that know about them, as he picks up another single. Backward
Well,
as
the
square.
scorer would know, wouldn't she?
They're a long way away from us, aren't they? I've had little contact with Jane over the course of the 4 days.
Griff will.
Yeah, potentially. She does a couple of laps of the ground most mornings. 186 for 2. Reese on to 93. Deploy on strike, goes back and just cuts this one out to the cover boundary where Dan Douthwaite's waiting. Picks up a single, moves to 17. Lead 336. 187 for 2. So Lewis Reese 7 away from what would be something fairly remarkable.
Second century against Glamorgan, yeah. In a
Second
season.
Second one here in a fourth.
Could be undefeated.
Well, his average against Glamorgan will be very impressive. As Carlson bowls, he gets a leading edge. That's good news for Alex Thompson.
Yeah.
As the ball goes out into the offside, he tried to turn it towards leg. Moves to 94. And pinches the strike, which is excellent news. He's 1 blow away. He hit a 6, didn't he?
No, is it a message?
A couple of overs before. I'm not sure whether Lears Deploy needs a message. He does change his gloves a lot. He really does change his gloves a lot, Lears Deploy, in the modern style, because they all change their gloves quite a lot, don't they? That 6 that he hit out to mid-wicket, and he just went over the fielder's head. Thought he might be about to perish, but it found its way over the rope.
They've had the refreshment, had a little word with the 12th man. He goes back to... what was this business we had last year? You've got to have a bib on before you come on. I think that's a fleece, isn't it?
Yes, he's got like a Derbyshire hoodie on. Mark Watt.
It'll be McIlroy to continue from the river end. Fielders scattered far and wide. As he comes in and bowls, and that's clipped down by Reese to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 95.
Yorkshire have been set 360 to beat Worcestershire at Headingley. Worcestershire declaring their second innings of 232 for 2.
Deploy then on 17. Waits as in comes McIlroy, and he comes charging down.
It's a strange field.
McIlroy in, and he dabs down on a Yorker length delivery down towards a third man, and they'll come back for a second. Stuttering a little applause for something I do not know.
No.
There's so many records been broken, I've given up.
Callaway replacing his divot down to our left.
James McIlroy in from the far end again, and bowls, and deploy goes down the pitch again. They cross for a single, and they'll come back for a second. The ball comes in there from Eddie Byram, who will be thinking of pads, bat and gloves, because quite shortly I fancy he'll be coming out to face the attack, because there won't be many runs score, I fancy. I don't know what you did, 342 now.
That's a healthy lead.
Yeah, 77 overs, take off 75 overs left now. As Deploy gets a single to the man at short mid-wicket. So there's one ball left, which he's not going to hit a six. I'll take the one ball. I leave it to you then.
I'm confident that he won't. Well,
If
reasonably
he
confident.
lifts his bat and huge.
They can replay one of the other centuries against Glamorgan, can't they? Nobody better tell the
three
difference
of us,
between any of them.
Let's see what he's going to do. No, he drives pleasantly and straight for 4 and takes him perfectly now for 99, as that is the end of the over. And the next voice you will hear will be Dave Fletcher.
Yes,
as they say.
As they do. 99. Yes, he's got 3 centuries this season already. Lewis Reese, remarkable. He will be, if he gets 4 centuries in the season, all 4 of them will have been against Glamorgan. He's very thankful that Glamorgan didn't get promoted. I would try and work out 471 runs before this, so it would be up to...
I interrupted Carlson and Reese having a word there. When you pulling in, said Carlson. I don't know.
Why don't you ask the lad at the other end? He's the skipper.
He's the skipper.
He's the skipper.
But he will have told you, says Carlson. This will be a tap to mid-wicket for 1.
Carlson bowls, and he guides it out to cover for 1. Ball hurled back in.
Now, normally they would pull all the fielders in for 1, so Carlson said, oh, the heck
They don't
with
seem
this.
bothered,
We've
really.
seen this.
Perhaps he said, are you going to declare when you get to your 100? And he said yes, and he said, right. I'll give him a
we'll
single,
give you
and here
that.
we go.
In we go. I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Ball is turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese, and there it is, the 4th century of the season, all of them against Glamorgan, and the 200 for Derbyshire. 100 off 112 deliveries. Pretty quick century, 7 4s and 3 6s.
Yeah, well played.
Already past 1,000 runs for the season in the championship in this innings. He gets a big hug from Reese Deploy.
Nice little tap on the back from Carlson too as he passed him.
And the lead is up to 349. It's been a nice innings from Lewis Reese. Just in time for the midday news. In comes Carlson again, bowls a full toss to Reese Deploy, who clips that out towards a straightish mid-wicket. Was that Billy Root down there? No, it's not. It's Al Hassan. Apologies.
Well, there's the 350.
There's no point in declaring partway through an
Mid-wicket.
over,
You
because you
missed,
might as well bat the next, because you lose that one as well, don't you?
Yeah.
So you might as well bat the next 5 balls. As Carlson is in, and Lewis Reese taps it out into the leg side. They run 1. They're thinking about a second. McIlroy gets there, though. And
Well,
restricted
I
to
cannot
1.
understand why the new ball isn't given to Lewis Reese in every game he plays against Glamorgan, because he'd take a 5-4.
Well, although he must surely be slightly tired after his batting exertions, as Carlson is in and bowls to Deploy, who clouts that out towards...
Well, did you see, there was a no turn. Did you see how that came off the pitch? Then it just bounced.
No, but Derbyshire got proper spinners. 203
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
300, no. Well, Alex Thompson is a recognised off-spinner. I know Kieran Carlson is a good spinner, but he's more of a batsman who spins the ball a bit.
But he doesn't bowl in this.
No.
Glamorgan, of course, haven't got a spinner. You believe it?
Reese has picked up 2 more out to cover. Moves on to 105, 207 for 2 at the end of the over. And Reese Deploy's wandering, but I don't think he's wandering towards the pavilion. So we carry on with 76 overs to go The lead is 354. Reese has 103. Deploy has 25, and it's taken him 20 deliveries to get those 25. Perhaps he fancies a half century in his final appearance for Derbyshire.
Well, that if he does, that'll knock the declaration on its head, I think. Because if you 370, 375 is not on. Would you agree?
I don't care, really.
No, I suppose not.
I don't, as I said, I don't try to second-guess Derbyshire declarations.
First ball of the next over by McIlroy. Now, when we were talking, I wasn't looking at the screen, but there was a shot there of the Derbyshire. There it is. I'm just seeing if he's got his pads on the next.
Well, that's Brooke Guest, so he's already batted.
Yeah, I don't know who's
sitting
with
next
him.
to Alex Hughes, who's one of the coaching staff.
Yeah.
No sign of anybody else, though.
Here's McIlroy. He's coming up again, and it's just pushed away for a single. And will they think of a second? No, they won't.
Mickey Arthur is currently sitting right at the back of the seats on the stand, just beyond the advertising boards, with
Griff.
with Mark Watt and David Lloyd.
Oh. What do you reckon, David?
Sorry, please.
Next year, all this will be yours, he's saying. Apart from deploy, obviously.
Next ball is clipped away, and that might, yes, it will be stopped by Douthwaite, just on the fine leg boundary. 207 for 208 for 2. 357 the lead. And umpire Lloyd is telling the batsman, please don't run down the pitch. The reason they do that is to make it more rough, of course. Yes, the camera now on the coach, next year's player, Lloyd. There's a big hit coming, and that's going to be 4. And on they go. I think this is already 361 out.
Well, I thought they might set them 360 and 60 overs, so we've got another 15 overs to bat yet. It'll be all right. Nobody scored a triple century for Derbyshire.
We've got Lloydie next year, mate. McIlroy bowls, and Deploy has played that up to mid-off for a single.
Alexander Guthrie's been in touch from Maryland.
367.
I can't really answer your questions because it's to do with the stream at Derbyshire, so that's entirely down to the club. And you couldn't have the T20 season starting before the championship, so due to the weather.
Next ball is clipped away for another single. And still they bat on. The lead is 363. Which, with all respect I've got for the Glamorgan batting order, I don't think that will be within their compass. And Lewis Deploy then, of course, can say, well, we'll have the fielders round the bat, and if you're going to defend and get a bit of turn, or you're going to have a painstaking afternoon and shake hands at 10 to 4, which I think might be...
I wouldn't be surprised if that happened anyway,
no.
Because they're not going to take 10 wickets on this pitch. Why? How will they?
Yeah, I think he's gone a bit too far. But there we are. He's there, facing Deploy. He's on 22. Here comes Carlson around the wicket and bowls. And he gets... Sorry, I've taken your thunder.
I like it when you do 2 in a row, Edward.
And they take 2 runs. 367 the lead.
You'd be wishing you hadn't when I disappear in a moment to do my update. But
no, I've been... the boss has let me off early today, so I shall do as much as I can. Carlson in bowls. Short, cut away. third man. And gets another single. $217 for 2. Carlson in, bowls just down the leg side, swept away for 4. And the score moves on to 221 for 2, and the lead is 370.
I'm going to take my laptop with me for the update, because I've got a feeling they might declare
He's
it.
waving, yeah, he's waving at the pavilion, yeah.
But he wants more gloves. That's the signal for more gloves
It
from...
must be a chart. He only had gloves 3 minutes ago.
No, that was Deploy had the gloves.
Is it?
Reese is having some gloves. Mickey Arthur's waving and with his thumb up on the
Come in.
balcony.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they're moving. I think this could be the last over. The coach has spoken.
excellent. We can stop speculating about when the declarations come in.
And it's the late Richie Bellows score. 2-2-2 for 2. Here's Carlson. Bowls. And this time Deploy hits it away to backward point.
Last knockings then of this Derbyshire innings before the Lord Mayor's show, if we get the Lord Mayor's show.
Well, I think it's too many, but there we are.
It's one more now as Reese knocks a single on the offside.
Yeah. That is it, as we thought. 2-2-4 for 2. Glamorgan will lead 374 to win this game. Nick Webb will tell us, do they have a chance?
Well, depends how hard they go for it. It is...
They haven't declared, Nick.
Oh, I thought they were wandering towards the dressing room. It's just Reese getting some a drink and some more gloves. This is already 5 and over, isn't it? As Andy Gorvin will come on to bowl. Yeah.
Oh, I think this is ultra defensive. They haven't won a game all season, Derbyshire, and well,
at the moment it would be 374 divided by 72, which is 5.2 already.
Out of the question.
Which is a long chase, a long chase for 373. Glamorgan might have a dash for it for 2 or 3 wickets, but I think Derbyshire
wouldn't bother.
Derbyshire are reducing their own chances by batting on, I feel.
Well, exactly. I don't know.
Reese on 116, Gorvin bowls, and he plays it back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Well, I saw the thumbs up there from Mickey Arthur. I thought, but perhaps he said, carry on.
Slightly disappointing.
I'm afraid so.
In terms of the chances of
I suppose some
a positive result. Derbyshire may yet do it, but their bowlers will have to work blooming hard to get 10 wickets as Reese drives up to long off for a single if the batters are not going for the best part of a runner ball.
Now, if this is a case of who gains promotion, Derbyshire or Glamorgan, you'd say, yeah, excellent, bat on till mid-afternoon. But when you've got a side near the bottom and a side in mid-table...
Gorvin bowls, Deploy down the wicket, plays it into the offside, and they'll get a single to deep cover. Emyr Evans taking umbrage at Derbyshire's tactics. What a shambles of a morning. Derbyshire, no desire to do anything. Steve West, the point of this is...
They'll turn around and say, well, Glamorgan put us into bat and we should dictate from here. Well,
as Reese plays it back towards Gorvin, but he eludes him, and they'll take up a single up to Ingram.
Well, 20 minutes ago, Dave was saying, I thought it was quite laughable, and he did, well, perhaps, and he was about 13 then, perhaps he wants 50. Deploy in his last game for Derby, and I said, no, well, that would be quite ridiculous. He's 32.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got other milestones to remember in his career with Derbyshire. As Gorvin is into deploy, comes down the wicket and hits him firmly up towards long on. He'll get 4 runs as Ingram can't get across in time.
It's going to be 400, Nick.
7 off the over. The lead is 380. This is getting somewhat demanding. We will see whether Dave Fletcher agrees with us when he arrives
couldn't care
back.
less, he told me. Yeah, I said, well, what do you think of that? I just couldn't care less. Let them bat on and shake hands.
Well, Derbyshire obviously
Derbyshire
looking
win this
for a
game, they'll say,
declaration.
there we are.
Yeah, absolutely. They might make us eat our words.
It'll make a good afternoon for you, Nick, but I suspect it might be the other way.
How quickly can you get back from the doctors?
It's the chiropractor, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's driven up to long off by Duploy for a single. 3-8-1 is the lead. 232 for 2. Sussex have beaten Gloucestershire by a mammoth 339 runs. Gloucestershire bowled out for 173 despite an unbeaten 67 from Van Buren. 3 wickets each for the opening bowlers Curry and Hunt. Sussex were level with Glamorgan the start of this round of matches, so that means that Sussex will finish ahead of Glamorgan. Leicestershire were 9 points ahead of Glamorgan. They picked up just a couple of bonus points. But that's, even if Leicestershire lose, which they're going to, they're 66 for 6. Still 248 behind. Leicestershire are likely to lose, but unless Glamorgan win, then Glamorgan will finish a point or 2 behind Leicestershire. So Glamorgan likely to finish 5th in the table, which is a bit of an anticlimactic ending. There's
Just
no
to
play
interrupt
going on.
you,
Yeah.
Look what's going on here now. Glamorgan have decided, yeah, okay, it's time for drinks, an hour is gone, we'll take drinks. The 2 batsmen are there in the middle of the pitch talking to the umpires. The unacceptable face of county cricket is a phrase which is often used, and I think I can describe this as this being it. A glorious day, last day of the season.
Well, I think Glamorgan are making a point here, aren't they?
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
If you don't want to play seriously, then neither do we. Yeah. Umpire Lloyd is wandering across to say,
hurry up.
You've had it long enough to rehydrate, but
I don't think
it's disappointing.
Deploy's mind.
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
A slow hand clap breaks out.
Yeah.
Both of the supporters are slow.
Oh, this is poor cricket.
Well, there seems a degree of disillusionment in Glamorgan ranks.
What's he playing at? Does he want 50, surely?
70 overs maximum for Derbyshire to bowl Glamorgan out, and for Glamorgan to score 382 as things stand, which is 5.6 something and over already. It looks as though Deploy wants to sack Glamorgan a run a ball, 6 and over. I don't know how they might yet have a go for a couple of wickets, but it could be something of an anticlimax.
Right. Oh, sorry. Wake me up.
Should we have some commentary?
Well, if you
eventually.
like. Eventually. They are now ready to carry on as Carlson will continue to bowl to Deploy on 37, who now takes fresh guard. I've heard the old slow count clap for many, many years.
Barely audible, to be fair.
Single. 1 run, which is academic.
2-3-3 for 2, maximum 70 overs, or at least 70 overs, I suppose. But the light and rain are not going to be a problem today, but the game running out of time might be.
When Dave saw him going something like that, I thought.
Yeah, it looked
Or
as though
put his
Mickey
thumbs up, was it?
The thumbs up seemed to
Carry on,
thought would be
yeah.
enough, but it was a carry on signal.
It's a dot ball.
Well, we can get Dr. Hignell working in the Glamorgan stats to see if anyone has scored 4 centuries against Glamorgan in a championship season. Anything potentially spring to mind from you, Edward, from your many years on the circuit as to players who've scored big against Glamorgan in both matches?
There was an opening batsman for Kent, whose name escapes me. He went on to play for Leicestershire. He always seemed to get hundreds. Now, his name escapes me. What was his name?
Single taken out towards deep point by
Very
Reese.
aggressive player, right-hander.
119 for Reese. Glamorgan are now slowing the game down deliberately
this is
in,
awful.
I suspect, a protest. A protest.
Oh, what's going on now? The 2 umpires.
Are they complaining about the ball?
Morgan points for slowing the game down.
The umpires coming together.
I don't think, I don't know, there's something.
Yeah, it's a ball check.
It probably won't be changed, just.
It's a ball check.
No, the
It's
players,
stuck through the
oh, they're
handcuffs.
going to declare.
Well, they've walked off.
Fed up with all this nonsense.
Well,
dear.
that is very strange. 234 for 2. The target is 384, and Glamorgan will have 70 overs in which to do it. Edward, perhaps you could sling the headphones over to Dave Fletcher, and we'll get a comment on it from a Derbyshire point of view before we take a brief break. Dave Fletcher can give some views once we've got ourselves untangled. Dave, thoughts?
Yeah, well, once Glamorgan started to slow it down, there was no point in carrying on, was there? But I thought they were poor tactics from the home side, really, just to try to eke out some time from the game, but it won't, because it's down to overs, isn't it? So no, I think that's perfectly fine. I haven't got a problem with the declaration. Might have come a bit earlier. Derbyshire haven't won a game this season, so they've forgotten how to win. I think nobody should forget that. And game on. They're going to have 10 minutes. I thought they might have had 15 or 20 before lunch at Glamorgan, but they're going to have 10 minutes at Glamorgan. I don't think we'll see much of the quicks, and it'll be down to Alex Thompson, to Mitch Wagstaff, and potentially even Lears to deploy himself with his left arm spin to see if they can force the victory, which when they won here in 2017, it was Hamadullah Kadri spun them to victory. So yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
There we are. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes' time with Glamorgan having been set 384 in 70 overs.
So Derbyshire's second innings total, 234 for 2 declared. There were 13 extras in that total, comprising 7 byes and 6 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Gooten, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 34. Jamie McElroy, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 54. Kieran Carlson, 14.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 55. Eddie Byram, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 36. James Harris, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 40. And Andy Gorgon bowled 1 over for 8 runs. To open the batting in Glamorgan's second innings, Zain Ul Hassan and Eddie Byram. And to open the bowling for Derbyshire at the river end, Sam Connors.
Welcome back here on BBC Sport Online with Glamorgan facing a target of 384 to win in 70 overs at 5.48 runs per over. Glamorgan have stuck with their usual opening batters of Zain Ul Hassan and Eddie Byram. Thought that if they were going to go for a target, they might possibly change that combination.
Too stiff the target, though, Nick. You've already said it.
Yeah, I fear so.
On a pitch which would be good for about 12-day cricket, I fancy. 3 slips in place for Sam Connors, who is in and bowls to Ul Hassan, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And we are underway with Matt Lamb under the helmet at second slip due to the slowness of this pitch. First slip is Harry Kane, second Leas Deploy. And his Dahl at backward point as usual. Pat Brown in the covers. Mitch Wagstaff at mid-off, Lewis Reese at mid-on. Alex Thompson warming up at mid-wicket, which is usually a sign that he's going to bowl. And Zach Chappell down at long leg as Connors is in again around the wicket and bowls and beats the edge of Ul Hassan's bat. Excellent delivery, doing all sorts out there. They won't need 70 overs. So 384 of the target, notionally. And we will get probably 2 overs in after this one, as the clock ticks around to 12:20. And in comes Connors again. Bowls. Ul Hassan leaves this one alone outside the off stump. And it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest, one of the wickets to fall this morning. The 2 wickets to fall, which I think tells you all you need to know about the chances of taking 10 in 2 sessions. He made 7. Harry Kane out for 57. Lewis Reese 119 not out at the declaration at 234 for 2. And Leas Deploy on 38. As Ul Hassan waits and bowls, and he plays a very nice shot, brilliantly fielded by Anuj Dahl at backward point. That one had 4 written all over it. A little bit short, a little bit wide from Sam Connors, and Anuj Dahl saves a boundary, and he's going to get the congratulations of his skipper now. He jogs across and gives him a low 5 in the modern manner. Still to get off the mark, Glamorgan.
A choice. Your
as Connors a choice for lunch. Wow. Connors bowls. Can't get to lunch soon enough, as this one is played to backward point by Ul Hassan, and there is no run.
Take it or leave it. That's the choice.
Yes. No, I'm sure it will be splendid.
As our parents used to say back in the day, there's your choice, take it or leave it.
Supporters basking in the September sunshine. I can't imagine it's massively warm out there. As Connors is in, bowls to Ul Hassan, who pulls his bat inside the line of that one, and removing his cap immediately is Alex Thompson. So we're going to see spin with the new ball from Derbyshire.
Well, he's a tall fella, isn't he? So he should get a bit of bounce with the hard new ball.
I've said all along, much rests on him. Potentially Mitch Wagstaff, and to a degree Leas Deploy. Even said that to Leas last night. And confirmation that Alex Thompson is indeed going to bowl the first over from the Cathedral Road end.
That's quite some record, isn't it, Lewis Reese? 4 centuries against the same opposition, the first ever.
Yes.
So, bit to talk about, even if this game were to peter out. Hopefully it won't, and there will be a chance of either or both sides winning. Thompson to bowl from the Cathedral Road end to Eddie Byram. He's got a slip and a short leg, and Byram is playing this ball into the offside. And Glamorgan are up and running. A mere 383 needed to win in 68.5 overs.
Drew Walker has sent me a tweet which I shall read out in a moment.
Thompson in, bowls to Ul Hassan, who leaves.
Wicket not conducive to taking 10 wickets, so the only scope for doing so is to make Glamorgan chase hard. A stiff target, he says, recalls similar games when teams including Derbyshire at Hove nearly won because of a docile day 4 pitch. I'd have set, he says.
Thompson into Ul Hassan, defends.
400 in 65 overs. However, the Ryder Cup's on, so and ... So that's pretty much the only tweet, apart from Emir Evans, which I disagree with entirely, which you read out earlier. That's the only message I've had on the declaration.
Thompson bowls, Ul Hassan drives into the offside, and he too is off the mark with a single. Edward will go and weigh up the merits of pork and chicken before he returns for his intensive early afternoon session on the microphone. And Thompson loses his run up.
Good effort. Chris Bridden asking if Reese has become a better batter since he reduced his bowling load. Probably.
Thompson bowls, Byram blocks.
But he still regards himself as an all-rounder and still wants to open the batting and would like to open the bowling as well. He's the kind of cricketer who just wants to be involved all the time.
Has he reduced his bowling because of injury, or?
He did pick up an injury, but not necessarily now.
As that's played away on the offside and well fielded by Wagstaff at backward point. 2 on the Glamorgan scoreboard.
Well, they're just chewing up overs here, aren't they? They're never going to get these runs if they bat like this. Sam Connors to continue from the River Taff end. He's had all sorts of injuries over the years. Lewis Reese, he pretty much lives with a limp.
Don't we all?
Yes.
But he's 30 years younger.
Well, quite. He's down a little on pace, I would respectfully suggest. Connors around the wicket, bowls to Ul Hassan, who pushes this one up to mid-off. And there's no run. Huge applause from Harry Kane. In conversation with Leas Deploy in the 3-man slip cordon.
Well, at least we've got Reese's records to talk about, even if the worst happens and we have nothing in the way of a chase or a tumble of wickets.
2 without loss, Glamorgan. We're in the 3rd over. That one's down the leg side from Sam Connors, and Hassan tried to flick at it in the general direction, really, as much as anything, and the ball goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. It's a remarkable batting feat from Lewis Reese. And David Griffin informs us is the first player to score 400s for one county against another county in the same season. And he doesn't normally get stuff like that wrong, as this next delivery is guided down to backward point by Ul Hassan, fielded by Anuj Dal.
Meanwhile, our colleagues in Italy have spotted, watching the Ryder Cup together, Novak Djokovic and Gareth Bale.
No.
It's quite a bit of sporting stardom in that pair of fans.
It's 2 private jets that have landed somewhere near Rome then in the past 24 hours. Actually, Bale's been there a while, hasn't he? Played in the Pro-Am event. As Connors bowls to Ul Hassan, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Anuj Dal once again.
Gareth Bale has been seen on public transport.
I don't doubt it.
My wife spotted him on the on Cardiff station just before coming down for a Wales game.
Excellent.
When he was playing with the Hotspurs, presumably.
Yes, yes, the Hotspurs. What do why people you put an S on it, don't you? As this next one, there isn't one. As that one is left alone outside the off stump, named after Harry.
Absolutely.
From the Shakespearean play, one of them. Which one was that? Was that Henry V? Harry Hotspur?
No idea.
You know what I'm going to do now?
Look it up.
Oh yes.
Google it, Mr. Google. Yeah. Similarly, before a recent Wales career international here, Ben Davies of Wales and his Korean colleague from Spurs were spotted on the same train together here.
Well, next delivery is driven straight down the ground by Ul Hassan. That is a nice shot, overpitched from Sam Connors, and driven to the on-side of the stumps at the far end of the ground for 4. The first boundary of the Glamorgan innings there, 6 without loss after 3. Harry Hotspur. Thank you. Oh, don't take your food.
Don't take your food out into the middle.
No, don't take any food out there.
No
That would
food.
be disastrous if you took food out there.
It's all right. We're no danger of hurling our pork bellies or
There isn't.
roast chicken out into the middle. In a protest of some nature.
14th century, Henry Percy was known as Harry Hotspur.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know which.
6 for naught. Run rate required now 5.64, which is usefully on our screens as that's cut by Byram down towards backward point. Fielded by, I think, Potts. No, Brown. Apologies, wrong 6. There's a proliferation of sun hats in Derbyshire ranks.
Yeah, I don't like
4 players on the offside are wearing sun hats and none on the leg side. As back on his stumps goes Ul Hassan and plays to one of that sun-hatted quartet, Mitch Wagstaff at backward point. 7 without loss, 4 deliveries to come until the lunch interval, or fewer should a wicket fall.
Ludicrously.
Yeah, quite. Second slip is added to the infielders, but Ul Hassan is given the chance to drive to mid-on and wander through for a single. Alex Thompson, who kind of opened the bowling hugely often for Derbyshire.
I don't recall it happening too often, if at all.
But it is a fairly obvious move as second slip becomes silly point. Thompson bowls and Byram cuts into the ground, but straight to slip. There's no run. 2 balls until the lunch interval here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan having made a unilateral declaration yesterday, and Derbyshire accepting eventually as the chance to declare, as Byram drives straight to Silly Point, into Silly Point, and he might have had a bang there.
Deploy.
There's the skipper in doing the dirty work himself. Where's the kids when you need him to get in the firing line? Les Duploy in his last afternoon as a Derbyshire player. And Byram pushes forward somewhat uncertainly and is beaten by that one, but remains not out as he turns, and Glamorgan, after 4 overs, 8 without loss, needing a further 376 runs off 66 overs, possibly at 5.7 runs per over. We shall see what the afternoon session holds. We'll be back at 1:10.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship, which, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are in their final day. We'll start at Chesterley Street, where, following on, Leicestershire are 100 for 8. That's against Durham, with Leicestershire still trailing by 214 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire are 25 for 1. They require a further 335 to beat Worcestershire. That's after Worcestershire declared on 232 for 2. At Trent Bridge, Middlesex are 177 for 5. So they're leading Nottinghamshire by 159 runs with 5 second innings wickets remaining. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, lunchtime sees Lancashire on 226 for 5. Lancashire leading Kent by 59 runs with 5 second innings wickets remaining. If you're seeking a score sheet for this match, they are available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2023 Glamorgan Yearbook. You can also buy one and much, much more from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports, and situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until around about 5 o'clock this evening, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including Glamorgan replica kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. Food and drink can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castec house stand. Snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open once again today, situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. There are also a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are available for purchase in the museum. The museum will be open today until the end of the tea interval. Tea today is timed at 3:10. Finally, Glamorgan Cricket would like to welcome everyone here today to Sapphire Gardens. We stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport, and we will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. We are also dedicated to raising the game, and here at Glamorgan Cricket you can report any issue or concern in strictest confidence by alerting your nearest steward. Thank you very much, diolch yn fawr iawn, for helping us to raise the game and to call out any form of discrimination.
umpire went over and tried to check. Or she. Yeah. It was a very earnest conversation. I would have thought is that one of the conversations when the ocean stopped. But the umpire got the right to say, no, clear off. Yes, sir. I don't know whether they have before they clear, but certainly I've been limited over because through time. Were you at the meeting last night? No. I'm not one of those tricky. But it was only about 5 were against them. Eight were against them. It was a spoiled paper, one spoiled paper. It was held to ransom. You want a club? Vote this way. Oh, well, exactly. For your information, Gareth is not here because his wife was pregnant. In our hospital. My understanding is it's like David is. I've never heard this before. He's going to hospital again today and the doctor's going to live this time. Mike gave me a call on Sunday. He sounded fine, reading between the lines. About a month ago he had a soul at home. He got something on an hour cover that had a wooden weight on the top of it. He stepped on it. He fell over, hit his head and broke some ribs. At the time he was scheduled to go and have a biopsy and nasty things that were in his lungs, and they were going to go right through where the broken ribs were, so they couldn't. That appointment has now been rescheduled. He's driving his car locally. He feels a bit worried about what he wants here. I said, will you see me this week? He tried to be as nice as quiet about it. Bottom line is, he just said no. I'm not up to it. Mentioned again the 7th of November. You'll get the news because I can't go on the 9th. And we'll make a note of it. I'll see, he said. We'll keep up. I got it in my diary. I thought it was October. Gareth is 75. Following exactly 9 months between them. So we went to Swans on the February. That's right, so Gareth is the same. We're able to get the full story from Gareth and his daughter's appearance and Scott Snowden on the marathon. That being accelerated. But she's the doctor, isn't she? And what like that? I know she's a magistrate. But the actual wedding is a low-key affair. On card baby. And then the big Then the big wedding do is it that you room in the hotel. Oh yeah, that's the following week. 200 plus. 200 plus. We went in at the club. 200 plus. He's not friends about. We might not have God. I'm sure it's a family. There might be a bit. this side of the bridge. What is it? No, no. It's opposite. It's more or less going down the left. Yeah. It's on the other side. This side of the river. Children. No.
The other one is the village.
Yes. Thank you.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Do I have the right woman?
Yes. My son came over and he said, "Oh, I'll try and work out like the tree. Yeah. So we've given him the how he said, "Oh, like it'll be quite simple. Just go down." I'll tell him.
There's a lot of stuff. I kept it short and simple because I thought, I don't want to go any further. It's the wrong woman.
Yeah. But it is. It is absolutely
Right. Well, how many families do you know then that have children and they have daughters 24 years apart and they give them the same name? That's why I'm deeply suspicious.
Yeah.
What was it? Rosemary's mother was what? Is it Rosina?
Rosina.
Right. Rosina was born in 1896, allegedly to
Yeah.
somebody Ellis and William somebody.
Yeah. The thing on that, when you told me, I met Toby, I knew one of our circle of friends when I was 15 in that situation. We found out the woman she thought was sister was her mother. Grandmother was, she got embroiled with a GI, American GI.
My feeling with my feeling with Noel is that your wife has no Irish blood in her. The connection with Rosemary O'Donnell, I suspect, is through your wife's mother's brother Charles. I didn't bother researching it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pick up a lot of I've got the right one, I might pick up some but I'm really going to
I'll tell you, I'll ask Sue.
I'm getting completely bad.
Yeah, I'll ask Sue. Gerald was good. I know she had
Well,
a brother called Gerald.
Rosina had a brother Charles.
Ah, right.
We've got to go
Going
back a
back.
generation.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Rosina had a brother Charles. It seems quite likely to me that they definitely have the same mother and possibly the same father.
Yeah.
But I doubt the name of either the mother or the father on the birth as to when your I gotta be careful because there's two Rosinas.
Yeah.
When your wife's mother was born, her mother was 46. Charles was born 3 years later, which he would have been 49.
Yeah.
And one of the trees I was looking at put in details of the birth certificate. And the birth certificate that Miss Williams proposed clearly say that the parents were the Ellis and the other one,
Yeah.
they were both born circa 1840.
Yeah.
Now there's two trees on Ancestry that have this sort of family. They're both got mistake to it.
Yeah.
The elder Rosina, who was born I think in 1872, she married somebody called Vaughan. So the one tree has got Rosina Ellis Vaughan marrying John Shannon. Marrying Wright. Because the Rosina Ellis who married John Shannon was the younger Rosina, younger by 20 odd years.
Yeah.
So you can imagine my head is going round in circles at this time. And I thought, right, I'll give him what I know is fact. Like the bits I saw in the census and the addresses. And I don't know whether the 1939 register was shown prior to the war.
Yeah.
War.
Yeah.
And that clearly gives your mother's, your wife's grandparents, Shannon and his wife, it doesn't, children are blanked out.
Yeah.
Because when they published it, it would have been in within 100 years of the register coming out. So they don't release anything until they know for a fact they're dead. Once they're dead, it goes on. So if you find somebody on the 1939 register, you know they're dead.
Yeah.
So then it's been helpful with your death record. So obviously, it's sometimes a year. So that's why I said it's almost certainly Rosina Jr. and Brother Charles. No, it's actually also certainly Rosemary and what's her name, sister? I think.
I know there was a Rosina and a Rosemary.
Yeah,
which is
Rosemary
the
and
one.
sister.
Yeah.
And neither of them appear to have been married. Now I got to find out.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know whether they lived together, but I'm guessing they did. Or if they were in a slight snag there. But it appears to me that the sister died in Salisbury. That's the only public birth I could find. I'll get round to it.
But you solved one with the butter cheese.
Oh, that was Logan, was it?
Well, I know that strangely enough, when Sue's cousin came over, he's just mentioned about the born in it, and her name was butter cheese. So I said, how did that fall? Where was she then? And Sue said, and I think I can remember her mum saying she was a cousin. So the butter cheese one was really good information. So I said, here we are, look, you got, this is where it is.
I'll say if you have a child was born in 1896 and her surname should be Shannon. No, Ellis. Think after, because allegedly her father was named Ellis. When you get the 1901 census, she appears on the census with Lane
It was a different name. Yeah.
as a daughter, when she clearly isn't.
Yeah.
And she appeared in the same family in 1911. That's right, because Buster gave married a Lane.
That's right.
I think it was Lane. She appears as a daughter, when she clearly isn't. If you get to 1921, she appears under her proper name as a stepdaughter. And she actually isn't even a stepdaughter either, but she's not a daughter. What would she be to Sue? She would be a niece, wouldn't she?
Sue would be.
Well, because in theory, Sue was a sister of Rosina the Elder, who then got herself pregnant allegedly in Bristol. I wonder now whether she was sent to Bristol. It occurred to me after I had checked the first. All very weird. And there is a tree with pictures of the elder Rosina on it.
Oh.
Were you able to identify any of the relatives on that big picture? Sorry, the picture with lots of people on it.
I couldn't.
No, okay.
Because I said to obviously the two big ones. She didn't know them. So then she saw that one, remember.
When they were all in ball gowns.
That's right, yeah. And she didn't recognise them. Yeah.
Well,
Because this is, just to let you know, Sue had a letter in finance, which was really good.
they were one of the companies on.
That's Yeah, yeah. Very recently, where the solicitors who are sent to that room said, taking off the commission fees, it could be circa £2,062 for one of the three people. I work with that. Well, somebody left in the will. No, no, they died out with the will. Oh, they were. Ah, no, that. No, yeah. So, instead of real estate, one, this is my first they don't respect what they got to do is find on the language. Because they only found certain ones. The 2,000 odd that one is then split between the other 31. Yeah. I gave you a black and white picture of the deceased. Yeah. There is a colorized picture. Yeah. All of these are pictures of frozen trees. Yeah. Yeah. There's only 2 family trees on. There are 2 others, but they're not public. Yeah. If you want to cut, I'll tell you. I've shown you there are 2 trees. I can contact the tree holder. Yeah. If you felt you wanted to, and you were to write something out with it with your words, I would write to them via Ancestry, yeah, and say who I was and why I was doing it. And if you might want to do it, you could put your own individual contact details in there if you felt so like it. I did attempt to try to find Louise Sweet in Bristol by other methods. Amazingly, there were few of them about. And of course, when you don't know anything about I thought I identified one, and then realised somewhere along the line, the date of wedding, I found a wedding in Chickasaw's Creek, but there were possibly some children, and it didn't turn into something bad, and so on going over. Yeah. The other boat, so she was between 40 and 49, she said, and there was a picture of her. And the other boat uses an envelope, yeah, like Z4, Checker 5, whatever it is. Yeah. But he does live in Wales, and he makes a couple of big little weeklies in there. Then I could. How are you? Hey. I gotta get this drink a sec. I'll be back. I know. You're doing well coming now. I didn't. Martin, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, he's been on the last thing. So. Yes, and I gave him a ticket to run it. Oh, did you? Really got all the tickets to all of them, and we went to another one. Oh. I think we'll keep going in. When we did it, well, the different parts of it. Yeah, it's really important. Interesting about family history. Done my DNA. You get all your DNA matches. My mother was Campbell. My brother was Alice. Lots of Campbell, particularly in Chicago. Listen. And get on family tree, and I was like, where's the Irish connection? And I can find out that Campbell have been in the States since at least about 1803. So I'm thinking, well, maybe the connection is not Campbell. Yeah. Is it somebody else? Or did I got a hang on? Grandfather was Edward, great grandfather, great grandfather was allegedly, and there's no information to back this up, somebody called Darby Campbell. Did he have brothers that came from America the other day? So you go on and the good thing about Ancestry is it tells you when the person.
Victories by the English football team. And finally, in cricket, it's the final day of Glamorgan's last match of the season in the Test Championship, Weathers at their games against Derbyshire and Italy from Sapphire Gardens for now with the latest.
Glamorgan 8 for naught after lunch, chasing a target of 384 in 70 overs after Derbyshire's declaration, which set a demanding chase for the home side. Glamorgan looked to open the game up by declaring yesterday. Derbyshire responded today, reaching 234 for 2. Lewis Reese hitting his 400 of the season against Glamorgan, the first time that's ever happened in the county game. We wait to see how hard Glamorgan will try to get a final day victory, set a demanding 384 to win. Their 8 for naught play resumes at 10 past.
I would have thought so. Nothing on it. What I do is, no doubt you could, well, I can give it to you. If I find out what your address is, you may be giving it. Then I go on street view, see what happens. When I have to contact somebody,
Someone gave me his business card. I asked him for his business card. So today I had a look. He lives at 5/1.
I had a nice relative in Cardiff, and I tried all over our route. She was the last one I wanted to find out. She was 90.
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, I like that. For a 91-year-old lady, I don't do it. Even if it's 99. Anyway, I ended up writing to her. Before I knew it, I went on Google Street View. I found out what the date of the photographs were. Some of them were 7 or 8, 10 years old.
Yeah.
But this was within the 12 months of being inherited, and it was a house in excellent order. So I thought, possibly she's got family out there. Sent me her double until maybe 10 months later to her husband. They received it. And unfortunately, at the time they received it, I
Oh,
he was young, but
yeah.
and they had children in the house with them.
Yeah.
But it was only because I found the house was in good order.
Yeah.
I thought, this is not a derelict house.
No.
This is in a good area.
Yeah.
So somebody is looking after the house there.
No. I'm going to go back now.
Well, at least I'm glad I had the right woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talking of completely ditching the subject, talking of the South Wales artist, could you explain why the scandal of your postman thing is now all over Wales online, but the artist hasn't treated it at all?
It's probably because they have been photographed.
And I wonder why. I thought there was freedom of the press.
There is indeed.
Well, Ron, I've got to be honest, the wicket is so flat, mate.
Yeah.
If you give him anything less than 5 and over, you know,
5.7 more, isn't it?
5.5. So,
Someone
I
described
think it was 2 up.
like pudding.
Yeah.
You throw your name in the hat and cheated Rick's job? And you probably haven't got the bag in front of you. I've no doubt you've got strong opinions on which you've not been. Well, the first one to come up with that, most people say, first and foremost, not anybody who's any connection with the morning.
Well, where would we start, wouldn't it? Where would we start?
Yeah.
Make sure the lid is firmly on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's
Absolutely.
removed.
I
You only let it happen once.
Yeah, that's it. I was down in Somerset once and it wasn't on properly. And yeah. I can't be
You've got all the goals. If you lose a few wickets, then you've got to
They don't have to worry, Derby will just
Well, very good afternoon to you from Sapphire Gardens, the final but one session of the 2023 season, as we, in a few minutes, starting the after lunch session with Glamorgan, who've been set the formidable task of scoring 384 to win from a minimum of 70 overs, 8 without loss, 6 to Zain ul Hassan, and Eddie Byram is not out too. So 66 overs left. I think Dave Fletcher and I and Nick Webb have agreed that you would say, Fletch, cut me down if I'm wrong, 90% draw. I would go 25% possibly for a Derby win, and my own home county, I would knock in more than about 15%. Am I right?
I think you've got 130% there, Edward. But I think
but you know my maths.
I would say that the draw is the firm favourite. I've just seen Zach Chappell warming up as well, so it looks as though we might not get spin to start with at the Cathedral Road end, but it's Sam Connors who's going to kick us off from the River Taff end with Glamorgan on 8 without loss, and the first delivery is down the leg side. Ul Hassan tries to flick it away but fails to make contact, and it's through to Brooke Guess.
The only thing I would say here, Dave, is, and I've seen it so many times when everybody says, yeah, all of a sudden you've got the batsmen have got in the back of their mind, I must not get out, I must not get out, and you play some indeterminate, nervous shots, and you nick one to slip by the keeper, and panic sets in.
Connors in again. Ul Hassan defends up to Lewis Reese at mid-on. What I was thinking as well, they put the heavy roller on for the final innings, and that was 10 minutes before lunch. Well, we had those 10 minutes in which not an awful lot happened, in fairness, and the whole of the lunch break for the effects of that heavy roller to slightly wear off a bit. I mean,
as you say, I don't think it will. And we didn't see anything from the couple of overs that Thompson bowled before.
No.
Anyway.
Ban the heavy roller. Connors in again and bowls, and Ul Hassan clips that away for 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. Nice shot off his hips. Alex Thompson just jogs gently after the ball, after it had gone over the boundary rope. So the vast expanse of grass beyond the boundary rope in front of the big grandstand. And Zach Chappell continues to warm up. Glamorgan 12 without loss.
Rather an ambitious field for Connors. 3 slips on this slow pitch, but you've got to try and take wickets. So runs, I don't think, matter a great deal to Derbyshire. 380 is really a huge target to get. It's now down to 371.
Yeah, it's at 5.7 and over. As Connors is in again to Ul Hassan, who defends this one.
If you've just tuned in, the morning session, well, all sorts of record, which I can't possibly go through. I'll leave that to Dave when he's doing his commentary. But Lewis Reese got yet another 100 against Glamorgan. 119 not out. Harry Kane made 57. Lewis Deploy 38. There were some farcical scenes towards the end with Derbyshire going on and Glamorgan trying to slow things down. And in the end, it was quite a tedious watch.
Connors' ball strikes the pad after bat, possibly, or is it just pad? I think it's just pad, actually.
I think it was a pad.
Yeah, out into the leg side, leg by signalled. Yes, Lewis Reese has become the first player to score 400s for one county against another county in the same season in the history of cricket, which is remarkable because it goes back to the 19th century. So that is fairly bizarre. He also has the highest average of a Derbyshire player at the end of a season. Of anyone who's scored 1,000 or more first-class runs. He's averaging 87. Lewis Deploy this season averaging 82. As Byram waits, Connors bowls to him, and he's appealing for leg before wicket here. It was quite an aggressive shot from Eddie Byram. Might just have tickled the pad on the way through. It was
we will have a look.
A biggish appeal from Sam Connors. I don't think it hit the bat. Oof, I'll tell you what, probably hit him outside the line.
I don't know about that.
Which would be a good reason for turning it down. He's bowling around the wicket. Well, no, perhaps it was sliding down.
Sliding, I think,
Yeah,
rather than
sliding down.
Yeah.
And Graham Lloyd unimpressed. Also, the 7th successive half-century, Lewis Reese, becomes the... Well, he's done it for the 2nd time. Players who've also done it twice in the history of cricket, and it's a very small group of individuals. There are 10 players who've done it 2 or more times. Tom Hayward, Len Hutton, George Tilsley, Dilip Vengsarkar, C.B. Fry, Bobby Simpson and Bill Edrich have all done it twice. Wally Hammond did it 3 times, and the Don did it 4 times.
Zach Chappell is to share the new ball as the first ball comes into Ul Hassan, who plays defensively on the offside. I saw... How many of those did I saw certainly Bobby Simpson play, of that 10.
Bill no,
I didn't see Bill Edrich play. I didn't see...
doing you a disservice, Edward, I'm sorry.
I didn't see Tom Hayward or any of those, or Andrew Sinji or...
Len Hutton.
No, I didn't see him in
Dilip Vengsarkar?
Probably I saw him not in, on the ground, but in flesh or whatever. I've seen Lewis Reese play.
Yeah, a lot.
And ball there meets the outside edge of Hassan's bat and goes through to the wicket-keeper. And what do they say? Records are made to be broken.
Yes, indeed. It's only the 79th time in Derbyshire's history that they've... and there have been 2,869 matches that Derbyshire have declared twice in a match.
You've done your...
Yeah,
I know who's behind.
I'm reading these straight off David Griffin's Twitter account. It's the first time against Glamorgan since 1972 at Derby.
As Chappell runs away from us, comes in and bowls and left.
They did it at Sussex last year or the year before, last year probably, and lost, which was the first time in their history they declared twice in a game and lost. So that wasn't good.
I remember being on an England tour and it was raining and people said, let's have your list of 6 or 7 of the most aesthetic batsmen. In other words, the batsmen you have loved to watch and would watch all day. And this ball is, not a nice shot at all. Ul Hassan goes after that, tries to drive it, lucky not to get a nick on. That's the sort of thing you've got to watch. And one of them on my little list was a Derbyshire player.
Oh.
Think. I saw him get 100 at Chesterfield.
So not Alan Hill then?
Wasn't bad, no. I'm afraid it wasn't, no.
Slightly more belligerent batsman.
You'll get it when I give you a little clue now as Chappell comes in. He's over the wicket now and leaves outside the off stump.
Not Dominic.
No. His surname starts with a capital A.
Chris Adams?
No.
I hate things like this.
I'm
not as steeped in
I'll
Derbyshire
give you
history
the
as
answer,
I might be.
Yeah, Azharuddin.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I don't know if we ever saw him play.
Only on television.
He was a wonderful, wonderful player. So, and you used to think, I could watch him all day. Chappell bowls. He's bowling in a good over here. He's beaten the bat twice. That's the end of a maiden. He remains at 13 without loss. Tom Graveney I watched when I was a kid, and people like that. My old dad, and there's a name there, and when I was growing up, and mad cricket, and I'd say to him, who was the best? There's only one for me, he said, son, there's only one. And you've just mentioned him there, Walter Hammond.
Yeah.
If you look at his record, he's quite outstanding, not on so much on the batting front, but he used to bowl quickish. He took lots and lots of wickets and caught flies that slip. If you look at his record, if you've got a couple of minutes one day, hey, what's that fool at Cardiff talking about? And I look it up, Walter Hammond, his cover drive, there's still pictures of him. That's just a name to pluck out.
Sam Connors begins a new over, bowling to Eddie Byram, who drives him straight down the ground for 4. A despairing dive there from Mitch Wagstaff at mid-off, but that's a glorious shot. Smashes into the advertising boards at the far end of the ground.
Yeah, nice shot that. The ball didn't deviate an inch, did it?
No. one bit. And Mitch Wagstaff, I think he probably went with the wrong hand, in fairness. Sam Connors didn't look massively impressed, but bowlers don't when they're driven for four. They don't like it. So protective bandage for his right elbow has been brought out for Lewis Reese, I noticed. His left elbow, I beg your pardon. It's flapping around in his hands at the moment. In fact, he's just put it in his pocket. As Connors is on his way in and bowls. That one is defended. Back to Connors.
It thinks me of a little tale. We can talk tales, and it's a slow little game going on. Like playing in a club match. I was captain of our club years ago, and the fast bowler was bowling, and he's nicked one down to third man, the batsman. And the chap fielding the third man wasn't the greatest, and he picked up the ball, and instead of whipping it in, he sort of wound up. You know what it is.
Connors is in to Byram, who drives him again. This might go for four as well. Lewis Reese is chasing it, but I think the ball might win this particular race. It does. And that's 2 boundaries in the first 3 deliveries. Yeah, well, that's 8 off the over. 21 without loss.
Anyway, the bowler shouted out at the top of his voice, "What was that throw? It did come in quicker than a pigeon." He wasn't amused, neither was the fielder.
Bowlers are
they are, aren't they?
They are seldom amused, aren't they?
They're a teapot. Oh, or a double teapot. 2 lovely shots, though. Straight drives from
they put a catcher in now at extra cover, as that one is guided down to backward point by Byram.
Seems to get
Dahl.
Runs the last game, in the second innings, Byram, when Glamorgan had to follow on 301 behind, and he got, I think, 101 if my memory. Yes, he did. And then Sam Northeast got 166, as he does now and again.
Yes.
Or 410.
Byram waits as Connor's next delivery is guided down. This time a little dive put out there by Alish Dahl, but that means that the ball's going to get past him, which it does.
Oh, Connors.
Has he had a word?
No, looking.
That's 3 boundaries in the over. 25 without loss. Byram up to 14, having been 2 not out at lunch. Starting to get on with it.
Still going 3.66. They need 5. What is it?
They need.
What was 70?
It's disappeared. They need 300.
At 5.6.
Yeah, 5.6.
Even though those 3 fours, they're still well behind.
359 to win. In comes Connors and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Byram. 4 dot. That over. 12 runs from it, all to Eddie Byram, who's on 14. Zainal Hassan has 10. And Glamorgan, after 7 overs of their second innings, are 25 without loss.
Has anybody ever told you, Fletch, that you bear a striking resemblance to one Zed Chappell who's about to come up to bowl?
Well, we have good haircuts. I'll give you that. He's got a very fine blonde beard.
There we are. That's it.
Yeah.
And 6 foot 4, 6 foot 5, both of you.
He's a tall man.
Yeah, it's Chappell. Bowls the first ball of the over, which is left by Hassan and goes through into the glove. Well, not really into the gloves because he dropped it by wicketkeeper.
He's a better bowler than I ever was.
Was he really?
I'll tell you that.
You ever play rugby? He's got ideal build for a number 8 or
yes, he
a
has,
lock.
hasn't he? Yeah.
Do you ever play rugby?
Only at school. Yeah, not to any. Not for the first 15, Edward, sadly.
Here is Chappell. He's in over the wicket and bowls and brings the batsman forward. You've done, of course, rugby league commentaries. There was a funeral the other day, a couple of weeks ago, of a friend who I worked with for some years, David Watkins.
Yes, I saw that.
The eulogy was given by probably someone you know very well, Eddie Hemmings.
Oh, yes, who worked for Sky. Yeah.
But didn't he do radio work as well?
Yeah, he worked for Radio
Merseyside
for a long time, and Radio 2/5.
Yes.
Not sure which one, but in that crossover.
Very good it was too. Here again is Chappell off the back foot, plays it out to Dahl, who fields at backward point.
David Watkins used to be
What a record.
a really, really fine player. Played up, obviously went north, and was also in the media, because he used to do sort of co-commentaries summarising when the BBC Two Floodlit Trophy during the week in the winter, and they used to show the second half of matches on BBC Two.
I think in one season, I think I'm right, he scored in every game.
I wouldn't be surprised. He played for Salford.
Salford, and then he moved on for his last season somewhere. And had a good signing on fee. And he often told the story in after dinner. He was very, very good at that. He said that in his first match, he didn't used to tackle a lot in rugby union in those days, the outside half. You are expected, as you well know, to do a lot of tackling in rugby league, and he missed a tackle. And why didn't you tackle or hit him with your wallet, said one wag in the crowd, Watkins, because he had a very, very good fee. Yes, he was a superb player in both codes. Here's Chappell again, past the umpire bowls, far too wide of the off stump. And the score remains at 25 without loss.
Jim Mills, who was another of the great Welshmen who went forward, tweeted a picture the other day, and I couldn't remember it exactly, but it was David Watkins, MBE, Jim Mills himself, and Trevor Foster, who went north to play for Bradford Bulls. That was at a Welsh Rugby League former players' dinner.
Yeah. What a character Jim Mills is. I wouldn't fancy marking him.
No, he's a big lad, wasn't he?
Here's the next ball, which is left. Umpire Redfern says, that's over. Words to that effect, 25 without loss. And as things are going at a rather slow pace, it's nice to talk about other things.
Well, Mills obviously was synonymous with Widnes. He may well still be involved at Widnes. There was a programme on Sky the other day interviewing him, and it was on the pitch. They have an artificial pitch at Widnes. Just a couple of chairs there, and they were just chatting away. It was fascinating.
The tails, isn't it?
Yeah. Widnes signed a lot of rugby union players in the late 70s, early 80s. Moriarty, and the blonde lad whose name escapes me completely. There was a
John Devereux.
John Devereux is exactly the person I was trying to remember. Obviously, Jiffy went north. Jonathan Davis, he played for Widnes.
And David went up there, David Watkins, and so many, because before that it really had been frowned on until these boys went, and then...
The great Billy Boston, of course, as Connors is in over the wicket to the left-handed Byram, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Billy still regularly goes to watch Wigan.
That's right. What a player he was.
Yeah.
You know, to think what happened in the 50s, 60s, it was ridiculous. We came back here, you couldn't walk into the club.
No, we couldn't go near it. Well, even Jonathan Davis was banned at one time.
Yeah.
And that would have been in 70s, 80s rather than as early as that. So.
And when he came back, he was straight into the Cardiff Rugby Union side. Yes. Everything had been done.
In comes Connors again. That one's on leg stump on his hips. Byram, and he just clips it down to fine leg for a single, fielded by Chappell down below us. Brooke Guest as well to avoid the stumps.
I enjoy watching rugby league. I suppose probably because it is more open, that you don't have you don't go down for lineouts or anything like that.
Well, they've done an awful lot, haven't they, to speed rugby union up in recent years with shot clocks and all the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, I was brought up on rugby league in New York, and as you say, I've done some commentary on rugby league matches. As this next delivery from Connors is outside the off stump and left alone by Ul Hassan.
Of course, I was brought up on the Eddie Waring commentaries. Up and under.
Look at the poor lad. When he missed that kick from in front of the posts.
At Wembley of all places.
Water splash final, Went back the next day and kicked it with his slippers on.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's a good tale.
Yeah.
I'm blindfolded, probably.
Neil Fox, wasn't it? Was it Don?
Neil Fox.
Don Fox.
Was it Don Fox?
I think it might have been Don. There were 3 Foxes, Peter as well. As Connors bowls, that strikes the pad too high, I think.
Yes, they're desperate for a wicket and will appeal.
His appeal continued for around about 18 yards as he ran backwards towards Zayn Ul Hassan. We'll get a replay of it now. too high was my initial,
Oh, yeah.
And it probably pitched outside leg as well. But other than that, it was a good appeal.
Yeah.
No.
It's a case of we've got to get a wicket from someone, and we probably had a chat in the dressing room saying, if it hits the leggings, go up, everybody. Extra cover, fine leg, the lot of you.
I think the lads in the streaming room are laughing at me for getting excited about that one. I've got to get excited about something. Here comes Connors again in balls. That one is guided down to third man, the vacant third man area for 4 by Ul Hassan. It was there just to guide down off the full face of the bat, and that's exactly what he did. He moves on to 14, and Glamorgan a 30 without loss in the 9th over.
If they keep on laughing at you, I shan't praise their work as they have been, because...
Well, I might go in and sort them out,
yeah.
if I'm honest.
Yeah, they're great lads.
Absolutely.
Simply because I do think they're the best in the country. But
Well,
I'm not going to say it again, because they're
I'm not sure why they need 2.
bulging.
I'm not sure why they need 2 of them in there, really. Derbyshire managed to do it with just the one.
Yeah, I
but,
know, I've been in there.
Codder's bowls, that's
It's
whipped
a
away
shot.
by Ul Hassan for 4. Out to the backward square leg boundary this time. That was a nice shot. There's 8 off the over again, Edward.
Don't get excited now, Fletch.
Well, 9, in fact. Two boundaries at the end and a single early on. The deficit now is 349, so therefore Glamorgan need 350 to win off 61 overs. Derbyshire still need 10 wickets.
Yeah.
I think we might be saying that for a while.
And then Lewis deploys it there. That's the reason I batted on. But I do think it's like that new, that old wonderful film, A Bridge Too Far.
Yes, I think you might be right.
Still attacking with 3 slips, even though the ball is not doing a lot.
Look how close third slip is now as well. He's got his helmet on, Matt Lamb again at third slip.
Yeah, he has. Chappell from this end starts a new over, bowls, and this is just guided away by Eddie Byram onto the offside. He's on 15 now. Hassan got a half century in the first innings. He's on 18, 34 without loss.
Thompson's warming up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Thompson's having a...
Yeah, I think he'll get through a lot of work today,
Yeah.
Edward?
And it'll be asking a lot of young 20-year-old Wagstaff to bowl 20, 25 overs. You
Yeah.
get the old pro doing that and would bowl all afternoon. But who else you said? There's a couple of twirlers here.
Lears deploy bowls left arm spin.
Yeah, there we are. They perhaps share it. Chappell bowls, and that's played up to mid-off and fielded.
He hasn't bowled much this season, Lears deploy. I did look it up yesterday. There are some players out there who haven't bowled at all. In fact, there's
Lamb?
Harry Kane hasn't bowled. Lamb's bowled 22 overs this season, and Lears deploy's bowled 28 overs. Lamb does have this back issue, though, which will, I think, preclude him from bowling. Quick word about Harry Kane. 695. He wasn't in the team at the start of the season for the first couple of matches. 695 first-class runs this season, an average of 43. So
good for him.
2 centuries, 4 50s. He's to be applauded.
Billy was
Taking
opening
his
then, was he,
chance.
at the start?
First 2 matches, Billy Godleman opened with Haider Ali,
Yes. Remember him last year?
currently in China.
What, in the summer competition?
The Asian Games, as opposed to the Asia Cup, Pakistan have a side in that, so he's playing.
Did you see this fellow who created a world record? I watched it on television. He got 50 of 9 balls.
No,
World record.
no.
Next ball is hit for 4. Wide, half volley. And Eddie Barham said, thank you very much. I'll take that. And hits it out the cover boundary for 4.
Wasn't in the Mongolia game, was it? It was,
I don't know where he's... In
2.
Nepal he was playing for.
Yeah, I think it might have been a 240-run win or something they had, didn't they, in a T20?
Yeah. Well, this chap kept slonging it over mid-wicket, exactly the same place. He had 6 sixes in the first over, which eclipsed that record that was held by... somebody hit Stuart Broad, was he, for 6 sixes in South Africa?
Yes,
I forget now.
that's right.
And also some other record, isn't like today, records going everywhere. A couple of singles, 666, 50 off 9 balls. Chappell goes round the wicket, bowls to Byron, who defends this time. 38 without loss. Positive start. The over rate is +4, thanks in the main to Thompson's in the first innings and a bit of leg spin.
Glamorgan's this morning have
Wagstaff.
got up to +6 this morning.
Played a game against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham earlier on, and Cheltenham at Gloucester were well behind. Second innings, they started with 2 spinners and bowled 23 overs in 20. Just shows how it can be done.
Yeah.
And test matches are a disgrace.
Well, yes.
In comes Chappell and bowls, and side the off stump. Chappell's probably thinking to himself, what am I doing bowling here? Nothing happening, nothing off the pitch, nothing deviating.
I don't think he'll be bowling for long.
Byron 19, he's overtaken Ul Hassan, he's on 18, 38 without loss. We're in the 10th over.
The one seamer who can keep the run rate down if required generally is Anuj Dal.
Yeah, perhaps he won't bowl, but if he wants to encourage Glamorgan to go for them. Here's Zach Chappell then. Last ball of the over and bowled wide 4. That was a filthy ball really. It was well outside the off stump and Byron had to stretch for it, and Chappell trudges away as if to say, is there no justice? If he got out from that, he'd have been kicking himself at the pavilion steps. And we're going to have a break for something that I do not know what. They just had lunch. Or was it for pads and boxes and things?
Yeah, I think the fielding helmet and
the half spinner.
The fielding pads are coming on for Matt Lamb.
42 without loss, going along at 4s, and they'll have to get 5.7.
Yeah, 342 more runs to win.
The usual big chase like this is see how you go. If you haven't lost a wicket at tea, and you give it a go, and if you lose a few wickets, put the drawbridge up.
Well, down at Sussex this season, Derbyshire was set, I think, under 400 in 2 sessions. They got to tea, they still needed 250. Then Mickey Arthur told me, so Wayne Madsen and Lewis Deploy were batting at the time. Haider Ali had produced a terrific innings to sort of keep Derbyshire in it. And they came into the dressing room and said, we're going to win this. And Mickey Arthur said, what are you talking about? We need 250. I said, no, we're going to win it. And they went out and they eventually shut up shop with 2 overs to go and held out for the draw. They nearly got there. I think it was 19 short, something like that.
They didn't fancy the 19 in the last 2.
No, it was Sam Connors, and the only batsman who was left was Saranga Lakmal in that. Then you don't want to
give it to them.
No. Here's Alex Thompson then, round the wicket from the River Taff end, bowling to Zain Ul Hassan, who defends the first ball.
You can watch this from the screen because
you get much turn.
You can see, can't you, from here exactly.
Gives it plenty of revs, Thompson. Tall man in bowls, no turn there. That's defended by Ul Hassan. He got a couple of wickets in the first innings with the quicker ball that he sort of darts it through and it keeps a bit low. 4 wickets in the first innings for Alex Thompson.
4 for 97.
Who's in again, and that one is swept off just outside leg stump. I say swept. It was fairly upright sweep, but swept nonetheless, and it's fielded by Chappell.
Ul Hassan played a poor shot in the first innings. England was LBW trying to sweep. Billy Root ran halfway down the pitch, and Carlson got probably the best ball from Thompson.
He did turn some in the first innings, though. This time, it's off the outside half of the bat into the offside, and there's no run. Derbyshire flag has disappeared from the flagpole.
Ready to be packed.
For the final time this season, as Byron pushes this one out into the offside. That's Pat Brown who does the fielding there. He's at cover. Short leg going to slip the 2 close catches. Man at backward point. Man at a straightish mid wicket. As Thompson bowls, and that's pushed to the man at cover. And there's no run. End of the over. 1 run from it. Byram has 23. Ul Hassan has 19. Glamorgan 43 without loss. We have 59 overs left. They need just 341 to win.
Thinking of previous years and how things have changed. A game at Abergavenny, which is a beautiful little ground with very short boundaries, and Glamorgan was set 403 against Worcestershire. Yes, Phil Neal was captain. And they started off, Jameson Morris, like a train. And then they lost wickets. and then they started to block it. And then Phil Neal brought the opening batsman on to bowl, and literally gave them 60 or whatever to keep, and it is a terrific finish.
Keep them interested.
Glamorgan failed. They were 8 or 9 down, and they wanted 3 more runs to win. They got 400. That was played in a great sort of spirit, and you wonder, well, why doesn't that sort of thing happen now?
Well, it happens anywhere, does it?
Never. You
Doesn't
don't
happen
see
anywhere, really. Zach Chappell to continue.
Yeah.
8 off his last over.
He is about to bowl to Ul Hassan on 19. Not for 8 in 3 overs. And here he comes and bowls. Forward comes the batsman and pushes it down the pitch. Plenty of encouragement you can hear, or sometimes you think it's encouragement and it's people playing hockey behind.
Take any noise we can.
Yeah. And if you see the match just drift into it, you see the people getting up, quietly leaving. Chappell in bowls wide of the off stump and taken low down by Guest.
We had a long chat there, Chappell, at the start of this over with Lears deploy, so they were clearly hatching something. It's not immediately obvious what it was. Strange, Mitch Wagstaff, one of the youngsters in the side, fielding at mid-off. You'd expect him to be somewhere where he's tearing around the boundary, really, wouldn't you?
Yes.
20-year-old.
Leave it to you, son. Chappell turns at the end of his run, comes in past umpire Redfern and bowls and brings the full defensive out of the other side. It's not only are they still together, but they're taking time and overs out of the game, which is the most important factor, I think.
Yeah.
Glamorgan, just the one win. They dearly love to win this. Derbyshire even more without a win. How many did they win last year, Derby? Chappell
3, I think.
Comes round the wicket. Oh, and that's a... He gets these moments, young Ul Hassan, where he's playing defensively and carefully, and all of a sudden he'll have a crack at one, and rather gives his wicket away. He could easily got out then, flashing outside off the stump, off the back foot, and rather followed it. Those are the sort of things, young man, you've got to get out of your locker and learn during the winter nets. Which will probably start in November or something.
Yeah, next week.
Chappell charges in again and bowls. Oh, that's far too wide, and even Ul Hassan won't have a look at that. He is bowling economically, but he does not bowling straight. That's the trouble.
Yeah, 3 wins last season and 3 defeats, 8 draws.
Well, it looks as if Glamorgan have the 11th draw out of 14. They won just that one game against Worcestershire and lost one to the same county. Chappell in, bowls again, and that was a good delivery. That did a little bit off the pitch, and he's looking. Chappell goes down and points to the exact spot where he reckons it pitched.
Yes, he's a character. It's like Chappell, no question about that. Good lad.
Yeah, he looks it. Yeah, it is a bit too short, and it was well away from. And I think the surprise element where was how much it did deviate off that pitch.
I think he wants to look at that part of the pitch and try and work out if he can just push it a bit closer to the batsman. 43 without loss, 341 to win. That was a maiden. 58 overs left now.
Perhaps.
Well, yes.
Thompson to continue.
From the River Taff end with a slip and a short leg. And he's basically asking umpire Lloyd if he'll move back, and he scratches a mark for the umpire to stand on. Doesn't run particularly close to the stumps, I don't think. That one is swept away for 4 runs, is it? Yeah. No. Oh, yes, it is. Zach Chappell's dived over the top of it on the boundary. I didn't think he was going to get anywhere near it. Then he put the dive in, and he's a tall man. I thought he might stop it. And ultimately, he dived over the top of it. And the over begins with 4 to Byram, who moves to 27. Glamorgan 47 without loss. We've only seen 15 wickets over 4 days.
Yeah, that tells you something.
Lewis Reese has set all sorts of batting records. So,
I reckon we might have an announcement in mid-season. Shock decision by Reese to move to Glamorgan from Derby.
this next delivery. Oh, does turn and beats Byram.
Beauty.
Nice delivery.
Beauty.
We've seen one move at last. And Alex Thompson walks
rough, I would have thought,
backwards.
to go that much.
Went a long way, didn't it? A lot of left-handers in the at the top of the Glamorgan batting lineup. No,
Yeah.
that was all right. That was off the stumps. Next delivery's too full to turn as Byram defends it back to the bowler. Let's have another look at that one turning. Around the wicket he went. It pitches, I think it pitches on the stumps, doesn't it? Yeah. And then moves away. Misses the off stump and the edge of the bat.
6 of those you want.
Yeah, in comes Thompson again. And Byram just dabs it out into the offside. It's Mitch Wagstaff fielding a backward point to get through for a single. 48 without loss. Europe continue to prosper, Edward. Up in 2 and tied in the other 2. I mean, won the...
Be all over tomorrow.
The foursomes tomorrow. Yes. It can't quite be all over, can it, after 2 days? It's very clever the way they've done that.
Yeah. Keeps the interest going and the money coming in.
But Sunday could be a leisurely stroll around a golf course for most of the Europeans. As this next delivery, perhaps a little quicker, is defended by Al Hassan back towards Alex Thompson. 48 without loss. Clock ticks towards 10 to 2. Glamorgan need another 336. Derbyshire need 10 wickets. They haven't got one yet, as this one is defended by Al Hassan. Gets a good stride in, pushes it back towards Alex Thompson. 5 off the over. Glamorgan 48 without loss with 57 overs to go.
Yes, and the more we see of this, no wickets, as you say now, and runs not coming at the rate Glamorgan would want them, 5.7. It was already made our thoughts think of 350. Not 350 is the score, but the time.
Yes.
And, or is it...
More like
420,
420 sadly, yeah.
They've got to have tea, you see.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about
Well,
that.
there'll be cakes, I imagine.
Yeah. Chapel, is it to continue?
I won't have to wait until the press room at Reading tomorrow then.
Reading will play tomorrow, yeah. Chapel round the wicket, bowls, and Byron is forward. He's on 28. Hassan is on 19. Plenty of encouragement. You can hear them hit that spot again. Zach would be where you hit that last ball of your previous over. Burton up playing for all those Burton supporters, so you probably know Reading away, and you will be listening to the dulcet tones of my co-commentator here describing how Burton will probably win 3-0. Zach Chappell bowls played defensively up to mid-off.
I'm not quite sure about that, but be nice. They did win.
They won this year?
Yeah, they won in the last away game at Port Vale, 3-2. Port Vale, who could have gone top of the table if they won.
Great old club, Port Vale. Did they get crowds? No, it was
about 6,000.
That's not bad. News this morning: the former Glamorgan, Swansea City manager has then gone to Newport County. Hugh Jenkins, a bouncer, just to liven things up, which Byron gets underneath and leaves it go through.
No pace in it, though, was there?
No.
You can bend your back as much as you want, I think, on this pitch.
Cloud arrived, scattered the blue skies we've had most of the day.
Well, if they carry on and use the same standard of darkness as yesterday,
Well, I've never seen
spinner at each end, we could be here for the duration.
Chapelmain again, bowls straight delivery, which is defended. It's quite obvious Glamorgan are not thinking in terms of chasing. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you think, well, that is too many and making a point, or it's, well, I'm not going to throw my wicket away? Or we think it's too many?
Almost up to 6 and over now, the required rate. The actual rate is under 4.
Here's Chappell. Round the wicket, bowled wide of the off stump, through to the wicket keeper, another accurate over, another maiden. He has bowled 5 overs, 3 of which have been maidens, and 0 for 8. This, I make a little error. It's that time of the year. I think there's 1 ball left. Lots of chattering going on in front of us, down below, which you often hear when there's nothing much going on in the middle. This will complete the over, and that will be another defensive prod. Score remains on 48 without loss. 19 Al-Hassan. Byram is 28. This is after Derbyshire declared on 234 for 2. The inevitable 100 from Lewis Reese, undefeated 119. Harry Kane in a partnership of 132 for the first wicket, made 57. Guest was out for 7, and the captain Lewis Deploy was undefeated on 38. This left Glamorgan a rather large total of 384 to win in a minimum of 70 overs. We don't think in here that they really make any attempt to get that far. They're 48 without loss.
Alex Thompson to continue from the River Taff end. Reverse sweep comes out. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. Al-Hassan missed the ball. He looks around. He's not happy, but he went for the reverse sweep. An aggressive shot, and playing aggressive shots on this pitch has brought the downfall of a lot of batsmen, it seems to me. Al-Hassan goes for 19, and Glamorgan are 48 for 1.
Just have a look at this again. Oh, he looked a bit outside.
Keep the game moving, keep the game moving.
Oh. Yeah. Al-Hassan looked round, finger was up, and you have to go, as much as you don't think you were out, but it was a questionable call as we watched it. But he departs for 19, and at least they've had a wicket.
5th wicket in the match for Alex Thompson. After 4 for in the first innings.
Colin Ingram comes slowly down the steps.
He won't block. I've been
beautiful.
Guaranteed that he won't block.
Don't often see Colin block.
I should be disappointed if he now starts blocking.
Yeah, burst of applause for Colin Ingram, very popular. I think my grandson, not the eldest, the 11-year-old, or 10, you think he is now, I'm not sure, has got 2 or 3 Colin Ingram autographs, and 2 of his shirts. He has the number 41 on the back. He is his absolute idol. He is left-handed again.
They're all left-handed.
Not as bad as Sussex.
No, they're another gammy team. So he's taken his guard. Alex Thompson, as he does before every ball, has dried his fingers of his right hand in the footmarks.
Ingram out in the first innings, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, he was sweeping as well.
Here he comes, Thompson in and bowls, and that's played off the back foot out into the offside, where it's fielded by Pat Brown, and there is no run. The boys next door aren't laughing anymore after I got excited about that one. I don't think they're taking any notice, actually. As Thompson is in around the wicket and tries a cut shot there, straight into the ground, and fielded on the bounce by Brooke Guest.
It shows how slow the pitch is.
Ingram waits. Guest crouches down. Thompson delivers. Pushed out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single. Brown with the throw. It's a little bit wild, and it's well backed up by Matt Lamb standing behind Brooke Guest. It sort of flicked off his fingertips. There was Lamb. Good reactions, as you would hope he would have if he's fielding a short leg.
Well, for his own safety as well. It's getting a little bit gloomy at the moment.
Thompson in. That one is off the edge of the bat, out into the offside.
If Glamorgan was 7 or 8 down and that gloomy weather returned as it did last night and they didn't go off, I think there would be
if they did
something said in the house.
No question about it. We have set the standard now for playing in the gloom. This is like full sunshine compared to what we went through in the last hour yesterday. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Eddie Barham.
They will have an answer.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
You know, the umpire. Oh, we've got a new. They change the rules every year. Something else comes in.
49 for 1 at the end of the over. A successful over for Alex Thompson.
Did you remember they brought in a rule that anybody under the age of or just under 21 couldn't bowl more than so many overs in the day?
Yeah.
I remember we played Surrey at the Oval, and James Franklin was the Glamorgan overseas player, and he'd nipped 4 out before lunch on the first day. And then after lunch, he didn't open the bowling, so I went up to Robert Croft, was captain. I said, why didn't you keep him on? Just asking. Couldn't, he said. I said, what do you mean you couldn't? New Zealand board had said you only let him bowl, otherwise he's not coming over.
Yeah.
Ludicrous, isn't it?
Yeah.
But no, that's gone, because the reason I said that, I was thinking of young Wagstaff. And he's young, as the first ball is from Chappell is defended. If you can imagine telling the young Indian bowlers who probably develop as top-class spinners at the age of 11 or 12, oh, by the way, when you get to 18 and play first class, you can't bowl.
Can't bowl.
Just laugh at you, wouldn't they? When you get 16 and 17-year-olds playing football now in the Premier Division. Chappell in bowl, short. And
he's flashed that in between the wicketkeeper and slip.
I thought they'd gone for, well, we can't see from here. It's gone dark, well, not dark, but gloomy again. And they're making poor keeper, they? No, I thought the keeper was running after the ball. He's not. There's 4 runs anyhow, and we'll just have a look.
There we go.
On the screen. I thought he'd gotten a bit near. Flashed at it hard. No, he didn't get a paw on it. I think he was a little bit. Is it yours or over to you, Claude, with the wicket-keeper? But neither really went for it. Anyway, it's 4 runs for 2. It is 4 runs for Ingram. He moves on to 5. 53 for 1 as Chappell comes in from this end and bowls. And that's defended on the offside. So we can have. We've seen Connors, Chappell, and Thompson. Don't think, as Nick comes to join me, we'll see much of Connors again. Chappell is in and bowls to the left-handed Ingram, and he defends outside the off stump.
Just think it's actually 4:30 the finish time if the light's all right, isn't it, rather than 20 past, because they can't declare since it's the final innings of the match.
Yes, it's all these things, of course. You will stand by my not argument, but my feelings is that Derbyshire went on too long.
Yep, about 20 minutes, not that far much, but
In comes Chappell. Bowls. And it's defended, the ball dropping just in front of the batsman. And there's no run. 53 for 1, 28 to Byram. What do you make of that LBW decision?
Didn't get too clear a view of it.
Debatable, I think.
Aren't they all?
Yes. I thought he went outside the off stump. Or leg stump as it was, but he's back in the pavilion and we continue. And this is the last ball of Chappell's over. Nice looking shot there, but a good half stop by Dal, but they scamper through for a single. Second over in succession that Colin Ingram retains strike. 54 for 1. And there are 54 overs left.
Yes, a finish time of 4:30 if everyone agrees, unless the light is a problem before then. The forecast is that it will be brighter today. It generally has been. Making my way around the grounds, actually had a couple of people who came up and said thank you for our work, Edward.
Did you?
Someone said they enjoyed our synergy together.
They're what?
Our synergy. As back on his stumps goes Ingram, the first ball of Thompson's over.
Nice if they said just working together, because it's synergy.
Synergy.
I know what symmetry is, I suppose synergy is the same.
Combination.
That's very kind.
As Thompson is in to bowl and Ingram pushes forward defensively, and there is no run. Kent may be able to force victory over Lancashire. Middlesex have set Nottinghamshire 207 to win. They're 36 for naught. 50 odd, I think it was.
Only 1 second win that.
Ingram defends on the leg side and there is no run. Warwickshire against Somerset. There was no play at all at Edgbaston today because of a wet outfield.
Test ground? Well.
Or alternatively, 2 umpires and 22 players who weren't that keen to start playing in the first place. Thompson bowls flatter, faster, and Ingram plays it nicely down towards backward point, and there is a scrambling attempt at a stop. Top marks for effort, Sam Connors, but no cigar for application, because as he went skidding along the boundary rope, so did the ball. 4 to Ingram. He moves into double figures. He's on 10. As a quick calculation, I make it that Zainul Hassan has 453 runs from 9 matches this season.
Oh, that's a good effort.
So a decent start, and let's hope he cashes in on that and goes on to develop his game next season. As Ingram pushes out on the offside, and there's no run.
I think they've got an established opening pair now, Nick, for next season anyhow. So there's 1 mark we can tick.
There's Thompson is in to bowl. Ingram plays no shot, and it can't have missed by far because there are a few oohs and ahs around, and Ingram looked down slightly disconcerted. He has 10, Byram has 28, Glamorgan are 58 for 1. They need a further 326 to win, and there are possibly 53 overs remaining in the match. So
let's have a look at that last ball now.
Just, I think, went straight on from Alex Thompson rather than spinning away from Colin Ingram as possibly he'd anticipated. How much did it miss the stumps by? A coat of varnish.
It was the arm ball, wasn't it, coming in and miss.
So that was as close as you can get to being bowled, I think.
Chuckle's having a fair ball here. He's coming in again and bowls, and this is played away onto the onside. He is an accurate bowler. He's bowled 6 overs and just that 1 ball. 4 maidens, 0 for 13. I think I'm right in saying when Dave was here, he conceded 2 fours in successive balls from Eddie Byram. So 8 of those 13 have come from boundaries. Looks as if somebody he is that can bowl all day long. He's strong, tall, and a nice measured run up. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Byron, who leaves outside the off stump.
Looks like these two counties are going to finish 5th and 6th in the table as things stand, with Sussex, who are level with Glamorgan, taking the victory points against Gloucestershire, and Leicestershire, who are 9 points ahead of Glamorgan. Well, they've only managed a couple of bonus points, but Glamorgan, as things stand, will finish with 8 if they draw the match. So they'll finish just behind the Foxes as well. So a bit of a slip for Glamorgan from 3rd place down to 5th this season.
I think it all goes down, as you said, to the bowling, which, they haven't been up to scratch, and they've not reinforced any of the attack. It didn't help when their overseas the bowler they signed from Kent, one Harry Podmore, has played 1 or 2 games and vanished from the scene into the second team. He's off with injury now, but he was never considered.
Yeah, just a couple of championship games, 1 T20, and
thank you very much.
Token appearance in the 50 over competition where he got injured.
Zach Chappell turns past umpire Redfern, defended, and she can look back as now, up to now anyhow, that I think she's had a very, very good game. I did have an argue with one of the streaming boys, Jake, about that stump in yesterday. He reckoned it was out. I said no.
It might have been given. I had the feeling that it would have possibly have been given had there been a TMO, but if it is that close, the umpire has to say not out.
He's up in his chair and waving out. I didn't think it was, because you have to take 2 to the bet. There we are. What do we know? It's a good looking shot by Byron. It beats extra cover. It's going up to the boundary and it crosses for 4. Well timed. And trying to emulate what he did in the second innings where he got 101. Eddie Byram, he's moved on to 32. He's been a useful acquisition, Nick, I think. Eddie Byram.
Yes, it gives good solidity at the top of the order in the county championship. He was averaging 39 going into this game. Shame about his injury woes after that nasty bang on the hip from Tamal Mills down at Hove.
Took a chunk out of his hip. Chappell bowls him again and he defends.
Also showed some useful promise as a hitter in the T20 Blast, which was somewhat surprising since we haven't seen that from him before.
Thought you were going to say it showed some promise as an off spinner, but sadly I can't.
No, we can't say we can't say he showed any promise as an off spinner because he hasn't.
Sorry, Eddie.
And indeed his dad, if he's listening.
Yeah, probably don't rate you as an all-rounder, but you're a very good acquisition. Hope you can have a full season next year. We are going to have spin continuing at the far end.
So it is Thompson who nearly bowled Ingram in his last over, and Ingram needs to watch out for the arm ball. As in comes Thompson from the River Taff end, and Ingram watches that one turn away from his stumps.
I think from the start, when you saw Hassan coming out to bat, Glamorgan have said, no, this is not on. And indeed, they still need 321 in 50 overs.
Yeah, 6.21 the required rate now as Ingram pushes forward rather uncertainly. The ball trickles down to gully and there's no run. Byram 32, Ingram 10. Al Hassan the man out, leg before to Thompson for 19. All that after Derbyshire declared at 234 for 2. Thompson bowls and Ingram defends on the offside. So Lewis Reese and his many records will be the main talking point, the main reason to remember today. First man ever to score 4 centuries against one county in a season, as Ingram plays that one into the offside. Fielded at cover by Brown, and there's no run. I haven't seen anything of Brown yet in this innings.
I doubt if he will push up. He was severely dealt with, wasn't he?
He was, but Derbyshire might need some shock tactics at some point as Ingram pushes forward.
Not
Defence back.
58 off 9.
Yeah, but Derbyshire have got some runs to play with now if they fancy just trying to shake Glamorgan up a bit with a bit of
and give him some practice.
Bit of pace.
Because he hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket in the last 3 or 4 years.
Bit of Anuj Dal, presumably to come.
We don't got many of him.
As Ingram is on the back foot defending.
If you wanted to close things up, Dal would be the perfect man where he bangs it in just back of a length on a slow pitch. Where are you going to score?
So just the 3 bowlers used so far by Derbyshire in the first 20 overs. And the afternoon rather meandering at the moment. Don't know whether it's too soon to start writing up a draw.
You can listen to the commentary on your phone, and I was thinking, listening to you down the motorway probably won't come up on my phone.
No, you need a smartphone, Edward, a smartphone. Come on, you've got a generous family. Get them to buy you an iPhone for Christmas.
They did, and I couldn't work it. I sent it back to them. Yes, Chapel to start another over, and that's gone down to the wicket keeper. They all make fun of my...
It's the only phone in the country that you can still play Snake on, as far as I'm aware.
And to listeners, it's a
It's
little
remarkable.
Nokia.
It's a remarkable thing.
It is. I should keep it for posterity.
It should be in a museum. That's where it should be.
But there we are.
Must be a Welsh Museum of Technology somewhere.
I couldn't get to terms with the other one, so it's very kind of my daughters to buy me one Christmas. I might try it again this Christmas.
Good.
Round the wicket comes Chapel and bowls, and forward comes the batsman, Eddie Byram, 62 for 1. Did you ever own one of these?
No, yeah, many years ago I owned one of those, yes.
And there are other phones, but it's called a Nokia.
Yeah, beautiful.
You think?
But it works, doesn't it? Can you make calls to people?
I can make calls, and I can text, and I can get messages.
That's all you need, Edward.
I don't want internet and
Do you not?
And games and...
Well, it's not just games, is it? Information.
No, I mean, seriously,
information.
I should get one.
They're marvellous things.
In comes Chapel. As the sun comes out and the ball goes through to the keeper.
No, just hope. I assume you have it insured for about £1 million, because you'd never be able to replace it like for like. I don't think.
How long have you been with BBC Derby?
2016.
Oh, I had it long before.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think you had it while I was still at school.
There we are. Never let me down, in fairness.
Oh, don't say that out loud.
I can phone from abroad. I can, all these things. I can have the shower, bath.
What were they phone?
No, perhaps I haven't tried it in there, and if it drops in the bath, I might have problems.
I think you might. Marvellous. It is a fine piece of kit.
I did buy one out in South Africa once when I was on an England tour in Port Elizabeth. I'd done all my work in the morning. We had a day off, and I went just to have a lie down on the beach. And I went to sleep, and the tide had started trickling in, and that was the end of my phone. That was the end of my phone.
Marvellous.
I went into the shop and I said, do you have one of these? We do.
Really?
And changed it, and that was it. Great.
I actually got this vision of you on a beach, half of you, the bottom half of you in the sea, and the top half.
Woke me up,
I'm not surprised.
And then, my phone. No, tried everything. Got the photographers where they used to, develop their pictures by drying and no, didn't work. Chapel bowls, bowled in, and that is the end of Byram. Bowled for 32, 62 for 1. Glamorgan now thinking, well, we better get our heads together here, because he hadn't looked in any danger. As he goes back to the pavilion, his season has ended, so he goes for 32, and the score has moved on to 62 for 2.
Yeah, nice delivery, sort of top of middle and off.
Which will give heart to the visitors. And Chappell, they've persisted with Chappell. He's bowling his, I think that might have been the end of his 8th over, the last ball of his 8th over. We'll just look at the dismissal again. Off stump, beauty.
Exactly where you want your medium fast bowler to bowl. Top of off.
Yeah.
Don't write that story just yet, Nick.
Certainly not. 50 overs left.
A lot of cricket to be played. 8 wickets required now. I think we can...
Back in your cliche again. A lot of cricket to be
I
played.
think we can rule out Glamorgan at 6.44 runs and over when they're going along at 3.1. They've sort of gone into their shell a little bit.
Yeah,
Which you said, well, it's the danger, isn't it? If you have
overcautious.
If you're 50 overs and you've got to defend 50, that's an awful lot of overs to defend if you're not ticking the scoreboard over and rotating the strike and
slow pitch. Not sure if it's coming on or not.
Yes.
Now you've got 2 handsome stroke players together, but they'll have to rein in and be selective, I feel.
Well, let's hope that they're not.
I think they might be, because 2 senior batsmen in the side, they don't want to, although it's Chris Cook to come. But, and I've said it many times, after Chris Cook and Billy Root, number 7 with half the side out, then you go into the, the Douthwaites, the Harrises.
The bowlers who can bat.
Another wicket here, and quite seriously, I think Derbyshire will be very happy.
I didn't want to say it while Nick was in the room, but he's left now. But the more wickets that fall, the lesser the chance of shaking hands at 4 as well.
Yes. The 2 commentators only, sorry about that.
Alex Thompson begins a new over from the River Taff end, and it's defended by Colin Ingram straight back to him.
Couldn't think of 2 better commentators together for the rest of the game.
Exactly. I think we'll probably survive. Mark Watt had a yellow bib on before. He's now changed it to an orange one. I'm not sure what the significance of that is.
Probably been told to change the bib.
He did have a bib on when he walked around to deliver some boots to Zach Chappell as Ingram plays this next delivery out into the offside, and there's no run.
Shows my ignorance. Many years ago, I was doing the interviews in an international rugby match, pitch side, and
Thompson bowls. Ingram goes back into his stumps and
don't play back.
No, there's a shout for LBW. I think he's got a little inside edge on it. He's got his back to us. We might see a replay, but that is dangerous. Going back to a spinner. We've seen Thompson keep the ball low with he's almost got like a flipper that he bowls. Not sure what's going to come first. Here we go. Ooh, going down leg side probably. If he didn't get some bat on it, he defends the next one into the onside where it's fielded by Matt Lamb.
Going back to the bibs, I went through after the players had gone out, and one of the officials, "Excuse me, you haven't got a bib." I didn't know what on earth he was talking about. I said. I thought to myself, I'm not a baby. I said, what do you mean?
Here comes Thompson and bowls to Ingram, who defends it into the onside.
A bib? I said, what sort of bib? Well, the thing that you put. Coat, you mean? That was that, but had to be done.
David Griffin doesn't wear a bib, refuses to wear a bib on health and safety grounds, I think. As this one is a full delivery from Thompson. Doesn't like wearing clothes that other people have worn, and I have to say that I have a great deal of sympathy with him.
Well, he wouldn't go down very well. He wouldn't be allowed in test matches then.
No.
Well, that's I can't blame
until they have a test match at the Incora County Ground, I think it's going to be all right.
Yeah.
That was the end of the over, incidentally. Another good one from Alex Thompson, a maiden. 62 for 2, 49 overs left.
When's tea today?
10 past 3.
Whatever happens.
Yes.
10
past 3. I believe.
49 overs left.
Then the last hour will start with 16 overs to go, and if there's spin on, they might get a couple more in.
Yeah. But it'll be Chappell.
This is 9th over of this spell.
8 overs, 1 for 17, going to twos.
He's done all right. He did get clouted for a couple of runs.
He got 8 in two.
But no, in the first innings, he
Yeah.
bowled somebody, and then he got clouted a couple of times and got taken off. So
Then he comes and bowls to Carlson, who defends on the line of about middle and leg. And the sun comes out again.
yes, I don't think we're going to have any trouble getting all the overs in if they're needed.
It could be 8, it'll go on 6.
Yeah, well, I will be anyway. So
Well, you don't mind, you only got a 2 hour, hour and a half run up the
I'm
road.
going to go to Reading. I'll let all the traffic go. Clear the M4 for me.
Well, it's that awful day, Friday afternoon. I think the train drivers on strike. I think Asliff are on strike today. I heard something. So they'll be piling on the roads. Chapel bowls, and that's played, again, kept a little low down to fine leg. Carlson off the mark. The score goes up to 63. Glamorgan losing wickets at 48 and 62.
Yeah, there won't be much traffic when I'm on the road, so it'll be all right. I didn't see my car for 4 days until this morning when I put my bag in it.
I always worry then if the batteries go down.
That's exactly what I was worried about. So I pressed the clicker to unlock it, and that worked okay. So
Yeah.
I assume there's enough battery power
You shouldn't
to start it.
Start the engine then and put it off again.
I should have done, shouldn't I? Yes.
No, you shouldn't, they tell
should
me,
you
for
not?
some reason. No.
Oh, right. I didn't.
Chapel bowls to Ingram. Ingram leaves. Wide, very wide.
I didn't bounce at all.
I
didn't-
No.
No, I didn't.
I do what you do. Try the boot and that's
Yeah,
it.
I just wanted to put the clothes bag in the back of the car.
Thankfully it's never happened. It's
Webb's
happened.
already packing up, eh?
Yeah, he's had enough. He's going to have
You can't
a
wait.
back job like I have.
What's going on here?
I've seen many people come, say, after midnight to an airport, go and get to their car. They've been away for a fortnight.
Nothing.
Dead. They're not happy. Next ball, defended. I think the reason for that, everybody gets excited when they go on in their halls and they sort of shut the door. And
Well, if you leave it a little bit open and the lights on.
yeah, you can go like that. It doesn't matter.
No. I don't think you
click.
can do that with cars that have the clicker to lock it and unlock
And
it.
I've seen it when I've left my car, just checked everything's all right. And I've seen other cars with lights on. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
Horrible, isn't it, when you get back.
Come back and give him a push.
Chapel around the wicket to the left-handed Ingram. Forward he comes. 63 for 2, the score. 10 to Ingram. Carlson just the single. I shall have to have something now, which I think you'll agree. Glamorgan are not interested in getting 320.
No. Well, it's already 6 2/3 now. The required rate, the actual run rate's dropped below 3 for the first time, really.
How do you think Lewis Deploy will feel if Glamorgan are 8 or 9 down at, say, 270?
How will he feel?
You think, why didn't I?
Yeah, he might.
It comes the next ball. Right forward comes Ingram. Exaggerated forward push end of the over. So Glamorgan are 63 for 2. They need another 320 runs if they're to win this game. If they do win it, I should be the most surprised person in Wales. And if Derbyshire win it, it'll be very well placed, well judged by the captain, the declaration. But I think I'll stick to my saying that he went on a bit too long.
I thought Pat Brown was going to bowl in place of Alex Thompson, then he removed his floppy white sun hat. I think he might be about to replace
Chapel.
Zach Chappell, possibly, who's now bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 18 since lunch. This will be Alex Thompson's 7th over after the lunch interval, 1 for 11.
7th in concussion succession.
I think he's got a lot more work to do, Alex Thompson.
Yeah. We see a bit of leg spin, I'm sure of that.
He's currently loitering at short fine leg as Thompson comes in and bowls to Coles. That's in the air and over the top of
Pad, I think it was.
Matt Lamb.
Spun and it bounced.
Lots of excitement from this commentator.
What Thompson wants to do, if he can, but he's not experienced, is every ball on the spot, as the great off-spinners used to do when it was turning.
He's in again, bowls. That one is defended by Carlson. bat almost parallel with the ground as he played that one, killing any potential spin. Slipping a short leg, as ever, for Alex Thompson over the wicket to the right-handed Kieran Carlson, who goes back into his crease and turns that just beyond the right hand of Matt Lamb at short leg. It's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned about this position Glamorgan are in, that they can crowd the batsmen and have a little chat at them, and that's a much quicker ball, isn't it?
Yeah, turned into the leg side by Carlson, this time fielded by Pat Brown. Just stretching out is Zach Chappell a little bit. I'm sure he's relatively weary after bowling 9 overs on the trot, as Thompson is in. That's defended by Carlson. Straight back to Alex Thompson. He'll dry his hand. There we go. And walk back to his mark. Gets through his overs pretty quickly. Just 47 overs after this next delivery remaining in the day. As Thompson is in. Back into his stumps goes Carlson, turns it into the leg side. It's the end of the over, a maiden, but not the most threatening of maidens from Alex Thompson. And Glamorgan are 63 for 2. They need 321 to win. Derbyshire need 8 wickets, and we've got 47 overs to go.
And I approach my final over of the season.
My word, and I won't be listening.
And my thanks to you, as always, Dave. It's always a pleasure, because I
Good to see you, Edward.
had the pleasure to be up in Derby with Dave and down here, and hopefully we will meet again, as they say, as Vera Lynn used to sing. Nick will come back to join me, and Chappell is going to continue. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 16, and he really has bowled well. 1 for 18, rather. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Colin Ingram. So much depends, Nick, on these two at the moment, as in comes Chappell. And bowls the first ball. Not a shot in anger for the last 2 or 3 overs, has there been, from Colin Ingram?
No, he can block, wouldn't necessarily enjoy blocking.
No, we remember that day and a bit he blocked out against Nottinghamshire.
Indeed.
With Chris Cook, who's still to come, of course.
Yes, he's Cook, of course, batted through virtually the whole of the final day to save the game against Durham at Chester Street.
You know, if you were listening, I said, how will Lewis Deploy feel if Glamorgan lose 8 or 9 for about 240 or whatever? And, you know, a chance might have gone, because there was never any chance of Glamorgan chasing anything over 320, 330, I thought.
I thought 5 and over would have been a reasonable target that might just have tempted them.
In comes Chappell again and bowls, and this time it's down the pitch from Ingram, pushing down the pitch, and there's no run.
Good afternoon, Algeria. PG, alias Dowlais Tup on Twitter, says he's missing being at the ground for the last home game. He's listening from the Atlas in Algeria, and thanks all our commentators for the entertainment over the summer. It's a pleasure to bring you
Absolutely
the action, hopefully the entertainment.
What is the Atlas, do you think? Is it a hotel or
I think it's a mountain range, isn't it?
mountain or whatever? This shows my ignorance. As Chappell bowls and leaves, does Ingram. Reaches all parts where others can't, or something like that, says the old advert.
It is indeed a mountain range.
It is, yeah.
See, if you get a smartphone, Edward, you'll be able to flick things like that up immediately.
I can go on my laptop.
That's true.
There's Chappell in pass on by Redfern, and bowls, and it's wide of the off stump.
Gosh, it apparently takes, I'm surprised at that, best part of 7 hours to fly to Marrakesh from the UK.
7 hours?
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that much. Obviously 20 mile an hour speed limit over Wales.
Yes. I saw your tweet the other day, Mr. Webb. Or your retweet. Yes. Enough said of that. I don't know where's 30, where's 20, because they haven't changed the signs around our way. Don't know where. And some are rubbed out anyhow. And there's a change in the field here. Deploy, trying to exert some pressure, and brought another one onto the offside. 7 on the offside, 7-2 field. Is Chapel. Bowls, and it's blocked. So that then, for me, with your permission, Mr. Webb, I have to get down. There's my grateful thanks to you and grateful thanks to the listeners. We thoroughly enjoyed it. And if we survive the winter, weather-wise or whatever else, then hopefully we'll be able to talk to you. Nick certainly will next year. And bring you some good cricket and hope for better fortune from Glamorgan. Diolch yn fawr. It's been a great pleasure.
Diolch yn fawr, Edward, and hope the chiropractor is able to do their business effectively, and that you're in a better shape sooner or later, or sooner rather than later. Hopefully we will both be back in April next year when the county championship season starts. So, Pat Brown into the attack for the first time in this innings. As Edward mentioned, expensive in the first innings, but certainly worth a throw of the dice in this second innings, as Brown is in to bowl to Carlson, who defends the first ball back down the pitch. You get the feeling that if Glamorgan can go through to tea with the loss of no more than one more wicket, then they will feel reasonably safe. If, on the other hand, Derbyshire take a couple more, then their tails will be up as we head for the tea interval. Dave Fletcher is back with us as Edward departs for medical attention, and Brown bowls and Carlson defends 63 for 2.
Yeah, Pat Brown for the first time in this second innings. I thought he was going to come on. I thought he was going to come on to replace Alex Thompson the previous over. They're going to swap Thompson's ends, as it were. They probably need to do that to Edward to get him fighting fit. Swap his ends round. Needs a little bit of attention. Bless him.
Brown steams in, bowls to Carlson, who's forward defending. Yes, he's done well to survive 3.5 days of this match with a painful shoulder. Not that necessarily stops you talking, but if it stops you sleeping, it doesn't really help your concentration during the day. Anything much happening elsewhere? I hear you cry.
Well, I was just going to tell you not to worry when you're looking for work, so I've just picked up more work there. There's loads of it about. Carry on.
Brown into Carlson, who turns it on the leg side, and will take a single out to mid-wicket. That's Carlson's second run off 12 deliveries faced. 64 for 2. You're not going to be introducing more hits of the 60s, 70s and 80s on BBC Radio Derby, are you?
Not at this stage, but stand by.
Look forward to that, potentially. Sorry I missed your first effort. I think I was working on that occasion.
Washing your hair. Yeah, it was good fun, really good fun.
Results in Division 1, Hampshire beat champions Surrey by 52 runs. Warwickshire and Somerset was washed out today. Durham have completed an innings victory over Leicestershire as Brown comes round the wicket to Ingram, who drives through the offside. Cover gets half a hand to it. It runs towards the boundary. It won't reach the boundary, and they'll jog through for 2. Ingram to 12, 66 for 2. Leicestershire were 173 all out in their second innings. Durham victorious by an innings and 141 runs to seal, well, it was already sealed the title, but to round it off in style. Sussex beat Gloucestershire by 339 runs as Ingram defends on the leg side, thus ensuring that Sussex will finish ahead of Glamorgan, and Glamorgan will now be 5th in Division 2.
Or as we like to call it, 15th in the Championship and 16th in the Championship, really, isn't it, effectively?
Derbyshire 1 place behind. Not a vintage season for either county by any means. Glamorgan won one, lost one, and drawn a heck of a lot before this game. And Derbyshire yet to register in the W column.
4 defeats and 9 draws, but more bonus points than Worcestershire, who are going up.
Oh, it's all about the bonus points.
That proves that it's absolutely not about the bonus points. It's about forcing victories, really, isn't it? Which was the whole point of reducing the points for a draw.
Worcestershire was fewest batting points in the division, and they're second and promoted.
They've only got the third best or third most bowling bonus points as well, looking at that league table.
They've found a way.
Yeah.
Latest sporting cliche.
But yes. Here's Alex Thompson, who's going to try and put it in the right area. Bowling from the Cathedral Road end. And the first delivery is turned by Carlson into the waiting hands all the way along the floor of Matt Lamb at short leg.
So Gloucestershire finish on 97 points in 7th place.
Thompson in again. Down the track comes Carlson and defends it up towards... Well, it was going to mid-on, but it was intercepted by mid-wicket. Leas Deploy saving Zach Chappell from having to bend down, which I'm sure he's grateful for, having bowled 10 overs on the spin after lunch. Here is Thompson again, who is bowling spin. And bowls to Carlson, who goes back and guides it down to backward point, where Sam Connors is fielding.
Derbyshire, of course, be hoping that Yorkshire don't win. Yorkshire 136 for 2, chasing 360 against Worcestershire.
So they can overtake them, can they?
They could overtake Derbyshire.
Not when they win, though. Here is... I nearly said it with a straight face. Carlson playing it out into the off. I nearly kept a straight face there.
Yeah.
Almost, not quite. A long way to go. 44 overs after this one. Because if they're 5 or 6 down, there'll be no handshakes. It'll give me a chance, as one of my critics suggests, to moan about when we're going to finish and when I'll get my kebab. I don't really remember moaning about when I'm going to finish. We're always late finishing. That's just a fact of life. Another helmet has been brought out. This one is Leas Deploy's. His protector fell out of his helmet. I'm not sure I'd keep mine in there if I was entirely honest. But he does. It seems slightly unhygienic.
Keeps his protector
in his helmet. It's just
his midships protector.
Indeed, which he's now placing in the requisite position. And it was in his helmet.
Right.
Because it fell out. Here is Thompson. He's at leg slip, incidentally. Bowling on the back foot. Carlson plays it out into the offside where it's fielded by Dahl.
Looks like Middlesex's vain effort to stay up. They set Nottinghamshire 207 to win, not 59 without loss.
Thompson bowls an attempt to sweep, and it is swept down towards a fine leg. Around goes Pat Brown to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. So Brown will be bowling at Carlson at the start of the next over as he pinches the strike. He's on 3. Ingram has 12. 67 for 2. 317 to win. 44 overs left. Blimey, that would have been a very short afternoon.
Lancashire are providing some resistance against Kent now. They've batted an hour for their 8th wicket pair. They're now effectively 139 for 7. They're actually 306 for 7, Lancashire at Canterbury, with Kent doing their best to keep their destiny in their own hands, having started a point ahead of Middlesex. And very much looks like Middlesex coming down to the second division. Champions Surrey lost to Hampshire today by 52 runs. It mattered not. They were crowned champions yesterday when Essex failed to get to 400 and indeed crumbled to defeat against relegated Northants. So Brown is going to into his second over. He's bowling to Carlson. A slip, a gully. Could do with another close fielder or two. Mid-wickets coming in quite close as Carlson defends to mid-off, and there's no run. There's a lot of... Is that deploy at mid-wicket? He's doing a lot of deploying.
Yes, it is, I think.
He's waving to fielders anyway.
Waving to Sam Connors, who was doing something. Passing bits to Nick Potts, by the look of it. And chatting to him.
Getting a cheese toastie off the 12th man. Oh no, that's Marnus Labuschagne. Braided for having a cheese toastie in his pocket at one point. Not by Glamorgan, by Australia. Carlson defends. Fancied a little after lunch. Obviously didn't enjoy his lunch much. The cheese toastie in his pocket in the afternoon.
Man has to eat.
Marnus Labuschagne, by the way, was introduced into the Australian World Cup squad as a late replacement. England start next Thursday against New Zealand, and they start their friendlies in India tomorrow. Extensive coverage, of course, of such matters on the BBC Sport website.
I think 5 Live has commentary of every game. Or 5 Live Sport Extra. 5.
Jolly good.
Extra, I believe.
Pleased to hear it. Since I hope it's worldwide rights, since I shall be away from these shores for bits and pieces of October. As Brown is in to bowl, short ball pulled by Carlson, but pulled downwards, and he picks up a single to square leg.
Alexander Guthrie, who was in Maryland, which I think is in America.
I believe so.
Watching the match with a cat on his knee. Counting down to already to day one of next season. He says he's going to ask Santa for a possible set of tickets to a Derbyshire match next season. Well, if you do come across Alexander, introduce yourself. Make yourself known, as they say.
As Ingram defends the next ball from Brown, back to the bowler. Edward says Edward Cooper looks forward to reading our review of the season. Well, you'll have 2 chances to do so. One will be on the BBC Sport website sometime over the weekend, and then I'll have to think of something completely fresh to say for the Wisden review of the which I'm going to have to try and delay as late as possible given the amount of change at the club. Brown in bowls, that's shot through for 4 byes, kept low. Guest turned his head away from it. It's an understandable desire not to get whacked in the chops, and it scudded between his legs. Neil Thornycroft has kind words for you, Mr. Fletcher.
No, that's very kind.
If we had got promoted, we'd have missed you, Mr. Fletcher, next season. Here's to a joint Glamorgan Derbyshire promotion next year.
Well, that would be good, wouldn't it? For everybody who's listening today, presumably.
Absolutely. Some upstarts to join the ranks of the First Division clubs. Durham and Worcestershire going up as things stand. Well, they will go up. Brown bowls. Ingram up on his toes, plays it defensively to cover. No run. 72 for 2. 27 overs gone. 43 available to Derbyshire to claim the remaining 8 Glamorgan wickets, with Glamorgan in no danger whatsoever of scoring 312 runs at 7.26 and over.
No, it seems unlikely, doesn't it? To be fair, it does seem unlikely, but you never know. See where they are at tea.
Well, come to think of it, the game at Derby last season, we didn't think Glamorgan were going for it until
right.
after tea.
That's right. That is right. Now you mention it.
But I think that was a less challenging task, wasn't it, than this one?
Yes. Yeah, I think you're right.
How's the golf going?
They're 2 up, 6 up rather, Europe in 1, all square in 2 others, and 2 down in the 4th.
But having a 4-0 lead from
But
the
with a
morning.
4-0 lead from this morning. Yeah, first time they'd ever won all 4 foursomes on the first morning of a Ryder Cup Europe. It's the McIlroy-Fitzpatrick pairing that's 6 up. Here's Alex Thompson in to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who turns it into the leg side, and there's no run.
At least we've got nice weather for this final afternoon, and the crowd can doze contentedly.
72 for 2. Thompson bowls, perhaps a slightly quicker one. Carlson a long way forward to defend that one. Brooke Guest comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
This is quite possibly Carlson's lowest strike rate of the season.
They'll have a go soon. There we go. Tries a drive, but doesn't really time it. Goes straight back to...
Well, it is an issue, isn't it? You do have to play the odd shots, otherwise you'll get every field around the bat.
Next delivery, there's an appeal. Phil always given him. That's come from absolutely nowhere. It wasn't really a concerted appeal, and Alex Thompson's picked up the wicket of Kieran Carlson for 4, and Glamorgan is 72 for 3. Kieran Carlson's surprised. Most of the crowd was surprised, and I'm a little bit surprised as well. But having said that, it was pretty much in front. Carlson's looking as though, well, look, my leg was so far outside leg stump when I landed, it couldn't possibly be out. Unless he's hit it, I think that's a fairly good decision, don't you, Nick?
I thought it was going down.
Really?
Yeah. We see an ultra slow...
Right, well, he hit the bat after it hit his
Yes.
pad, because it bounced off his pad and back onto his bat. Like to see it again from head on, if at all possible. Chaps next door. I'm sure that's here we go. Thank you very much. In comes Thompson then as... oh no, I shouldn't be commentating. It did turn. It did turn. Might have been doing too much, but I'd have given it. Move the game on. He's picked up another. Alex Thompson. And Carlson goes. 72 for 3. Interesting.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go till tea, 22 minutes to go till tea. A big 22 minutes for Derbyshire.
Possibly the biggest 22 minutes of the season. 25 balls for his 4 runs. Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he did fall over somewhat, and he may have thought he hit it, but the ball did actually bounce onto his bat from his pad.
It did hit the bat after the pad, didn't it?
Yeah, we can be fairly certain on that point. Well, Glamorgan not out of the woods yet then. It's 72 for 3. Ingram and Root, 2 left-handers at the wicket. Root made 53 in the first innings to take his tally for the season to 870 runs. But crease occupation is the key now.
It is, as they say, the name of the game. 72 for 3. I'm running out of cliches. As Thompson is in around the wicket to the new batsman Billy Root, who pushes this one out into the offside. 2 slips and a short leg, and the fielders are sort of creeping closer and closer, it feels.
Yeah, that's the
batsman,
point I
aren't they?
made. If you're not playing shots, they're going to come in close, and there's be more danger.
As Thompson's in again. This one is pushed by Root, square on the offside, picked up by Mitch Wagstaff. The end of another successful Alex Thompson over. 2 for 16 from 11 overs, Alex Thompson. 72 for 3. They're still 312 is the required number of runs for Glamorgan at almost 7.5 and over now. That is very much off the agenda. 42 overs remaining to pick up 7 wickets. That is the key for Derbyshire.
So they may keep this going into the final hour. should they have a couple more successes before then. 20 minutes still tea. Right, Glamorgan have to grit their teeth, gird their loins, put their shoulders to the wheel and keep a straight bat. Colin Ingram surveys the scene, which includes one slip, one gully, and is a man on the drive on either side? No. Not, yes, just about. As Ingram plays defensively on the leg side, just hesitating to see if Wagstaff and Duploy were in a crouching catching mode, just about. On either side of the wicket at mid-wicket and cover. The square leg is back on the ropes if Colin Ingram is caught on the boundary. Don't think he'd be best pleased. Brown into bowl to Ingram, who allows it to go through outside off stump, keeping a little bit low.
Pitch exploded when that ball landed on it then. Huge puff of dust came up.
It's all looking a bit desert-like out in the middle, isn't it?
Mm.
Both the wicket itself and certainly the wicket to the left of it are pretty barren of grass now. Or to the right of it if you're watching on the screen at the moment. Brown into Ingram, who defends back to the bowler. And there is no run. Wonder what the procedure is for ground staff, whether they can all disappear on holiday for a couple of weeks, or presumably there are urgent tasks to be seen to put the square to bed.
Yeah, well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? There must be some work. There'll be something they can get on with.
As in comes Brown to bowl to Ingram again, keeping a little bit low as it goes through to Brookgast. I know at club level there are frequent appeals for groundwork helpers at this time of year.
And they have a big one in the spring, don't they? I think one of the major banks sponsors it to spruce up the grounds ahead of the new season. They'll be here before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's the work on the square that has to be done in September. Ingram on 12 faces up to Brown and plays no shot again. Not getting a lot of bounce, is he, for a bowler of Brown's undoubted speed and decent height?
No, he's not. It might be worth giving. We're getting close to tea, aren't we?
Wagstaff?
Yeah,
What were you thinking?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Give him a little go. Leg spinners can be expensive, but it wouldn't really matter, would it?
No.
7.6.
Afford to toss a few up and see what happens. Brown in, bowls to Ingram, who defends to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Patrick Reese Brown, to giving his full name, and he does have Reese spelt in the Welsh way.
You're not claiming him as well, are you?
I don't know. I think anyone with the Welsh spelling of Reese in their name has probably got at least a Welsh grandparent.
So that will mean next season, assuming that Aaron Donald signs, and nothing has been announced yet, but I'm 100% certain that he will. There will be 4 players with Welsh, either who are fully Welsh or with Welsh heritage in the side.
Absolutely, the Derbyshire Dragons.
Yeah. And how many at Glamorgan?
Depends who makes the first team, really.
What about this one?
This particular 11. Okay, I'll have a little look through it.
Alex Thompson's going to continue. 11 overs, 2 for 16, his figures so far. 1 for 1 from his 2 overs from the Cathedral Road end, and he bowls to Billy Root, who defends that straight back to him. And there is no run.
Yeah, it's a relatively low 2 actually born in Wales. There's been a lot higher at various times this season.
Thompson bowls. That one goes past the edge of Root's bat. Terrific delivery. Went forward as he should have done. But the ball turned a long way.
Gorvin's of Welsh parentage, and McIlroy just born over the border. Probably would have been born in Wales had we had more hospitals here.
It's Thompson. Balls. That one is driven out square on the offside. And there's no run. I'm just trying to work out how far you're going to push the border.
It's a thing. Mid-Wales families, the kids are often born over the border.
You'd be claiming people from Shrewsbury and Shrewsbury and Chester next.
Well, Shrewsbury is formerly very much Welsh. It's got a Welsh name.
I think formally is the key there.
These English, they're always nicking our territory.
There's a slight delay because we've now got a silly mid-off. It's very silly. There's deploy, and it just goes past his left foot to that shot from Billy Root.
Chris Cook married to a Welsh international. What more do you want?
Well, no, that counts. Yeah, clearly, clearly. Thompson in bowls a full toss, which Root can do no more than push up to mid-on. Reese and Lewis from Llanelli does the fielding. You wouldn't know from his accent, certainly. Root waits yet to get off the mark. Defends this next. That was in the air as it went past Lear's deploy. It was quite straight, the shot that he played, and therefore deploy couldn't get down in time to get a hand to it, but it was in the air. And both deploy and Brooke Guest ended the delivery with their hands on their respective heads. They were on their own heads. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah, it's not like the team photos
at
the start of the season where you put your hand on
Yeah.
someone else's knee and hope the photographer doesn't notice.
Can you imagine how aggravating David Griffin finds that? The answer is exceptionally.
Is he able to Photoshop the hands back again?
I think AI these days, you can do anything. You could Photoshop more players in.
Here comes Pat Brown then, with 13 minutes until the interval to bowl. Oh, that's kept a little bit low. Brown is extremely enthusiastic.
He's interested, wasn't he?
May have been a bit of bat involved. But it's keeping a little bit low for Brown at the moment, which when you're bowling as fast as Brown is, that is a little bit of an issue.
It looked worth a shout from behind.
Worth a shout. Adjacent.
Close, wasn't it? Very close.
As Brown sets off with renewed vigour to bowl to Ingram, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run.
Puts me in mind of a Fred Truman story, which I couldn't possibly tell with all the language in it, but
Flipping heck, old chap.
yes, and he had somebody trapped in front, not out, and he nicked off, not out. Next ball stumps everyone. He turns around to the umpire and says, "That must have been close."
Brown bowls to Ingram, who drives gently back past him up to mid-on. No run. 31st over of the innings. Glamorgan with 3 wickets down. They need a long partnership. It doesn't have to be a partnership of many runs, but many overs. Lunch at 10 past 3. So probably 3 more overs. 2 from Thompson, 1 from Brown. As Brown is in, and Ingram knocks it gently down towards backward square. Anuj Dal does the fielding. 73 for 3. The listeners of BBC Radio Derby require Mr. Fletcher's urgent attention. He'll be back in a few minutes. Billy Root takes guard from umpire Lloyd. And Derbyshire have a committee meeting. Thought they'd be looking to get the overs in before tea to give themselves an extra chance of a psychological fillip before the interval. Brown retreats into the far distance and calls his gully in to second slip. Matt Lamb takes a helmet because he wants to go a bit closer. Brown is in to bowl, down leg side taken by Guest. Been one or two flicks from the left-handers that balls down the leg side. You tend to think they'd be better off getting everything out of the way completely, but it is, of course, pretty tempting. Last ball of Pat Brown's over, just the single off it so far. As Root knocks it into the offside and says, "I'll have a single there, please." Rotates the strike. 74 for 3. Indeed, that was Root getting off the mark, which is always worth doing. Man out in this innings. Zainul Hassan, leg before to Alex Thompson for 19. Eddie Byram, bowled by Zach Chappell for 32. And Kieran Carlson, leg before to Alex Thompson for 4. Fall of wickets, 48, 62 and 72. Thompson to continue. Cluster of fielders round the bat, 4 of them plus the keeper, as Root stretches forward. No run. It's a silly point, 2 slips and a short leg. Thompson bowls. Root steps back, thinks about cutting and decides otherwise. Probably wisely. Next delivery is allowed to go through. No shot played by Billy Root. Grateful that the ball turned as he thought it would. Tense moments here at Sapphire Gardens as Derbyshire press for what looked like an unlikely win, given the paucity of wickets falling in the first 10 sessions of the game. Root pushes forward again with the pad, gets his bat out of the way. So it goes to Guest. There is a reasonably significant turn at the moment for Alex Thompson. A bit of bounce with his height as well. And shorter and flatter though, and Root hits it almost through silly point up to mid-off, who throws it back at Brooke Guest, and Guest says, "What on earth do you bother with that for?"
Gave him a bit of a look.
Words to that effect. 74 for 3. Thompson in bowls. Root pushes forward, plays it to point, thinks about a single. No idea why Colin Ingram wasn't remotely interested. 74 for 3. There are 6 minutes remaining until the tea interval, so unless a wicket falls quickly, then it's likely to be 2 overs. 5 minutes to go till tea. Pat Brown will need to get on with it to a certain extent. And 38 overs remaining in the game as Glamorgan hang on, dig in. etc., etc.
Yeah. In fact, it's not going to be Pat Brown, it's going to be Mitch Wagstaff. So, will we get 3? With his leg spin, the 20-year-old. 2 wickets this season, both in the game, both in his first over of the game at Scarborough against Yorkshire. Lister Ploy is directing operations, I think it's fair to say. We'll have at least a 36-over final session, you would have thought, assuming we go the distance. And Wagstaff is ready. Bowls quite quickly for a leggy. And the first delivery is defended by Colin Ingram straight into the ground, and there is no run. That required rate now over 8 runs and over. So Derbyshire can pretty much do what they want with the field, unless Glamorgan come out and try to attack. As this next one, he goes back into his stumps and plays it, possibly off his thigh pad down to fine leg. Don't go back. Always a dangerous thing to do. Wagstaff ready again. In and bowls to Ingram, who again goes back, but this time gets the full face of the bat on the ball, pushes it back towards the bowler. Already got through half of his first over, Mitch Wagstaff. Doesn't take him long. Might not be quite time for a second Wagstaff over before the tea interval. He bowls again, he goes back, but he really pushes them through. He bowled one yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? It was virtually medium pace. And it was a remarkably quick delivery.
Yeah, if he can bowl leg cutters, then he's in business.
He's a very useful cricketer, Mitch Wagstaff. Bowls this one, keeps low, outside the off stump now. Left alone by Colin Ingram. Just the one ball left of this over, the 33rd. There will be 37 to go after this, and he bowls to Ingram. It's a maiden over to begin with for the young leg spinner. He'll be pleased with that. He gets a little low 5 from his skipper, Reese and Kane, as he goes off into the field. He's forgotten his hat. Perhaps he's not going to bother putting it back on.
So 5 bowlers used so far by Derbyshire. No Dahl so far, and no Reese so far.
No, I think they're potentially unlikely to feature.
Oh, they'll juggle the pack a bit, won't they, if they don't get a breakthrough next half hour or so?
Yeah, potentially.
Yorkshire are going ominously well for Derbyshire. 169 for 2, needing a further 191 against Worcestershire at Headingley. Yorkshire could potentially overtake Derbyshire unless Derbyshire win. Pushing forward his route there, hit on the pads. Sussex beat Gloucestershire by 339 runs. Durham beat Leicestershire by an innings and 141 runs. In Division 1, Hampshire beat Surrey, the champions, by 52 runs. Warwickshire Somerset was washed out. Thompson in, bowl, route forward, plays to cover. Well, the silly pointer's gone now. There is a short leg, a leg slip and 2 slips. Seems to be a rotating cast around the bat.
Yes.
Just stick one on each corner.
Well, they might as well, mightn't they? I'm not sure why they've got the man out on the cover boundary.
As forward presses route and defends. Lancashire, it seems likely now to salvage a draw against Kent, which means that Middlesex could stay up by winning, but they're not likely to do so. Thompson bowls and forward pushes route, defending. Middlesex set knocks 207 to win. They're 88 for 1.
Kicking themselves if they could have had a chance to stay up, I suppose.
Thompson bowls, route pushes forward to Dahl at cover. The clock on the corner of the scoreboard says 15-10, so this will be the last ball of the afternoon session. Root has made 1 of 21 balls. Come on in, everyone. Fielders are summoned from far and wide. Deploy now has gone to silly point. There's no leg slip. You might as well have them all. As Root defends to Deploy, who tries some sort of physically impossible task of catching it before the ball bounces. But Root has survived. He's on 1. Ditto Ingram on 13 of 58 balls. It's not pretty watching, and Derbyshire have given themselves just the outside suggestion of hope, claiming 3 wickets in 34 overs so far. 36 could remain to be bowled. Glamorgan nominally set, well, they were set 384 in 70. They're 74 for 3 at tea with, as I say, 36 overs left for Derbyshire to claim 7 wickets.
Could be interesting. Might not be. Who knows?
We'll be back at 1:30.
I've got some latest scores and results from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship, which, like here, are in their final day of the season. Results, first of all, at the Aegeus Bowl, where Hampshire beat Surrey by 52 runs. At home, Sussex beat Gloucestershire by 339 runs. And at Chesterley Street, Durham defeated Leicestershire by an innings in 141 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire are 175 for 2, still requiring a further 185 to defeat Worcestershire. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 91 for 1. That's after being set aside for 207 by Middlesex. Middlesex having declared on 224 for 6. The other latest score comes from the Spitfire St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, where Lancashire in their second innings are 344 for 7. So Lancashire are leading Kent by 177 runs. A reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until round about 5 o'clock this evening. As always, selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of missing published cricket books. Food and drink can be purchased from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. You can also obtain food and drink from the mobile unit beneath the Castor Howell stand. Snacks can be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing at the end of the team to book. So if you have time, why not quickly pop over there to look at the display celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. Or if not, you can have a browse through the range of second-hand cricket books which are on sale, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks.
I see his spotted his van up in Ken Forest this morning. Because he got a private number plate on his green van. Northern South and South. You reckon he's could have a car too? Right, he's with him Bob on it. He love it, doesn't he? I want that. That was great. over 3, but they fucking need another 300 runs. Only 30 or 34 overs. But they need 383 to win, but they're going to run out of time. So, no, but they're not. They're trying to get a draw out of it. Oh, it's fucking phone. They're blocking it and everything. And they wonder why people don't turn up the county championship games. The fucking game is turning on its feet. That's why people that go to the one-day games because it's always off. Yeah, I got a fucking long day tomorrow. Glamorgan. I got a fucking long day tomorrow. No, I go to the football. I go around the run in Cardiff for a bit then because I got the undertones tomorrow night. Look. In the tram shed, so I got around around. Might go for a bit of food or something after the football. My mate's not going to get in Cardiff till about 7. But I got a fucking long day, man. I get on the football about 1. I got a fucking taxi in from the tram shed. The classic 33 quid. It's alright, like. It's not bad, is it, from Cardiff? One way yard, so but that ain't coming down till 12 o'clock. I wanted it about 11:30, but they said you're going to show. So it's 11:15, 11:30 on the Saturday. They all want them at the same time. But you've been taxiing, that ain't gonna turn up mark at 12 o'clock. That'll be more like fucking 10 past 12, I expect. Well, I hope not, but I reckon it'll be a good fucking 10 minutes late anyway, because they ain't gonna fucking get down in time, man. Unless I got a 11:15 run. Fucking from Blackwood up to Pentland or something, and then, but I can't. So you're just fucking hanging about, because I don't think there's any pubs nearby, is there? Well, that is the thing, isn't it? I could, you never know, it might be somebody down there that's coming up this way. But the thing is, they wanted it in full, payment in full, so I fucking paid them £33 now, haven't I? Who's this fucking taxi firm up in Town Forest, a new one? In weekly press, P&E, who are they? He got 3 fucking cars, or she, or whoever. But it's only a mobile number, isn't it? It's not a fucking, so I thought, right. So I thought, that's a lot. I thought, well, I've never even heard of them. I got up for a run this morning, and I can't believe another weekly press. I can't find it out. Fucking taxi from. So that might be an option, you see. That might be a fucking option, isn't it? But they reckon, the classic, they said, oh, they all reckon we lay a fucking waste of space, isn't it? They said we paying fucking top dollar and they don't fucking turn up half the time. Were you drinking tonight, or you're not on the drink, you, but?
She ain't right, see, Mark. She had a phone appointment today with a nutritionist and all that. But every time she's eating, 2 hours later, she's having fucking pain. Well, I did say if I got time, she said you're going to be a bit pushed for time. I said, well, I am a bit. Because she said she was going to, see, I don't know why she don't have a fucking spare key, see, Mark. I offered her a spare key, but I said, oh, I'll leave the key in a certain place. She said, oh, I don't know, she's feeling a bit weak and all that. She said, so I said, if you've got a spare key, then you can come and go. Oh, okay. By Sunday I'll be hanging in Spencer. Oh, and I took it off the other set of keys. I said, well,
May not go out in a blaze of
Indifference.
exactly.
but she don't like half that.
Concern is that it's taken losing a couple
Well,
of
then the Derbyshire very
So
often.
I said, well, I said,
I can understand at this stage where the scoreboard is now, you will shut up shop. Well, I think they shut up a little bit early, but didn't seem to be
all right, the players are coming out now, so I'll catch you later on.
You knew, when you saw it, I guess what Castle did with 4 overs for 4, you knew then
Yeah,
that was it.
we've seen it with the way back and set the tone in the
Yeah. Yeah. But no doubt they'd have a team meeting that with the instruction, don't lose what it looks like. Be interesting to see next week if we get a decent coach. We've got so many average players. And imagine you're running another county. How many players are you looking to try to drag over the line? Probably Carlson, full stop.
Sam Wilkinson.
But you wouldn't, you look at the age of these. Billy Root, maybe depending on what you've got, but people like North East, they're all alongside the 30s. Unless you're looking for a short-term fix because you've got a problem. James Harris, good, solid, average cricketer.
Yeah.
But you're not going to try to recruit him to boost your team.
Season pro.
Journeyman pro, you know.
Yeah, journeyman.
But say that if you're looking at, you're a team leader and you want to boost the team, I'm not talking about short-term injury when you need a bowler. That happens. But well, I want somebody who will benefit my team for the next 2 or 3 years, and his team is Carlson.
No one left, that's it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. That'd be cheap,
Yeah, well,
Unless
Could stay 5 down to 6.
Yeah.
5 down to 6.
5 down to the batsman, looking like he can't get a run because he's missing everything.
Is it next year or the
It's
year
not.
after?
This doesn't finish.
There's a one-day international against Australia in Bristol on the 30th of
I love
September.
championship cricket, but
they spoiled it. Yeah, Australia.
Yeah,
It has to be the rate of practice. They can't be the rate of points.
No.
You move it in October, like it was money.
Yeah, well, that's the part of playing this time of year. This is a half-time marathon. Yeah.
this is the other argument. Why you be playing championship? go to the home cricket,
I don't like that big job.
actually go to any other, or have previously been to any other kind of cricket and will afterwards go.
Well, they might have gone with some 20 times. It might be the same sort of concept. But yeah, I certainly don't think we'll ever convert that into the championship. So,
I mean, T20, there's a market there.
yeah.
A lot of that,
But that market was getting bigger. That's my point. For the 100, T20 overall were going up. It wasn't a failing. It wasn't a failing thing that we've got to do something to resurrect this. It was still getting bigger and bigger.
I mean, the one day trophy you've taken a part in.
Yeah, very much so. It's been shoved. Yeah, absolutely.
Still a trophy.
the best,
Yeah.
the best competition, and I can understand the reason for doing it, was the Sunday afternoon 40
Yeah, everyone says the same. 'Cause it's good for spectators. It fitted nicely into a Sunday. You didn't have to commit the whole day to it. You could have a dinner first, then go to it, and call it the same. And you could finish at that dome at a reasonable time. Yeah. Yeah.
They knocked it on there purely because they wanted I can understand. International cricket was 50 over the pitch, and that's what they wanted. There's fixation in all sport with international cricket.
You in that case, well, if it's a case of that, then you're in a 5-day county championship cricket because you're preparing for the test matches. Yeah, you see.
I asked you a question.
No, that's what we brought up before.
That I filled in it many years ago in the survey. If your home team is playing at 3 o'clock on Saturday, your football team,
Yeah, yeah,
3
yeah.
o'clock on Saturday afternoon, and England are home at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, which game will you go to?
Yeah.
And I went to my home team
Yeah,
every
exactly.
single time.
And I would, yeah, I definitely would. We often say at Somerset, what would you rather, Somerset win the county championship or England win the Ashes? Funnily enough, everyone wants Somerset to win the championship.
So there you go. That's a very good point.
It was a survey
Championship cricket, 5 years. Yeah, for that, would it? Yeah. It's split, they're all in.
Let's go back.
You bound to get a
Let's
result.
go back to
You're bound to.
30 years ago. When cricket championship was 3 days, but only equivalent to 3.5 days of Saturday cricket. I think they bowled a decent number of overs. They didn't waste time like that on bloody Saturday.
Because they do it done.
I said before, this is real.
You will have results, isn't it?
I read a cricket book.
Not so many draws.
Yorkshire was, and the game like today, is that last day they knew that there couldn't possibly be a result somewhere. Because of the messing about the afternoon session, first hour.
To resume Glamorgan's second innings, Colin Ingram and Billy Root to resume the bowling for Derbyshire.
And to resume the commentary for this final session of 2023, Dave Fletcher and myself, Nick Webb.
Mitch Wagstaff's going to bowl the one over before tea. It was a maiden to Colin Ingram. He's going to bowl his second over from the River Taff end with fielders around the bat to a degree. He's got a leg slip, a short leg and a slip. This deploy just popping his protective helmet on and other protective gear. He's ready, and Mitch Wagstaff's on his way in. And balls to Ingram, who immediately tries to, well, he does. He clubs the ball into the leg side for 4. I wasn't sure where that had gone, but it's gone all the way to a straight mid-wicket. So Ingram isn't going to stand there and defend.
It was a little bit short of a length.
It was a bit.
And Ingram, well, runs are runs, aren't they?
Yes, all runs gratefully received. They only need another 306 to win in this final session now at 8.5 and over. But yeah, individual runs you can't just block, apparently. Fairly straight approach for Wagstaff. That's a better delivery. It's defended out into the offside by Ingram.
Earlier this season I did block out the end of a limited overs game on the grounds that the 10 and 11 were our scheduled umpire and scorer, neither wanted to bat.
Next one from Wagstaff. He's defended again by Ingram into the offside.
And since we needed about 12 runs and over and had no capability of getting it, I just blocked them out.
No points for blocking out a...
No points, but a bit of a sort of...
A claiming of moral victory, were you?
Bit of moral not defeated as badly as we'd been well bowled out.
Next delivery is... Oh, gosh, does that go past the edge? Does it take the edges? The bails are whipped off by Brooke Guest. I'm entirely certain how that got through to him, whether it hit anything on the way through or not. I'll just get a quick glance at what happened with that one. Oh, it's played off the toe of the bat into his boot as Wagstaff bowls, and this one is swept by Ingram out to Zach Chappell, who's on the square leg boundary. Single taken, 79 for 3. Ingram moves on to 18. Wagstaff has bowled 5 deliveries of this first over after tea. 35 to go after this. Would be at the halfway stage of the number of overs that were available to Derbyshire. That one is floated up and driven but not timed by Root. Back towards Wagstaff. The over comes to an end. 5 from it. 79 for 3. With 35 overs gone and 35 overs to go. That might be as exciting as the stats get between now and the end. Who knows?
We've had lots of exciting stats already today.
There have been a few. Mostly surrounding Lewis Reese. It's Zach Chappell again. Why not? He only bowled the 10 overs in a row in the afternoon session. So, Zach, you can bowl another 10 here if you fancy it.
Well, they obviously think that he's their best seam bowling option as things stand. He does have the wicket of Eddie Byram. Bowls playing down the wrong line effectively. And Chappell, who's starting off. No, he's walking in the first few metres and then starts his run. Just past the sawdust he goes and bowls, and Ingram defends on the onside, and there's no run.
Looked like the delivery of somebody who's reasonably stiff. Having bowled 10 overs earlier.
Possibly so.
Wasn't the pace that you would expect necessarily from Zach Chappell. I mean, I wouldn't have liked to have faced it.
No.
Obviously, but
they get paid to face things
yes,
like that.
Yeah, they practice these
And
things, don't they?
Also some decades younger than us. 79 for 3. Chappell around the wicket to Ingram, who just dots it down on the leg side. And there is no run.
3 floppy sun hats out there now. Brown, Dahl and Wagstaff. There would be a fourth, but the fourth wearer is bowling at the moment.
Yes, he needs good head protection since there is no hair on the top of the head.
There's not much anywhere on his head, is there, really?
As Chappell in to bowl outside off stump, Ingram plays no shot. There's a bit of light stubble.
It's a beard.
Mini beard.
It's a blonde beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very fine thing actually when you get close to it. As he gets closer to the camera there, you can just make out a blonde beard.
You can indeed. 79 for 3, sun out, glinting off the said beard.
Fine figure of a man.
And he comes and bowls to Ingram, who's beaten by that one, and it bounces twice before it gets to Brooke Guest, who doesn't take it cleanly.
Did well not to break his fingers.
Chappell causing a few problems then. He and Thompson have been the wicket-taking bowlers, and Ingram played down the wrong line there.
Just moved a touch, didn't it, off the pitch?
Thankfully for Ingram, it moved enough to elude the outside edge. As Chappell bowls, Ingram leaves, and that goes through again on the second bounce to Brooke Guest, who doesn't look as though he's enjoying life.
No, he needs a shield rather than gloves, doesn't he, but at the moment?
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it, when Ball pitches twice, you have to get your head out of the way and your gloves in the way.
You just sort of let it hit you.
And any other part of the body. To be honest, if it bounces twice, I stick my pads in the way. As in comes Chappell. Bowls. Ball goes away and Ingram again ignores it. It is a maiden over. 36 overs have been bowled in this innings. 34 overs potentially remain. Glamorgan has 79 for 3, making no attempt to go at the somewhat demanding target, obviously they felt. Derbyshire thought that 70 overs was enough to give their bowlers a decent chance, and indeed still in the hunt at tea with 3 wickets down. Still in the hunt, just about.
Just about. They need to be picking up wickets fairly regularly from here on in. 1 every 5 overs or so will do it. And Mitch Wagstaff to continue around the wicket, bowling to Billy Root, who drives into the offside. Anish Dahl makes a bit of a meal of the fielding there. Ends up on his stomach somehow. To wipe all the dust off his front as Wagstaff is in again, and this one is a full delivery that's pushed into the offside by Root, fielded by Sam Connors, the now redundant, it would appear, Sam Connors.
Redundant?
Well, he isn't bowled in that afternoon session, did he, at all? This next one is another full delivery from Wagstaff, 2 full really.
Hopefully not redundant in the sense of unemployed.
No, he has a contract for next season. That's perfectly fine. I think of this team, only Leicester Ploy is leaving, I think, as Wagstaff bowls, and that struck the pad. He's an appealing for leg before wicket without much conviction.
I thought there was a bit of bat in there as well from the sound.
He wasn't convinced.
And Root was miles forward and outside off stump, so...
Yeah, you'll do well to convince the umpire if you're not 100% convinced. Although Alex Thompson's appeal to dismiss Kieran Carlson wasn't the most fulsome appeal, as this next one is wide of the off stump, and he has a go at it, drops short of Anish Dahl in the covers. About 4 or 5 yards in front of Anish Dahl in the covers. Short leg slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg as Root defends this one out to mid-wicket, where Pat Brown tries his football skills and fails. Has to bend down and pick the ball up, and it's another maiden over. That's successive maidens to begin the... no, it isn't, because they began with Wagstaff, but successive maidens nonetheless. 33 overs to go, 79 for 3.
Graham Smith says he's trying to understand why Glamorgan declared with no agreement from Derbyshire only to put themselves in a position where all they can do is try to hang on for a draw. Well, it was a sporting declaration, as they say, wasn't it?
I think it was a good declaration.
Throw down the gauntlet from Glamorgan, and had Derbyshire offered them slightly fewer, they might well have gone for it. As Chappell lopes in and bowls to Ingram, who's pushing forward. Ball is tending to keep a little bit low in this last session, you get the feeling? A little bit at both ends.
Yes. Somebody talked about variable bounce in one of the interviews at the end of a day's playing. I can't remember which day it was.
Yeah, I haven't particularly noticed any until...
The odd one, but you'd expect that.
Yeah.
The ball just hits the seam wrong, it can shoot along the floor. But it's keeping more low consistently now.
Get forward. Chappell in to Ingram, who is caught at gully, slashing it away. And Ingram goes for 18. A rare attacking shot from Glamorgan, and it keeps Derbyshire in the hunt. There's 79 for 4 are the home side, and Zach Chappell has his second wicket.
How on earth Matt Lamb's held on to that, I've no idea. Because, well, it was hit straight at him for a start, which always helps. He didn't have to move, but good reactions. That was head height, it felt. We're going to replay of it now. That's a stunning catch.
difficult to follow in real time.
He hit it very hard, and well, by the time the camera got there, Matt Lamb's been knocked over by the force of the ball. Absolutely magnificent catch from Matt Lamb. England goes for 18, 79 for 4. There we go.
Yep, we could well be going deep into the last hour of the season here.
I think we will. I'll make that prediction now. Quite comfortably. 71 balls for his 18, Colin Ingram. That's not Colin Ingram, is it?
Not his normal self. It was the right sort of game generally, but he thought that was a bad ball to put away.
But even from day one, it's been difficult to play expansive shots, hasn't it?
Ingram went to a decent rate,
Yes,
didn't he, in the first innings, 80 off 90-odd balls.
Yeah, no, he did, to be fair.
So Chris Cook is in at 6. The batting to come after that, Douthwaite, Gorvin, Van der Hoogten, Harris and McIlroy. Can Derbyshire work their way through that lot?
What I would say is that Zach Chappell's bowled better deliveries and not taken a wicket with them, which is often the way, isn't it? Because that was pretty much a short ball wide of the off stump and was there to be hit. Ingram will perhaps feel a little aggrieved that it went straight at Matt Lamb. But he showed really good reflexes to catch it.
So the right-handed Cook at least gives Glamorgan a right-left combination. 4 left-handers in the top 5. That's the most left-handed Glamorgan have been for a number of seasons, I suspect. Here is Chappell in to bowl to Chris Cook. First delivery to Cook is on the leg stump and clipped away by Cook down towards backwards square. There's a very long single, and they settle for the single. 80 for 4.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to take on Alex Thompson's arm, and they didn't, quite correctly. Derbyshire got as good a fielding side at the moment. This is as good a fielding side as they can probably field at the moment.
Next delivery from Chappell to Root, who chops it down into the ground, bounces up to gully. No run.
Matt Lamb just having a laugh with the slip hurricane about that. I think they're still probably talking about the catch.
I'm sure Lamb is talking about his catch. That's one for the highlights reel.
Well, it would have been.
In comes Chappell. Bowls, Root defends. Afternoon sunshine, the shadows.
Sorry.
The shadows of the media centre making themselves felt briefly before the sun disappeared again. About time we had a bit of bad light, isn't it? To aid Glamorgan's cause. Least likely of the 4 days, to be fair. As Chappell into bowl to a Root who drives, check drives gently to Connors at mid-off. No run, 80 for 4, 32 overs for Derbyshire to try and claim a further 6 wickets.
And further to a conversation we were having before, David McCardle, a regular contributor. Good afternoon to you, David. My old man is just about to leave the, I dread to pronounce this, but I'm going to give it a go. Maylor, M-A-E-L-O-R Hospital in Wrexham.
Yeah, Mylor.
Mylor.
Yep.
They've been fabulous, of course, but can confirm that a new hospital or 2 in the Principality, we don't call it that, would be desirable. Random female, some very nice words. Well, I'm not sure if they're declaring slightly earlier, but we shall see. You may be right.
It's given Derbyshire a fighting chance, anyway.
And it's going to be Mitch Wagstaff to continue from the River Taff end, being offered some words of advice / wisdom by Lewis Reese while Lewis deployed points And now players move. One's going out. That looks like Pat. Is it Pat Brown who's gone out to cover? I think it is. Zach Chappell's coming to mid-wicket. And Wagstaff bowls one that turns.
Blimey.
He was tempted there, Cook. It turned quite a long way, and it took all of his instincts, or had to fight all his instincts.
Yes, you could almost see that decision to pull out.
I'm going to hit it. And he didn't. Next delivery, he just defends out into the offside wisely. 80 for 4 it remains.
Does he bowl any off breaks as well?
That I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure. It would be wrong for me to say yes or no. I haven't seen enough of him really. Next delivery is defended by.
So if he's at the moment he's bowling most of his deliveries just outside off stump to try and tempt Cook, whereas Cook can just
get one to come back in.
Yeah, unless one comes back in, Cook could be fairly safe padding them.
Cook waits, and this next delivery is on the stumps and pushed into the leg side by Cook. It is easier commentating from the screen on the leg spinner from the River Taff end. Seems slightly bizarre to be in a ground though and do it off tube. As Wagstaff is in again, and that one doesn't turn at all, and it's pushed out into the offside once again by Chris Cook. Both batsmen on one, Cook and Root. Glamorgan 80 for 4, 31 overs to go after this delivery. Bowled by Wagstaff, and it just keeps it a little bit low. Perhaps he's trying out his flipper. Either way, it was pushed into the offside and there was no run, so that over comes to an end. Another maiden for Wagstaff. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 5. Root has one, Cook has one, and Glamorgan are 80 for 4.
And a 12th draw of the season might have been seen as disappointing for Glamorgan at the start of the week, but at the moment they'd bite your hand off for it. With 4 wickets down, 31 overs left. And I wish I could say it was looking too dark to play, but it isn't. Even though we've got a bit of darker cloud coming over the ground. Derbyshire could always bowl double spin, as we saw from Glamorgan last night in the near darkness. As Chappell is in to bowl to Root, who jumps rather as he defends that one, and then squats down. He's quite fidgety at the crease, Billy Root. There's a picture from the local agency of Root flat on his rear from the first innings. Not quite sure how he ended up there. But, yeah, Root getting up in the air to make sure that he played down on the ball. Chappell is back at it. And is bowling outside off stump. Comes back a little, but doesn't disturb the timbers as Brookcast takes it. 80 for 4, BBC Sport Online. If you want to contact us via X, formerly Twitter, at Fletch Sport, at NickWebb 2017. With any concluding thoughts of the season. And the next, who knows, couple of hours. Certainly at least an hour, I would have thought. As that is through outside off stump and allowed to go through by Root, who now has 1 off 35 deliveries. So Billy Root not worrying about the run side of the scoreboard, as indeed is the Glamorgan task now. Mere 304 runs needed to win. Chappell into bowl to Root through outside off stump. Guest takes it. And with the paucity of wickets falling, was it 15 in the first 10 sessions of this match? You said that Derbyshire would do well to take 10. They've done well so far to take 4, really, haven't they?
They have. It's not a pitch on which you're going to take a whole heap of wickets. It doesn't feel like in quick succession, which is pretty much the position they're going to be in within the hour.
As Chappell is into bowl and Root is pushing forward, playing to cover, and there is no run. Wonder if the format formerly known as Twitter is going to be with us next season. It seems to be slightly imploding at times.
There was a report last week. Everybody was going to have to pay for it, which would probably preclude a lot of people from going on it, wouldn't it? You would have thought.
I think that would lead to a dramatic drop in numbers as Root defends again into the offside end of another Chappell maiden. 2 for 19. He has off 13 overs. Glamorgan require to survive a further 30 overs.
Well, they're going to keep going with Mitch Wagstaff and his leg spin. Successive maidens he's bowled. Haven't had a run for forever. In fact, we've had one run since the wicket fell, haven't we?
Yeah.
And that one run was scored from the first ball after the wicket fell by Chris Cook, clipping the ball away into the leg side off Zach Chappell. But Guest and Harry Kame. Harry Kame started the season as the second, I keep saying this, but it's true, as the second 11 skipper, so obviously he's another person to turn to for inspiration should Leas deploy require any. And Wagstaff is in and bowls, and that one is driven straight back to him by Cook. All the way along the floor, nicely fielded his follow through by the tall leggy, who's ready to come in again. And bowls, that one is defended straight back to him once more by Cook. That Lamb just stretching out his back at short leg. Bends down now as Wagstaff is in, and that one's played off the back foot out into the offside. And Ojdal hairs after that one and prevents them from taking a single. .81 for 4 it remains. Wagstaff is in, and that one is carved out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary, Pat Brown, and they go through for a gentle single, and Cook moves on to 2.
For Derbyshire supporters worried about the final positioning, I don't think Yorkshire can now catch them. It's just doing the maths.
Good. Even
if Yorkshire beat Worcestershire, which is still a possibility. So Derbyshire 6th, Glamorgan 5th in the table.
A lot of relieved people in East Midlands. Wagstaff bowls to Root, who blocks this one.
The prestigious battle for qualification for something or other.
The Europa Conference League.
The right to take on Jersey, Italy and Albania.
Yes. Some very exciting group games. Now they've got a man sort of silly mid-on-ish. As Wagstaff bowls, the reverse sweep comes out. It comes off a pad and is taken by Harry Kame at slip. Like to see. I don't mind seeing a reverse. I don't mind seeing a reverse sweep.
In the normal circumstance, it's probably worth the risk reward for Billy Root. In terms of he can score a lot of runs with it, but on the other hand, if it is even slightly more likely to get him out than any other sort of shot, then today it's the time to put it away.
Required rate over 10 now.
Cook 2 off 11 balls, Root 1 off 40 balls. Cook on strike. Is that a slow hand clap? Somewhere in the distance. Chappell into bowl to Cook, who defends. Chris Cook had 708 runs going into this innings. Average in the low 40s, which is pretty decent for a wicketkeeper. Batting at 7 mostly this season, 6 in this match, but realistically, if he weren't a keeper, he'd probably bat 5 or 4, I would suspect. His next delivery is short, and Cook resists the temptation to try and hook it as it goes down leg side. Just turns and watches it whistle by.
Yeah, they've got to offer them something here, haven't they? To offer them something to hit. Well, it goes against all bowlers' principles, really, to tempt the batsman to hit the ball, but
there's man out at deep square. There's Chappell bowls on leg stump. Cook gets nothing on it. Gus does well to take it going down leg side. It is getting slightly darker, but there is plenty of blue sky in the vicinity, so I don't think Derbyshire would be too worried about the weather as yet, especially since we played in very odd conditions last night.
if they took them off now, I think there'd be a fight.
As Chappell in, Cook drives into the offside, fielded at point, no run.
And that's just in the commentary box.
Yes.
No, it wouldn't happen.
We've got to do another 8 days together next season.
Or more.
If selected.
Yeah, if
yes.
selected, indeed.
Well, hopefully there'll be a one-day cup match. There was this year.
Well, you've been, Glamorgan have been to Derby twice in recent times in the one-day cup, so...
Even played one of them.
Yes.
As that is defended back to the bowler by Chris Cook. Edward Bevan represented BBC Wales on the other occasion, having given me COVID and recovered from it more quickly than I did.
You'd be surprised to know that Edward managed to fill the entire day with anecdotes.
81 for 4 Glamorgan here with 28 further overs to survive after this delivery from Zach Chappell to Chris Cook. The slip, gully and 2 on the drive on the leg side, and Cook does not drive, just pokes it back to the bowler and there is no run. 28 overs remain. It's not the most pleasant of ways for Glamorgan supporters to end the season. Quite a mixture overhead, as video stream viewers can see. Bit of dark cloud over the ground at the moment, bit of blue sky somewhere in the distance, whether that's heading our way. A little bit of rain possibly falling at the moment, suggested to us from next door. A few spectators still in the ground, not an awful lot of movement, 1 or 2 just getting coats on. As it will be Pat Brown to continue. Expensive in the first innings, but 4 overs, 0 for 6 in this. Runs conceded does not remotely matter. So Brown back with us. There's a slip and a gully. Derbyshire switching the field round regularly. As Brown dashes in, bowls and hurries route slightly, but he defends it perfectly competently back to the bowler. Derbyshire in no hurry despite the conditions. They might be advised to try and get on with things to make sure they get in these overs in case the light dips. 4 o'clock. As Brown bowls and route is forward, defending on the offside, and there's no run. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in a couple of moments. Scoring rate has dropped below 2 and over. A little light rain, I think, visible as we peer at the trees. Not always the easiest to determine from here. Umpire's not looking too fidgety at the moment. Brown is in to bowl to Root, who plays it into the gully, and there is no run. Umpire Lloyd just looking to the skies. Umpire Redfern has a hat off at point. Ball back with Pat Brown. And he comes, bowls to Billy Root, who defends on the leg side. Glamorgan holding on at the moment, battling for a draw. They're not going to win it. They were sat a demanding 384 in 70 overs at nearly 5.5 runs an over, showing no inclination to go for it. They've lost the wickets of Ul Hassan for 19, Byram 32, Ingram 18 and Carlson for 4 at the moment. Cook and Root are blocking for their lives. 2 wickets apiece to Thompson and Chappell. Glamorgan looking to hold on for a draw in this final match of the season as Root edges for 4. It's 85 for 4 with 27 overs left. That's edge flying away between slip and gully. Just wondering why Derbyshire's field is not a little bit more attacking. Root did look to drive that one through the covers and got a thickish edge that flew away rapidly. That's his first boundary off the 45th delivery that he's faced. Glamorgan 85 for 4. Be 27 overs after this ball. And Derbyshire add a second slip. Stable door, horse bolted. Brown turns, races in, bowls to Root, who drives into the offside. Good scrambling stop at point in front of the umpire by Anuj Dal. 85 for 4, 27 overs potentially remain. Dave Fletcher surveying the horizon and the meteorology.
For rain.
Yes.
It is bright. It has been. It is raining.
Little sprinkle.
Yes. On the window to the left of where I was just doing my update, you could clearly see it. That's not good, is it? Well, not good for Derbyshire.
It's not good for Derbyshire.
No, we would start to lose overs straight away. Here's Alex Thompson back. Look on if you are watching on the stream, I think that cloud to the right of your picture is responsible.
Yeah, I think most of it has drifted over.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah,
there's a bit more away to the north. We shall see.
Yeah, the view towards Caerphilly Mountain looks a little bit misty, but not too alarming.
So Alex Thompson will bowl to a field consisting of a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg close in.
Should be at least 2 more close fielders.
Well, I think so. Crowd them out. Runs don't matter.
Get in the batters' heads. Get in their eye line. Annoy them.
Get in their ears.
Get in their ears. There's a lot of field changing going on.
Well, Graham Lloyd's moving as well.
It's the umpire's changing himself.
Because he can't see through Matt Lamb at short leg. Anuj Dal has come across to the leg side as well. Just the 2 fielders, well, slip as well, obviously on the offside. Sam Connors at backward point and Lewis Reese at mid-off, quite wide. Thompson is in and bowls to Cook, who goes forward and then goes back and then pushes it out into the offside. And they get through for a single. 86 for 4. Cook moves on to 3. I was just telling everybody how slowly Billy Root had been batting. His 1 off 45 or whatever it was, and then he flashed one down to third man.
Yeah, it actually came during my bulletin update.
Now there's a further change to the field with Sam Connors coming into the leg side to allow, the offside rather, to allow Hannes Dahl to go a little bit closer. And then wider. And here is Thompson around the wicket. Bowls to Root, who pushes it to Dahl.
I don't understand the psychology maybe of moving the field a little bit, but the downside is that with the light a possible factor, Derbyshire are wasting their own time to some extent.
You're only wasting your own time. Here's Thompson. Bowls to Root and goes sort of past the edge. He actually pulls out of the shot at the last moment. Taken by Brooke Guest. Questions as to whether they need a sweeper on the cover boundary, I think, being asked. There we go. He's now coming in.
Yeah, get them all in.
Well, they're going to have an extra slip or something approximating a slip. Will they need another helmet, do you think? I think they might do. Is that Pat Brown who's gone in there? I think that's Pat Brown who's gone in there.
Lancashire have finally lost an 8th wicket against Kent, but they lead by 219, so Lancashire have prevented a Kent victory, surely that.
Thompson bowls, and that one is pushed back towards him by Root. He's got 4 fielders for company close in, plus the wicket keeper.
Middlesex are still trying, not to 3 down, but need just 73 to win.
There's Thompson bowls, and that one is played almost off 1 foot by Root into the leg side, fielded by Lewis Reese. Single taken, 87 for 4.
Yorkshire may have a decent chase ahead of them. They're 227 for 2, needing a further 133 to beat Worcestershire, who declared setting them 360 to win. So these big targets are not ungettable.
Next, this one was. Next one
Yes.
is defended by Cook into the ground, fielded by Harry Kane at slip. And that's the end of the over. 1 run from it. Thompson's bowled 15 overs, 2 for 18 now. Cook has 3, Root has 6, and Glamorgan have 87 for 4.
Be interesting to hear afterwards whether Glamorgan would have chased maybe up to 5 runs and over as a target.
I think they'll say yes, whether they would or not, wouldn't they? I mean, I'm not sure I'd take the word of a sportsman on that particular issue.
Well, Glamorgan obviously had some interest in the match, otherwise they wouldn't have declared yesterday in the first innings. Brown is in to bowl to Root, short on leg stump, and Root knocks it down towards fine leg. Chappell is in hot pursuit, but not quite hot enough.
A lukewarm pursuit, really, wasn't it?
It was the sort of pursuit that is, given that you've got 290 runs in hand, it's not worth hurling yourself at the ball to possibly save 2 of them.
Could ruin your holiday in Ibiza, that, couldn't it? Or wherever they go.
Whatever your friendship with the bowler.
Well, he's only on loan at the moment.
91 for 4. Root finally into double figures. And leaving that one outside off stump. I think the darkest tranche of cloud has moved overhead. We now have shadows available again from the media centre, from the cricket school, and indeed the physical sight screen, which is a rare sight for championship matches, but the pitch is too far towards the pavilion side.
Too far north.
Here's Brown into bowl. Root knocks another one down to fine leg for another boundary, just clipping it off his legs. No one is hugely concerned. Having a little walk round the ground for the first time for several days, I was surprised quite how close that pavilion side boundary is, really. Only feels about 55 metres or so. It's probably round about the minimum.
I'd have thought so. Yeah, well, it's large for IPL, but minimum for proper cricket.
95 for 4, Root 14. 53 balls chewed up is the more valuable stat from the Glamorgan point of view. As Root is hit on the pad and given out LBW. Glamorgan 5 down. Derbyshire hopes rising.
Kept low. You've been talking about it, Nick. The balls seem to be keeping much, much lower, and a first wicket in the match, I think, for Pat Brown. Bowling at that pace, if you can get one that does keep low, then you're in business, aren't you, really? And Billy Root, well, he stood no chance once he couldn't get any bat on it at all. He is sharp, Pat Brown, and he was very much in front for me. Here is the replay that will tell us. Shuffles across in front of his stumps. Again, yeah. Let's move the game on. Apparently goes for 14 off.
Did come in a
54 balls.
Might have done a bit too much, but there we are. Umpire's call, as is everything at this level of the game. 5 down, Glamorgan in trouble with 25 overs and 2 balls remaining.
Yes, we're going to watch most of these 25 overs now, Nick, which is good news for those of us who only have to go to Reading.
With chewed fingernails and a bit of a nerve jangle for Glamorgan listeners and viewers, I'm sure. As Derbyshire press for their first win of the season. Dan Douthwaite, who has not played a lot of red ball cricket this season, was not out in the first innings. Made, 37 as a replacement against Yorkshire last week. Making history as the first ever Glamorgan concussion replacement.
Was he? Oh,
Yep.
blimey, you've taken your time catching up with the rest of us, haven't you? I've had several.
Ben Callaway was the man who took a tumble on the boundary. Thankfully, been seen on the fields during this match. Dan Douthwaite playing just his 4th championship game, and one of those, as I was for as a sub.
Derbyshire have definitely had 2. Both been hit on the head by bowlers.
As Brown steams in, bowls to Douthwaite, who plays that one on the offside. No run.
And he's facing a bowler, Douthwaite, who hasn't played much county championship cricket forever, really. It is remarkable when you look at his career. I haven't got the page. I'm going to look at his career in a minute. There it is. This is only his 8th first-class match, Pat Brown.
1.
And 3 of those have come in the last 3 weeks.
Brown in, bowls, Douthwaite forward, takes a single out into the offside. 96 for 5.
When he made his debut 3 weeks ago, it was his first game since 2017 in red ball cricket. So, yes, he has got a reputation, certainly in white ball cricket. Played T20 for England, of course, Pat Brown, before suffering injury. And if they can keep him fit, perhaps swap him around with Mohammed Amir and Zach Chappell next year. Potentially another overseas quick. They will have half a chance of improving on this season. I mean, last season was a massive improvement on anything we'd seen this century, which is why I think it has come as such a disappointment that Derbyshire haven't won a game of red ball cricket. Only won 2 in the 50 overs and only finished 5th in the North Group by dint of Yorkshire's points deduction.
Well, in with the shout here, next hour and a bit, hour and a half.
25 overs to go. Alex Thompson in and bowls to Douthwaite, who pushes this one straight back to Derbyshire's tall off-spinner, who is much more experienced, having played 30-odd first-class matches now. And all the players released as Thompson comes in. Ooh, goes back, Douthwaite gets bat on it, pushes it out to Anuj Dal. Matty McKiernan, the leg spinner, Mark Watt, the left arm spinner. It makes Alex Thompson pretty much the number 1 spinner at the club, because he's the only full-time spinner that they have. And he's in again now and bowls, and Douthwaite comes forward and pushes that to point Connors. He's the fielder there. 3 of the coaching staff making their way around the boundary's edge, including the physio carrying his bag, as Douthwaite gets a full toss and drives it down the ground for 4. Not a great delivery that time from Alex Thompson. And Douthwaite wasn't going to miss out. He moves to 5. And the 100 is up for Glamorgan to a rapturous applause. Thank you, Nick. I'm not sure. I don't know how many people you need for a rapturous applause.
Probably more than we've got in the ground.
Potentially. There's a fair few in that stand on the far side of the ground at the River Taff end because they're in the sun.
Oh, lovely down there it is. Lovely man.
Here comes Thompson again. Douthwaite defends. I never attempt accents. I think you're a brave man.
Scorchio.
David Griffin and the rest of the boys are over in front of the pavilion. As Thompson is in, and that's defended by Douthwaite. Was it the final ball of the over? It was the final ball of the over. 4 from it. 100 for 5.
Yeah, people from Newport, such as myself, don't have an accent.
No, no, quite.
Well, that's what I think anyway. I'm used to it.
Just a lilt.
The end of the 9th year goes out with a whimper, says Steve. 9th year for me, yeah. Darren on Twitter says, perhaps Glamorgan need a clean slate, as Tom Cullen, their former wicketkeeper, suggested in a BBC article the other week. Too much bants and not enough focus or quality to win games of cricket, suggests Darren. I'm not really qualified to opine on the bants level and whether that affects negatively or positively the standard of cricket. 100 for 5, 24 overs left. Brown, having got his first victim, looks for a second, and Cook plays that one down to backward point. And there's no run.
It's one of those innings where every time it looks like, well, yeah, now that's going to be it, and then all of a sudden there's a wicket and it livens up for a few moments, and it sort of dies down again.
Yeah, wickets falling in the 15th, 20th, 28th, 38th and 45th.
Yeah, so it's not quite every 5 overs, but that's the kind of ratio that they need, isn't it?
It is, and of course they've got the lower half of the order to come, so they should get them a little bit more quickly, if indeed they can get through, as Cook jabs that one down off an angled bat to backward point, and there is no run. Some of the Derbyshire staff down beneath us on the Wonder.
Yes, that's medical S&C and analysis.
No last minute analysis messages going out to the players then?
Clearly not.
What you want to do to get him out is Cook on strike. Brown is into ball, short ball, pulled around by Cook, didn't put full vigour into the shot, and it's well saved on the fine leg boundary. Just a single taken. Douthwaite has to retreat hastily because Cook wasn't interested in a second. So 3 runs from the combined efforts of Chappell and Dahl, says he, peering round the corner of the commentary box.
Chappell and Wagstaff.
Wagstaff, sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong hat.
Yes.
Dahl is, of course, at backward point.
It was all Chappell's work, really, though. Very good dive for a man who's clearly stiffening up by the second.
101 for 5. Douthwaite on strike. Brown bowls to him up in the block hole, but just past leg stump. Douthwaite trying to flick it away, but not making contact. Nervous moments then for Glamorgan supporters in these closing overs of the season. Really, it doesn't make any difference to their place in the table, but 1-1 lost 2 looks significantly worse than 1-1 lost 1, I suppose. Brown bowls, Douthwaite leaves, keeps low again. Guest can't take it, almost rolls towards the helmet, and Kane prevents it from striking the helmets.
Brief moment of excitement.
3 of which are lined up behind Brooke Guest. Do you get 15 if it goes all on?
No, it's the first one. Newton's cradle of helmets banging their way towards the boundary. The middle one presumably would stay still.
Possibly. There we are. There's an experiment.
If I know my physics.
Experiment to try out in the winter months if you have 3 cricket helmets to spare. As Brown is into bowl and Douthwaite defends 2 mid off. Another over ticks by. 23 left on the board. 138 deliveries for Derbyshire to claim 5 wickets.
Thank you to Steve Davis, who lives in the Champion County. He says some very nice things, and then points out a couple of I was going to say errors. It wasn't really an error. I think it was Lears Deploy. I said he was a very slow starter, and he came in and blasted his first ball for 6, and then went on. Hasn't missed a match. He says it's a shame that down there he can't hear the Burton Albion commentary. Well, that is a shame for you, obviously, Steve, but everybody else is probably relieved by that fact. But good to hear from you, and thank you for the kind words. Always appreciated. Here's Alex Thompson bowling to Cook, who just pads that one away. Fielded by slip fielder Nick is signing off for the winter as well. He's about to open the pub. Not a pub, the pub.
Am I?
Yes, opposite Sandbach Station. As we know, this one is up in the air now. Has that hit bat? I was going to say there's going to be an appeal for a catch here, but it wasn't taken by. So I think it's come off bat. It went a long way if it's only come off pad, and Matt Lamb couldn't get there to claw it in. He's already pulled off one spectacular catch. That would have been another. We won't see from the behind the bat angle, but the way he went after it, and Deploy had his hand in the air.
Well, they would have appealed.
I'll say.
But.
And Alex Thompson looks crestfallen as he walks back to his mark. The boys will be digging out in front of the bat angle for in between this next delivery and the one after, as I'm sure, as Thompson bowls. That one is a full delivery that's punched back down the ground to Thompson. And no. I think they've dropped off. Here's Thompson again. They've been awake a long time. That one is defended again by Cook. 2 to go in the over. 101 for 5. 22 overs to go after this. Every time I go for an update, the wicket has fallen. It's very exciting.
Right.
Unfortunately,
here.
Fortunately, I've only got 3 more updates. That isn't going to do the trick. So young Gull flies past, and Thompson comes in, and that one is pushed out into the offside, backward of square.
Lancashire have held out for the draw against Kent. They batted through the final day to reach 390 for 8. Bohannon 68 not out. Bailey made 78.
Thompson in again. That one is turned into the leg side by Cook. He'll take a single. The final ball of the over, and Glamorgan will move to 102 for 5. Cook on 5, Douthwaite on 5, and 22 overs now remain.
But Middlesex are keeping themselves in the hunt. Not 151 for 5. Need a further 56 runs to win. 5 wickets needed by Middlesex to stay in the top flight.
Wow.
That would be quite the escape.
Wouldn't it just?
Sam Robson has taken a couple of wickets.
I don't think I've ever seen him bowl.
Strange.
Try anything once though, won't you? Thank you to Mark for his kind words as well on Twitter, or whatever it's called nowadays.
Brown into bowl to Cook. Plays to mid-on. No run.
I know what it's called, but it just seems bizarre to say.
It's on X.
Yeah. Rubbish, really. But there we go.
Given that you tend to associate the letter X with other goings-on.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to put it into a search engine, would you? And thanks to Mick as well. He uses the word comedy in there, which is interesting.
What's he been listening to then?
Quite.
Brown is in to bowl to Cook, who plays that one into the offside. Dal fields at point, and there's no run. So just one match still going on in the first division, but very much a live one. Notts needing 55, Middlesex needing 5 wickets to stay up and break the hearts of the Yeomen of Kent. Yorkshire still going well, needs 100 to beat Worcestershire, still with 8 wickets in hand. As Brown is in to bowl to Cook, who drives to mid-on, thinks about a single, decides wisely against. Shan Masood is 118, not out. Ever heard of him?
Yeah, so I've got 2 double centuries last season. He hasn't quite hit those heights with Yorkshire. Thank you, Terry, for your kind words on Twitter as well. I've just seen Gooseleaf. Interestingly, I'm going to tell this story. I probably shouldn't, but he arrived at his lodgings hotel next door.
Steady on.
And put his keys and his wallet in the safe and promptly forgot the code. Couldn't get back in his car.
Brilliant. Brown is into bowl to Cook, who turns it on the leg side and will take a single out towards the square leg boundary.
So any of his friends listening back in Chesterfield, for goodness sake, don't mention it to him.
Absolutely. How did he resolve it?
I think you can reset them after a while.
Okay.
In some way, and they managed to do that late on the same night, but there were coats and all sorts in this car. So I can't remember ever I've got nothing valuable enough to put in a safe. Either with me or at home.
103 for 5. Brown into bowl, a short ball at Southwaite.
What's it hit?
Tries to duck out the way of. It flies through to the keeper.
Can't have been his head.
There is no appeal whatsoever, and there is no movement towards a helmet check, so it must have been off the body of Douthwaite.
A glancing blow off his shoulder or something. It's hit something.
Yeah, it did appear to loop up, rather. Maybe his back.
Back? Wow. Like a slip cradle.
Brown in to finish his over, bowling to Douthwaite, an even higher bouncer, which may have been called a no ball on height, but thankfully to Glamorgan's relief is not, because that's one fewer ball that they have to face. 103 for 5, 21 overs left.
And I'm afraid we're not the timings at the moment. We're out of sync here, because it's that time again.
Off you go. Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby is going to be back in a minute. Edward Bevan, in case you're wondering, is retired hurt. Off to see a woman about a shoulder. 103 for 5. Evening sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. It's probably been the nicest day out of the 4. It's the one where Glamorgan could have done with the weather closing in and giving them a hand, but it won't, as Thompson bowls and Cook is forward defending. The fielding picture now includes a short leg, a leg slip and a slip. I wonder why there are not more around the bat. As that brings a strangled appeal, as Cook was hit on the pad, but he was playing a shot and seemed to be outside off stump. Walking across a little bit. Thompson probing away. Cook drives through the offside, not through the offside, it's well stopped at a wide mid-off position, and there is no run. It doesn't matter too much, but some good fielding work from Harry Kane to prevent that going for 4. Add to the frustration of the batters as Chris Cook is gesticulating, maybe for someone to sit down next to the sight screen. And again, he's asking umpire Redfern something. And Thompson is back at it, and Cook is back forward defending. 2 balls of the over signals Ms Redfern to Mr Lloyd, who's officiating at point on the grounds that there's a short leg that would be in his way were he at square leg. As Cook pushes forward, that one squirted a little bit off the bat. Might have interested a silly point there, but there isn't one. Nottinghamshire 6 down. Still needing 55. Middlesex need 4 wickets for a great escape. As that one flies to short leg, shouts of catch it. Cook is not remotely disturbed. Neither is Sue Redfern. It is the end of an Alex Thompson over. He's 2 for 23 off 18 overs. So he has claimed 6 in the match out of the 10 Glamorgan wickets to fall. Zach Chappell has had 2 and Pat Brown 1 in this innings. Zach Chappell with the other one that fell in the first innings. So Derbyshire with just 3 wicket takers in the match, but they're still in with a chance of winning it. Thanks to a couple of declarations. Morgan's declaration opened the game up, but maybe, just maybe, proved a touch too generous, as Derbyshire were able to dictate the game this morning, rattling up 234 for 2. Lewis Reese riding himself into the history books with 119 not out, 4 centuries, or actually 3 centuries and a double century against Glamorgan this season. First time it's ever been done in the county game. Pat Brown then is racing in and bowls to Douthwaite, who defends to mid-on, and there's no run. 103 for 5 inside the last 20 overs. And I suspect that even if wickets don't fall in the next hour, we will be here deep into the evening here at Sapphire Gardens, so stay with us for these final moments of the county season. Brown into bowl to Douthwaite, who drives firmly to mid-on, no run. The dots are well and truly being joined by the Derbyshire bowlers, but it's the W's that count. Late tension here at Sapphire Gardens. Certainly more tension than there was on the final day at Derby, when Reese and Kane battered the entire day to deny Glamorgan any chance of forcing a victory. Here it's Derbyshire trying to force a victory, and Brown racing into bowl and Douthwaite driving through mid-off. There'll be at least a couple of runs. It's being chased up towards the boundary, and a token slide from Alex Thompson, but again not worth the risk of injury at this stage of the season. And with so many runs in the bank, so 4 to Douthwaite, who moves to 9, and a total to 107 for 5, but Billy Root struck a couple of 4s just before his dismissal, so maybe getting the batters to think about scoring runs is not against Derbyshire's interest, as Douthwaite hits that one through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper for some reason on the leg side boundary, presumably for the miss hook rather than actually stopping runs. Does stop runs on that occasion. Douthwaite goes into double figures on 10. He's faced 17 balls. Cook 6 off 38. Light levels dip a little, but nothing like last night's gloom, as Cook defends that one, squared up, but playing it perfectly competently. Back to the bowler. England warm-ups begin for the World Cup tomorrow. They play India in Guwahati. Australia play the Netherlands. Tournament begins for England next Thursday. Coverage on BBC 5 Live, Sports Extra, and on the BBC Sport website. Brown to finish his over, and Cook defends to mid-on, and there's no run. 19 overs left for Derbyshire to take 5 wickets. In the World Cup warm-ups, Sri Lanka made 263 all-out. Bangladesh looked like beating them. They are 207 for 3. These games are being played very much between squads by the look of it, rather than 11 aside. Pakistan 345 for 5. Century for Mohammed Rizwan there. New Zealand going well. 218 for 4 in the 30th over. The match between South Africa and Afghanistan was abandoned. 19 overs left, and Dave Fletcher is back to describe the first of them from Alex Thompson.
Too far east then for that warm-up match. We have a silly mid-off, a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. The man on the leg side boundary, who was Anuj Dal, bizarrely. Seems a bit silly to put Anuj Dal out there, but that's where he is. He's come a bit closer as well as Thompson begins a new over, and the first ball is defended by Douthwaite into the leg side.
At last there are 4 round the bat on each corner of the quadrant compass, you know what I mean.
I'm with you.
Short leg, silly points,
like
slip, leg slip.
Looks like a spider. As Thompson is in, a 4-legged spider, of course. Half a spider, as that one is defended by Douthwaite to Thompson.
Get some more in so we can have the complete spider.
Well, that would be good, wouldn't it?
8 round the bat.
A spider. The required rate's 15 and over, for goodness sake. They're not going to lose the game now, Derbyshire. Can they win it? Thompson is in. Douthwaite defends.
Can Middlesex win it? 4 wickets required by them, 51 by Notts.
That is quite remarkable, isn't it? If they survive, that would be ridiculous. They have no right to be in that division with that batting lineup. Here is Thompson again. Bowls back into his crease, goes Douthwaite, pushes it into the ground, fielded by Lamb.
Yeah, they were rather better than Glamorgan last time. They played him in September last year. Glamorgan got a right seeing to in Lords.
Well, this deploy will certainly improve their batting statistics, I would have thought. As Thompson bowls, that one is played off the back foot out into the offside, where it's fielded by Wagstaff. Approaching the final hour of the final day. 2 overs to go until we get to the final hour. Nobody will be shaking hands with anybody. In comes Thompson again and bowls, and that one is defended into the leg side this time by Douthwaite. Made an over from Thompson, his 9th in 19 overs, 2 for 23. He's picked up in this innings 108 for 5. Glamorgan, 18 overs to go.
Yeah, you would have thought that Derbyshire will keep it going maybe until the last over.
Yes.
Even if wickets are difficult to come by in the coming overs. More spin from Mitch Wagstaff.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it.
We're in 22. Young man who did well with the bat. Hit an enterprising 78 in the Derbyshire first innings.
A new career best for him. His 3rd match.
Couple of wickets last time out. Can he add to them when it counts, i.e. now? As Chris Cook prepares to face up to Wagstaff from the River Taff end. And Cook dead bats that one. Ball just trickles halfway down the pitch. Wagstaff jogs down to retrieve it. So a grim battle from the Welsh point of view. To save a draw in this game. Match where they were reasonably well placed when they declared. Could have well have had equality on first innings as Cook defends again, had they not declared, but chose to try and make a game of it. Slightly backfired on them, with Derbyshire left a chance to win, and the That possibility eluding Glamorgan very rapidly today. Cook defends again. Ball just trickling back towards Brookgast, who picks it up. Shuttles it back via Connors to Wagstaff.
Connors warming up. I haven't seen him for what seems like forever. He hasn't bowled since before lunch. He might just be keeping himself loose in the field.
Indeed. Wagstaff bowls, and that's turned past the edge of Cook's bat as he groped forward, and thankfully for him missed it.
Decent delivery from the young man.
Yep.
Didn't show any signs of nerves up at Scarborough despite bowling for the first time in first-class cricket.
Landed it and turned it then. Wagstaff bowls. That one's turned again. Cook plays no shot. Guest can only get a paw on it, but it's mopped up by Harry Kane, who is now in a slip position. 2 slips, a short leg. Wagstaff bowls, and Cook is beaten again for the second time in the over. The ball going past the outside edge of the bat. Some encouragement for Derbyshire. 17 overs left, 5 wickets they need.
Somebody's just pointed towards the pavilion. On the pavilion, Ajmal Shazad and Mickey Arthur are sitting watching, along with Alex Hughes and Ali Mackenzie, the physiotherapist. I thought they were trying to get a message on there, perhaps, but no. Got to use the traffic light system. Whatever that is.
Yeah, they could just hold up placards with the Strictly Come Dancing style with the numbers of the players they thought ought to be bowling.
Was it the World Cup? Was it South Africa used that traffic light thing? Alex Thompson begins a new over with a flat delivery that's defended by Douthwaite. For kicks at goal and such like, they have an amber light that comes on, which means go for goal.
All right, I hadn't noticed that one.
Here comes Thompson again and bowls. Forward comes Douthwaite, defends into the offside. Nifty footwork. Does that deploy? Could be. No, what's Lewis Reese doing there? It's Lewis Reese. Excellent footwork from the Centurion, the quadruple Centurion. Thompson is in again, and that one is defended. Another chance for Reese to use his feet. Connors is definitely warming up by the look of it.
Thinks he ought to be bowling anyway.
Unless he's bored. I can't imagine how you could be. Here comes Thompson again and bowls. That one comes off the inside half of the bat and is fielded by Matt Lamb. There is no run.
Glamorgan don't often seem to play well in September in recent years.
No, Derbyshire really. As this one is defended straight back to Thompson by Douthwaite. A no run. It's a strange old time of year, and we shouldn't be playing anyway, but we've probably only got an hour or so to go, so no time to discuss that here, as that one is defended into the leg side this time by Douthwaite, fielded by Matt Lamb, and the over comes to an end. A maiden over, 108 for 5, with Cook on 6 and Douthwaite on 10. There are now 16 overs to go, everybody. It is the final hour of the final day of the final match of the season, and that final hour will start at 4:46. There we go. Umpire Graham Lloyd pointing to an imaginary wristwatch.
Middlesex are still going. They've claimed a 7th Nottinghamshire wicket. Notts need 42 more to win to keep Kent in the First Division. Middlesex need 3 wickets to keep themselves in the First Division. Must be agony down at Canterbury after Kent were held off comfortably enough by Lancashire in the end. Wagstaff, 6 overs, 0 for 6 from the River Taff end, throws one up but is wide outside off stump, and Cook takes half a pace towards it and ignores it. Fielders starting to creep a little bit closer. Wagstaff in, Cook defends. The 2 slips and a short leg. Cover is very much on the drive. Is that Connors bouncing around still?
Yes. Yes.
Mid-wicket is on the drive. Cook does drive into the offside, but it's well stopped by Connors, and there's no run. Bit more sunlight to illuminate events. Floodlight shadow is across the pitch as Cook drives to mid-off, and there is no run. The 55th over of the innings. Glamorgan 5 wickets down. Derbyshire with 15.2 overs to claim those 5. Cook pushes forward, oohs and ahs, but that looked like enough bat from this area. And Graham Lloyd waving his hand vaguely as if he wants Wagstaff to not follow through, maybe. That one's outside off stump. Cook again ignores it. 108 for 5, 15 overs remain.
They appear to have got leaving the ball down to a fine art now. He's having a look, Graham Lloyd, is where Mitch Wagstaff follows through, but it's just a cursory look, really. And Sam Connors is going to come back. For the first time since before lunch. He's going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end. There we go. Sam Connors, exactly, I needn't have bothered. 108 for 5 with 15 overs to go. No longer sufficient updates to get Derbyshire over the line. Just the 2 more, I would think, before we're finally finished. Sam Connors has just bowled a practice delivery. It went straight over the head of Zach Chappell and rolled along the floor, much to Chappell's disgust as he had to bend down and pick it up. There we go, that's better from Sam. He's going to have 2 slips and a gully. He's going to have a man down on the deep backward square leg boundary, a straightish mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover, a point. I think that's everybody. And here he goes. One last chance for Connors to cover himself in glory and take Derbyshire home, and he bowls to Douthwaite, who, with the bat some considerable distance away from his body, pushes it out to Anuj Dal at point. And there is no run. Sue Redfern has a chat with Connors as he makes his way back to his mark. And Lewis Reese passes him the ball. There's a field, I think it's Wagstaff's. No, he's down at long leg. It's Pat Brown. No, it's not. Who's that then? Oh, Alex Thompson doing his shoelaces up. Connors is in, and Douthwaite drives out towards the cover boundary. Dahl gives chase. First run is taken. That's all they'll take. He loses his hat. Of course he does. As he throws the ball in.
Well, they're being ultra cautious with the running now as well. Quite
yes,
rightly.
you don't want to come back for a second and get run out, do you really? Douthwaite moves on to 11. 109 for 5.
Would be the height of stupidity, wouldn't it, to get a...
It would take some explaining when you got back in the changing room, certainly. What happened there? Well...
I wanted to improve my average.
We only needed 18 and over, and I thought we could get a bit of a move on. There's still 275 runs from victory themselves, Glamorgan. As Connors is on his way in once more. Bowls to Cook, who gets bat on ball, pushes it out to Dahl at point. And again, there's no run. I can't help feeling that spin might be the answer, rather than pace.
I think
ball pace.
Were I deploy, I might be deploying myself or Lamb at this stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure Lamb's up to it, so I think it is going to have to be deploy. Lamb didn't bowl this morning. He bowled yesterday morning in practice, but he didn't bowl this morning rather noticeably. So I think perhaps he's pulled up lame again, as that one is cracked away and stopped by Anuj Dal. I thought he was going to go all the way to the boundary. But Dal threw himself to his left to make sure that the ball and the batsman stayed where they were, and the ball was firmly in his hands. Cook on 6, Douthwaite on 11. 14 overs to go after this one. Felt like a full stop, that last one. Here comes Connors in again. Our bowls. That one is defended by Cook into the onside this time. Fielded by Brown.
Subject to revision.
Oh, you've written match drawn, have you?
I've written Lewis Reese sets a new county record of hundreds against one opponent, but Derbyshire are held to a draw by Glamorgan.
Right.
I think that is the most likely eventuality, but the delete button is very easy indeed to use.
Mystic Nick alongside us as Connors is in. That one is pulled around the corner for 4, mainly because, well, not mainly, because I think it would have gone for 4 anyway, but I don't think that Mitch Wagstaff saw where that had gone at all. It's gone a lot squarer than I thought as well. He wouldn't have got there. And the batsmen are going to have a drink. Well, one of them is. Chris Cook. Dan Douthwaite doesn't look particularly interested in partaking. And Alex Thompson isn't wearing a cap. But nor is he... is he coming on the bowl? I'm not sure. He's looking at the... This is interesting. He's removed his cap, I think, and given it to the umpire. And now he's looking at the pitch as to where he should pitch the ball. And now he's walking back. I don't think I've ever seen a bowler do that before he comes on to bowl. Alex Thompson is replacing Mitch Wagstaff, who's just bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. I think.
Visualisation.
Yeah. Yes, he is coming on.
Is that exact point where I want to place it to draw the batter forward into the corridor of uncertainty.
And I do think he'll bowl 7 overs now. You would think he would, as the top spinner. He isn't the top spinner, he's an off spinner, but the leading spinner in the Derbyshire side. Let's see what kind of field Leas Deploy finally settles on.
Yeah, finally being the operative word, because there's quite a good deal of discussion.
He has a helmet in his hand, so he's going to go in at leg slip. There is a short leg, there is a slip, so we're down to just the 3 of the corners covered.
Oh dear. Got a helmet and he's going to use it.
One is not being used, presumably that's Lewis Reese's.
Where's your silly point, man?
Here he comes. Your silly point is on his way, and it is Lewis Reese. A reluctant silly point, I would suggest, as he very slowly makes his way into position. 5 down, Glamorgan. Derbyshire need 5 wickets in 14 overs.
Is this tardiness for the field placing designed to get into the batter's heads, or is it just general tardiness, do you think?
Derbyshire are well known for never finishing before 7 o'clock in an evening, so under the last 2 skippers, certainly. We're hoping that Mr. Lloyd is a bit quicker, if he's appointed captain. Is it me? In comes Thompson and bowls in Douthwaite defence. I'm not sure who it is. It's that long since we commentated on anything, really.
Carry on. You're enjoying it more than I am, I suspect.
This next delivery is a bit flat and a bit short, and Douthwaite pushes it into the leg side.
Commentators swapping ends might make something happen or not.
5.5 to a half. Europe lead the United States now. As in comes this next delivery from Thompson. It hits the pad of Douthwaite, bounces into the offside. Europe are down in both of the remaining games on the course, though. As the day draws to a close in Rome, as it does here in Cardiff. Thompson bowls, Douthwaite full delivery, manages to push it to Lewis Reese at silly mid-off. Extremely silly mid-off. 4 around the bat plus the keeper.
Recklessly stupid mid-off.
I'm not sure I'll go there. Thompson bowls, and that one is off an inside edge down to short, fine leg, but it's fielded by Connors. Again, there's no run. Runs totally unimportant. Well, I'm sure they wouldn't mind rotating the strike from time to time. As Thompson is in, that one's off the outside edge of the bat into the ground. Maiden over from Alex Thompson. 13 overs left. Derbyshire still need 5 wickets because Glamorgan are 113 for 5. Wake up at the back. Pay attention.
So 13 overs left. Glamorgan, well, they seem to lose a wicket every time previously that they've got to stand together. The last wicket fell in the 45th over when Billy Root was leg before to Pat Brown. Notts need 33 to win. Middlesex need 3 wickets to win. The whole of Kent cheers on Nottinghamshire. The fate of the second team to be relegated alongside Northants remains in the balance until the final hour of the season.
That's how it should be.
Connors from the Cathedral Road end is in to bowl to Douthwaite, who defends. 1 slip, 1 catching on the offside, and a silly mid-on and a shortish mid-wicket.
It doesn't feel very attacking.
Fine leg.
Yeah.
Is he going to bowl a short ball and try and get cooked a hole out on the boundary? That is down leg side, and Cook just gently knocks it round the corner for a single down to fine leg. He moves to 11. Douthwaite has 11. 114 for 5. Who's faced most deliveries so far in this innings? Colin Ingram. His 18 took up 71 balls. Very atypical before he was caught slashing at Zach Chappell, well taken by Lamb at Gully.
Hang on, we're all closing in here.
Yeah, we've had 2 balls of the over, so time for more field changes. Deploy now has got 6 on the drive? 7 on the drive.
7. Have you ever seen a field like that? Photograph time.
Go on. Stick it on Twitter. 7 on the drive, 4 on the offside, 3 on the leg, and Douthwaite defends.
That's a remarkable field.
It is. So there's 1 slip, 1 fine leg, and everyone else is on the drive. A V shape, really. In comes Connors and bowls. Shortish outside off stump, and Douthwaite manages to get out of the way. A few oohs and ahs. Might have spat a little bit, that I suspect. Glamorgan rather grimly trying to battle their way to a draw here. It has not been a pretty viewing this afternoon, but I'm reluctant to criticise Glamorgan's declaration to open the game up.
Oh no, I wouldn't criticise it.
Has backfired slightly as Douthwaite manages to dig out a York. He's defended that one well and was fired in at the bootstraps of the penultimate ball of the over from Connors. The cloud goes in. Fine leg, must feel like Johnny No Mates at the moment, watching everyone else play in the middle. And he's out on the boundary. Connors runs away from us, bowls to Douthwaite, who defends into the offside. No run as Thompson jogs to his left, puts a boot to it. 114 for 5, 12 overs to survive.
Well, I'll apologise to David Griffin in advance. I've got to go, actually, looking at the time.
This could be another Derbyshire wicket if Dave's visit to the radio post continues to pay dividends for his side. So, BBC Sport Online with Dave Fletcher and Nick Webb through to the last knockings of the season. Derbyshire looking to knock down the Glamorgan door and pinch their first victory of the season. Declaration having given Glamorgan no temptation of going for it. 384 in 70 overs was the target at 5.48. Glamorgan are going at twos as Cook, slightly cramped up, plays the first ball of Thompson's over to short leg. The shadows lengthening by the minute, but at least the sun is out in this final hour of the season. It's shorter, shouts to catch it. I'm not sure if that was off the bat as Cook prodded forward. Oohs and ahs as that was pad first. Was Derbyshire might have thought there was a little bit of inside edge, but it wasn't my immediate reaction. Maybe glove. As Cook jabs down on the next delivery. Certainly Derbyshire getting through their overs, and Glamorgan might need to do a little bit of time wasting to prevent Derbyshire getting in more than 16 at the moment. Began the last hour at 4:46. Cook goes down the pitch and then boots it away past silly point. Enough interest to keep Derbyshire glued to their task. Next delivery defended by Cook to silly point. No run. 114 for 5. Both batters on 11. Cook's faced 63 deliveries. Douthwaite has faced 41. Doing their best to hang on for the 5 points as Cook drives through the offside and will pick up, I think, a couple of runs here. It's being chased out towards the boundary. There's absolutely no point in going back for a third, so they don't. 116 for 5. Cook moves on to 13. Douthwaite has 11, and there are 11 overs remaining for myself and Mr. Dave Fletcher to describe here on BBC Sport Online. At Fletch Sport or at Nick Webb 2017 if you want to send us via the medium of Twitter /X. Any remaining thoughts on this game or generally on the season?
Or anything really. I'm not sure Derbyshire are going to do it anymore. I just suggested that hope remains, but
yeah,
hope is receding.
Well, every time we've thought that, Derbyshire have claimed a wicket and kept themselves in the hunt.
Joe Shakic has been in touch on Twitter. Thank you for your kind words. David McCardle wondered whether Liz Deploy's got a transistor radio and he's listening to the Middlesex game as Sam Connors begins a new over with his remarkable field. The first ball is guided away down to the point boundary for a couple of runs by Dan Douthwaite. 4 on the drive on each side of the pitch. I don't think I've seen 3 and 3, but I don't think I've ever seen 4 and 4.
No. Captain's getting fairly inventive these days. Maybe going back to the...
That's just a euphemism for desperate, I think, isn't it? Surely.
Yeah, we've seen a lot generally on the drive here this season.
Here's Connors in again, bowls to Douthwaite, who ball goes straight down by his feet, and then there's a race. Zach Chappell wins it to get to the ball and pick it up.
I think the field placings, that it's not the first time that we've seen a couple on the drive, but it does reflect the rather slow nature of Sapphire Gardens Championship wickets this season, and those at several other grounds around the UK as well, not just having to go at
oh no, it's not the first time I've seen fields similar to this. It's like the reverse umbrella field, isn't it?
It is.
The drying out umbrella as Connors bowls a full delivery, and it's defended by Douthwaite to Matt Lamb. Fortunately, they've all got their backs to us, so we can see their numbers very clearly, all 8 of them. The only man who's not in the, he must feel left out really, who's not in the umbrella, is down at long leg, Mitch Wagstaff. Bizarre. And I'm sure what the clapping's about. Here comes Connors again on his way in. Bowls to Douthwaite, who turns this one into the leg side. I think we've reached that time, haven't we, where they're trying to keep themselves amused as Brooke Guest raced for the ball and then threatened to throw it down, even though Douthwaite had never left his crease. In fact, he's been there for 5 minutes without leaving it.
He's growing roots. I don't mean Billy.
Connors, 2 balls left of his 8th over. 0 for 37 his figures at the moment. Bowls to Douthwaite, a full delivery. Douthwaite keeps it out. Again, you won't be surprised to know there is no run. 9 points to Derbyshire and 8 to Glamorgan will be the outcome.
If it's a draw.
If it's a draw. Just one game still out on the course in Rome.
I thought you meant in the county cricket circuit there.
No. I'm more interested in the Ryder Cup, I think. As Connors is in and bowls, and that one has trapped him in front, has it? Yes, it has. Well. Douthwaite tried some kind of pull shot. It wasn't a particularly good-looking pull shot, and he's been trapped leg before wicket. Connors strikes. Derbyshire have their 6th wicket. There are still 10 overs to go. Is it on? 118 for 6 now, Glamorgan. Douthwaite goes for 13.
Yeah, maybe ill-judged. He thought it was heading down leg side, probably Douthwaite. Bad way to go after battling away for 47 deliveries. And every time we think that Derbyshire's hopes are receding, they kick back into life again.
Well, that was a very strange-looking shot, I have to say. I can sort of understand it because there's a whole field to score runs into, isn't it? But it's not scoring runs that's important.
No.
I didn't see the replay.
But on the other hand, if you do try and score runs, it could lead the fielders to change to positions, other positions, which can diminish the pressure on you. But the pressure is very much on Glamorgan. Gorvin is in at 8. 10 overs remaining. This one's going to the final over.
I think you're right.
Possibly. Unless Derbyshire win it before then, of course.
Well, that is a possibility still. It is a possibility. Who's come out? Gorvin, Andy Gorvin, of course. Sorry, I think you mentioned that.
No, well, it could have been Gorvin, Harris or Van der Hoogten. Gorvin made 47 in the last match, which was his best.
He won't need 47 today.
No. I can safely say that he's not going to get a career best unless he gets a series of edges, because he won't need to play any attacking shots in the remaining 60 deliveries. If he can block out 30 of them, he's a hero.
Mitch Wagstaff is back.
And Cook plays it just wide of short leg. They'll amble through for a single. Not sure that's advisable.
Good.
Got to the stage I would suggest that Cook maybe ought to be taking more of the strike. Not that I'm wanting to denigrate any of the lower order players.
I think you might have done though.
But it does make sense, doesn't it? He is,
and he's a set batsman as well.
He's a set batter, and he is a better batter than any of those in the bottom 4.
Leg spin's always tricky to face. Always tricky.
Nervous moments then for Andy Gorvin in his mid-20s, but still a relative rookie in terms of first-class experience. This is his 5th match of the season as Wagstaff bowls, and Gorvin allows that one to go through. So there's a point, there are 2 slips, there's a short leg. Mid-wicket is in a catching position. Gorvin pushes forward, defends. Ball trickles sideways. Duploy picks it up from second slip, no run.
He swapped his bowlers around quite nicely. I mean, there's me saying, why is Sam Connors bowling? And he picks up a wicket, so clearly Duploy knows what he's doing.
As Gorvin defends dead, the deadest of dead bats, the ball virtually stopping in front of him. 119 for 6. 56 deliveries available to Derbyshire to take 4 wickets now. Wagstaff bowls, Gorvin plays it back to him, and there is no run. Just looking to see whether we've got the almost getting to the situation where Glamorgan needs to start mucking around to stop Derbyshire getting more than the overs in. 16:46 the last hour began, so we've had 7 overs in 27 minutes as another delivery turns away from Gorvin's stumps. He has no interest in playing it. And another over ticks by. 9 to go, 4 wickets left for Derbyshire to claim.
Nine overs in which to get 4 wickets. And who's going to bowl? Alex Thompson. So Sam Connors came back for 3 overs, took 1 for 8.
Just taken the wicket in the last over.
Yeah.
And he's brought off.
The last ball of the last over, indeed. He's running chirpily, though. He doesn't look too disgruntled. Still got the 4 men around the bat. Slip, leg, slip, short leg, silly mid off. Then another sort of, that's more of a pentagon, because there are 5 of them. Outside of those 4, as Thompson comes in to bowl to Cook, who turns this one into the leg side, and they take a single off the first ball of the over.
No.
You're not happy with that?
Don't do it, Chris.
He's done it. 120 for 6. Cook moves on to 15. 12th man will be on in a minute with a drink for Chris Cook.
Yes.
For goodness sake, don't do it again. 8 overs of 5 balls remain. But with 4 down, this one's not going to finish anytime soon. Now there's lots of pointing going on. They need another helmet for Pat Brown, who's going to field close in on the offside backward of square, I think. And Mark Watt is scurrying, looking for Pat Brown's helmet. I think he's hoping that somebody will chuck it down to him. There we go, here it comes. And he's caught it, which is good news. And now he's coming down the steps, so Anish Dal will go across. This might help keep it down to 16 overs in the last hour.
Well, if Derbyshire hadn't changed the field so often during the course of the overs, they might have forced an extra lot of time wasting from Glamorgan, but you're wasting your own time out there, boys.
They are only wasting their own time. I think we're almost ready for cricket here. Sam Connors has got a sweater. He's putting that on. Where has Pat Brown gone? He's gone in at a second, well, it must be a leg gully then. And there is also a square leg, and Sam Connors has gone quite close in at mid-wicket. This is more like it. Here we go. 8 overs and 5 balls to go. Thompson in and bowls to Gorvin, who turns that one into the leg side. Fielded by Brown. One of 4 helmeted fielders, apart from the wicket-keeper, surrounding the bat. Only Harry Kame at slip is not required to wear a helmet. Thompson is in and bowls one that's wide of the off stump. That wasn't a great delivery. And they go through for a single. It's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, just trotting out from extra cover to cover. Just write something on my hand to remember something later on.
Drive to Reading, not home to Derby.
And here comes Thompson. That one is driven very nicely indeed by Cook. Actually, not as nicely as I thought, because he's only going to get a single for it. Faces just the one ball and then gets back down to the non-striker's end. Ground staff starting to prepare things. Not for any bad weather, but for the close of play, as Thompson is in again and bowls. That one's gone straight past the edge of Gorvin's bat. The bails were whipped off by Brooke Guest, but he hadn't left his crease. He waits again, Gorvin. 122 for 6. That's a full delivery that he easily puts his bat down on. And now we have 8 left, so half an hour or so remains in the match. And Derbyshire need 4 wickets for their first win of the season. Wow.
Well, they're leaving it late if they do. Glamorgan have not had a result one way or the other against anyone apart from Worcestershire this season. It would break that symmetry if they were not to cling on for a draw here.
I'm trying to look at when Derbyshire's last win was.
122 for 6 as Wagstaff bowls to Cook, who pops that one a little bit in the air. It's gone past the bowler, and again they've taken a single off the first ball of the over. And Gorvin is left to play out the rest of it.
Derbyshire's last win was on July the 28th last year, when they beat Worcestershire by 98 runs at New Road.
So it would be about 14 months, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Whatever the date is now. Yeah, 29th of September, almost exactly 14 months. There's,
20 games ago.
Gorvin cuts and hits the ball down into the ground, bounces up to deploy. Let's slip, and there is no run.
I will double check that because I'm not a...
Outside off stump from Wagstaff, turning away from the right-hander, so unless he has got an off break or one that goes straight on, Gorvin can leave it perfectly safely as he glances that one down towards fine leg. There is no fine leg. They take a single.
They obviously didn't win the game here last season.
No. It strikes me that Derbyshire's tactic is to sign players who score lots of runs against them for Glamorgan.
They've only done it once.
So far. As Cook pushes forward. Lloyd got 313, a record first-class score by a Welshman last September. And, of course, an Aaron Donald, should he sign for Derbyshire, got 234 at Colwyn Bay as Cook presses forward and defends. Another over slides by. 7 remain for Derbyshire to take 4 wickets.
It's becoming slightly less probable, isn't it? But every time I think it's becoming slightly less probable, something happens. But it's going to happen quite quickly now for Derbyshire. They're going to continue with Alex Thompson from the Cathedral Road end. They've got until 4:46. No, 5:40. If they had until 4:46, we'd be at home by now. 5:46 to get these remaining 4 wickets. Thompson is in and bowls to Gorvin, who defends that one. Straight back to the bowler. Side has changed a bit since that last victory against Worcestershire at New Road. In comes Thompson again. That one is edged and just short of the leg slip. Inside edge of Gorvin's bat.
Or pad.
Was it a pad? It was something. No, they don't look massively disappointed, but Thompson's in again. That one has gone past the edge. That has been an edge. I think that's an edge, and no, I don't anymore, because Sue Redfern's going to signal some things. Buys. She's going to signal something. Oh, she's not going to signal anything.
It was an edge.
It was an edge. Well, it's an inside edge, I think, and it's hit Brooke Guest's knee. Gorvin chance. Running out of paper. Thompson bowls. Gorvin is caught off something, but it's clearly not bat from the celebrations. Leas de Ploy was the one who celebrated most. He was the one who caught it. Mm. 6 overs and 2 balls left. Thompson turns at the top of his mark. Goes in. Gorvin this time gets the full bat on the ball and defends it. The USA still to win a match in the Ryder Cup. Homer and Clark, they were 1 up going down the 18th. As Thompson is in, that one is defended off an edge down into the slip. Harry Kane, who stops the ball from going anywhere, and there are 6 overs to go. And they now need a wicket every 9 balls or something.
6 overs in 22 minutes. It's time for Glamorgan to call for drinks, I fear, or batting gloves.
I'm surprised the coaching staff haven't just sent drinks on. They might be sent off again.
22 minutes left, 6 overs. Mucking around needed.
They're going to substitute out, if that's the right phrase. I don't think it is, really.
I know what you mean.
Zach Chappell, by the look of it.
There's a new overseas Cook driving into the offsides. He will take a run or possibly 2, because why not, as he's hit it almost to the boundary. Cook moves to 19, 128 for 6.
Yeah, either that he wants a helmet, but I can't imagine for a minute Zach Chappell's going to wear a helmet.
Wagstaff into Cook, defends back to the bowler, no run. Someone's coming down the steps. I think it's a Derbyshire player.
Yeah, it's Mark Watt.
As Cook drives into the offside and will collect a single. It's rather dramatically fielded by Sam Connors. Just off the square, about halfway to the boundary. Not quite sure why he flung himself for length for that. Anyway, Cook to 20. Gorvin pushes forward and defends.
Deploy going through his action.
Yeah, they need to change something up, don't they?
Well, it's a bit late for him to come on, but I suppose he might as well give it a go.
Wagstaff bowls, Gorvin defends.
His parting gift. He's got 5 overs left as Derbyshire captain. If he came on to bowl and took 4 wickets, that would be quite the gift.
Next ball is allowed to go through by Gorvin. I don't think that one turned, but crucially for him, it didn't turn the other way. And his stumps are safe. 5 overs left.
So Mark Watt is on his way. He can't bowl, of course. But they basically told Zach Chappell to go off, basically, as far as I can work out. That was the...
Oh, you're not bringing on better fielders, are you, potentially?
No.
No, OK.
No, I wouldn't have said so.
Well, it's a good effort by Derbyshire. I mean, I was critical of the declaration, but in the end it's given them a chance of winning and not gave Glamorgan a chance of winning. So Deploy has made a fair decision in the end.
Alex Thompson is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. That one is turned into the leg side for a single by Cook. Excellent. Not sure whether I'll be able to help Radio Berkshire in any way. They want somebody on their preview show tonight. I think I might be busy.
Yeah, I might be a little undercooked on prep for football tomorrow.
Absolutely no idea what's going on. This one is pushed out into the offside by Gorvin. 4 overs and 4 balls. I will get one final update in, crucially, as Thompson bowls. Gorvin goes back into his stumps and defends it down to Matt Lamb. They can take the required run rate off the graphic now, can't they?
56.
56 runs and over. In goes Thompson, defended by Gorvin, picked up by Guest. 2 to go in the over. 4 after this. Possibly 5. Perhaps even 6 if they run around, but I think there's some tired bodies out there. Zach Chappell has basically sat down at the bottom of the steps as this next delivery is defended once again by Gorvin, this time fielded by a tumbling Harry Kane at slip. 1 ball to go in the over. Thompson on his way in again. Bowls, and that one is where is it? Where's it gone? Has it gone under the bat and hit his back foot? I think
finished exactly at the feet of the batter Andy Gorvin.
Yes, it went under his bat and hit his back. No, it hit his bat, then went under it and then hit his foot, or something like that. 4 overs to go. I shall be back.
Thank you. Hasta la vista, baby. 130 for 6, 4 overs for Derbyshire to claim 4 wickets. And finally, Deploy brings himself on. Deploy to bowl his left arm spin from the River Taff end. Gorvin and Cook have so far survived 6 overs together. Another 3.5 would do the business. Deploy is in to bowl. Cook plays it into the offside and goes through for a single. It's all nerve-wracking stuff for Glamorgan as Gorvin drives back to the bowler. Deploy gets a hand to it. It runs to mid-on and there's no run. Gorvin pushes forward again. Dot ball. 1-3-1 for 6. 21 balls left. As that one turns, but the wrong way as far as Deploy was concerned, away from the stumps. Gorvin playing no shot. Next delivery turned on the leg side by Gorvin, who's now faced 30 balls for his 4 not out. balls faced, the key indicator for Glamorgan in this innings for success. Cook's faced 75 of them, as Gorvin has a swing at that one and makes very little contact, but that was possibly unwise. 3 overs left, 18 balls maximum of this match for Derbyshire to take 4 wickets, for Glamorgan to survive for their 12th draw of the season. It's not been a very edifying spectacle, but it's worth 5 points, and it will leave their record on a 50% one, with 1 win and 1 loss before today. All the other games, apart from the Worcestershire matches, have been drawn so far. Derbyshire still trying to change that one. That statistic. Thompson into his 26th over. Always almost managed to force Cook to play on there. Cook was hopping back. The ball fell down close to the stumps. Off his pad, booted it away again. Thompson in again. Balls. Cook takes a step forward and then plays the deadest of dead bats when he gets there. "16 balls left, 4 wickets for Derbyshire to take. 15 balls left. Cook defends to silly point. 1-3-1 for 6. Derbyshire will surely go to the last over. As Cook drives, bowler gets a hand to it. They will take at least 1. They'll amble back for a second run as Wagstaff goes back to pick it up just inside the long-on boundary. Cook moves to 24 not out. 133 for 6, 14 balls left. Thompson bowls, turned to short leg, but not in the air, or not for long enough. More fielders being summoned. Come and join the party. There's going to be a ring of close fielders now for the last ball of Thompson's over. Even more of a ring of close fielders. Cook plays it down into the ground to point, and there is no run. 2 overs left. Glamorgan within sight of safety, having wobbled badly on the road to salvaging a not hugely glorious draw after Glamorgan had made the running to some extent with a declaration yesterday on 301 for 5. It was adventurous. It backfired slightly because Derbyshire batted well today. Lewis Reese 119 not out, and making it 4 centuries for him against Glamorgan this season. First time it's been done. First ball of Dupluy's over is wide outside off stump and is not going to tempt Andy Gorvin. 2 slips, a short leg, a silly mid-wicket. Gorvin plays that one past short leg. They'll go through for a single, 134 for 6. 10 balls left, 4 wickets still required. There were 10 overs left when these two came together. Gorvin inside edged one from Thompson that Guest couldn't get a hand on, as Cook for some reason stretches for a wide one and plays it out to cover. Not quite sure what he was doing playing that, but he takes a single. Natural instincts kick in. Cook to 25 not out. He's done more than anyone else to survive, to earn the draw for Glamorgan, as Gorvin ignores the next delivery from Duploy. In he comes, and squeezed out by Gorvin. Duploy thought it might have hit the boot first, Umpire Lloyd was not convinced. 7 balls left. Derbyshire running out of time as the shadows lengthen across Sophia Gardens. Deploy bowls his final ball. Gorvin plays it into the ground in the offside. There is no run. Derbyshire need a miracle. Last over. 4 wickets still needed. They're not going to take it to the last over. The captains are shaking hands, and Glamorgan have held on for a draw. They've had a few nervous moments along the way. Derbyshire have done well to get a victory charge going this afternoon and this evening. They've taken wickets at regular intervals, but not quite regular enough. It is game drawn here in Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan taking 8 points and Derbyshire 9. Glamorgan finish 5th in the table, Glamorgan 6th, and that is it for the County Championship season here in Cardiff.
And for the second time in the 8 years I've been covering Derbyshire, they go through an entire County Championship season without winning a match. Last time it happened was 2016. It's the 5th time in their history that it's happened. They just ran out of time in the end. Could they have declared earlier? Well, possibly. It might have been completely different as far as the chase is concerned had that been the case. But they bowled pretty well in this second innings to get 6 wickets. If I'm honest, I didn't think they'd get that many, and because it's not been easy. And Glamorgan closed on 135 for 6. Cook on 25, and Gorvin on 5. It's been a pleasure covering another season. I think who are they sending off? They're fighting over who should go off first, and eventually they push Lewis Reese to the front. I think he wanted Lewis Deploy to go off, but Lewis Reese, who's become the first man in county cricket history to score 4 centuries in one season against another county, so he leads the team off. He reached 1,000 runs as well in his century this morning from 112 balls, 7 fours and 3 sixes, so he deserves to go off. Mark Watt is there as well. I think that's why he came on very briefly at the end, just so that he could say he'd been on the field in his final game, because he was replaced by the man he replaced, Zach Chappell, soon after. So disappointment in the end for Derbyshire. They are going to go through, or they have gone through, another season without a win.
Disappointment for Derbyshire, some disappointment for Glamorgan in that they were unable to engineer any sort of victory chase out of this game. Various thanks being made over the public address system to departing Glamorgan players. Of course, David Lloyd, the captain, joining Derbyshire next season, and Matthew Maynard, the coach. Andrew Salter and Callum Taylor also have left the staff. And that is it, as we say goodnight from the BBC commentary team here in Cardiff. From Edward Bevan, whom we've heard from for much of the match, from Dave Fletcher and myself, Nick Webb. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We hope you've enjoyed the season, and we look forward to, God willing, you joining us again on air next season. No star.
Good afternoon.